Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 1 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 2, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. This story was posted by guy number 23 on Wattpad. Now let's start. High school, the premier institution for aspiring heroes, stood as a beacon for those pursuing the most admired profession in the world. The emergence of the first child with a quirk had transformed society, leading to an increase in unique abilities among the population. This shift brought about significant challenges, notably a rise in criminal activity. However, it also heralded the dawn of heroes, individuals willing to HRSS their quirks to protect others and improve the world. The impact of these changes was so profound that heroism became a recognized profession, akin to that of firefighters, medics, or educators, complete with its own set of benefits and regulations. To prepare future generations for the immense responsibility of safeguarding lives, the Hero Course was established, quickly becoming the most sought-after program for young hopefuls. Amidst this wave of aspiring heroes was Midoriya Izuku, a shy and introverted teenager who had once been quirkless but was now the successor to the legendary hero All Might's quirk, One for All. Izuku's earlier lack of a quirk had left him with few friends, and he had endured a challenging childhood, often bullied by his so-called friend, Bakugo Katsuki. Nevertheless, Izuku nurtured a dream of becoming a heroic figure who saved people with a smile, just like his idol. With the first step of acquiring a quirk completed, he had also gained admission to the prestigious hero course attended by his mentor. Now, he faced the daunting task of mastering his newfound abilities without injuring himself. Additionally, he needed to improve his social skills to fulfill his role as the symbol of peace. Despite his reserved nature, stuttering tendencies, and perhaps an overly enthusiastic admiration for All Might, Izuku was a kind-hearted individual with unwavering determination. Given time, he would reveal his true potential. Without a doubt, Midoriya Izuku was someone others could rely on, and Uraraka Ochako recognized this well. Ochako, a warm and cheerful girl, embodied her name's meaning. She had first met Izuku at the entrance of U, and had even participated in the admission test alongside him. Though she would never admit it, not even to herself, she had developed feelings for him as quickly as her friend Ida Tenya could sprint. However, she found herself preoccupied with other thoughts. In her mind, Ochako grappled with her emotions. She felt overwhelmed, realizing that her feelings for Izuku were growing stronger, almost to the point of becoming routine. She questioned whether she was losing herself in these feelings, but for the moment, all that mattered was him. Izuku had a way of captivating her with his kindness and intelligence. Just thinking about him sent warmth through her. It was simpler when her feelings were merely flustering, but now, every thought of him ignited a deeper yearning. She felt a strong longing to be closer to him, to be more than just friends, and the intensity of her feelings was almost dizzying. She tried to rein in her emotions, reminding herself that he probably wouldn't appreciate a girl who seemed overly needy. The mere thought of someone else vying for his attention filled her with unease. The idea of another girl charming him made her stomach churn. She feared becoming overly possessive, but her feelings for him were undeniable. She wished she could confess her feelings, but the fear of rejection loomed large. The thought of Izuku disliking her was unbearable, and she found herself caught in a whirlwind of emotions, longing for a connection that felt just out of reach. It was well past midnight, and everyone in the Heights Alliance was fast asleep, except for Uraraka Ochako. In the darkness of her room, she sat alone with a picture of Midoriya, captured during one of his intense workouts at the gym. The angle of the photo suggested that he hadn't exactly allowed her to take it. Ochako had lost count of how many times she had fantasized about her dear green-haired boy, and she wasn't overly concerned about it. To muffle her sounds, she pressed her mouth against her pillow, aware that her mms could lead to an embarrassing situation with the other girls. The dorm system had its downsides, and she had learned the hard way to always double-check the lock on her door, especially after midnight. That night, however, was different. Earlier in the day, during a rescue training exercise, she had played the role of a victim. Tied up over a fake pit of acid, she had only moments before the rope would be cut, and the hero had to defeat the villain and save her. In her eyes, Midoriya had performed flawlessly. He had faced off against Kirishima and Ida, a challenging combination, but Midoriya had used his intellect to devise a plan. He had cleverly turned Kirishima into an immovable object against Ida's unstoppable force, resulting in a chaotic but effective rescue. At the last moment, he had caught her in a bridal-style hold, a true hero moment. While Midoriya had been panicking about holding his crush, Ochako had been lost in thoughts of what their future together might hold. With that thrilling event fresh in her mind, Ochako eagerly awaited midnight. She felt the need to release her tension, but this time it felt different. She had already found release multiple times and still felt a lingering heat. Was it frustration? Yes, she was frustrated for many reasons. She lacked the courage to ask Midoriya out, even for a casual outing. She realized that mere pictures of him would not satisfy her desires, and the closest she had was a photo where his arms were exposed and a hint of his abs showed. Most importantly, she recognized that her imagination and her fingers had their limits. The pleasure she had once felt was fading, and she felt ashamed for indulging in thoughts of Midoriya. She needed to break free from her routine and find a way to feel closer to him. The idea of using certain items crossed her mind, but she dismissed it as too risky. Then a thought struck her. The best way to feel closer to Midoriya was to have the real thing. In her mind, she wrestled with her feelings. She felt unworthy, believing that he was too appealing, too perfect, and too pure for her to entertain such thoughts. Yet she couldn't shake the longing. If only she could have a moment with him to memorize every detail. His curly hair, his cute freckles, his bright eyes, his strong arms, and the toned abs she imagined he had. The thought of him consumed her, and she felt a mix of longing and guilt, but it only fueled her determination. Ochako wondered what she was thinking. Was she out of her mind? She needed to get herself together. The temptation was overwhelming. Even if it was about Deku-kun's innocence, she couldn't help but question if he had already experienced anything like that. No, he wasn't that type of guy. She told herself to just lay on her bed and sleep, reminding herself that it was Saturday. Yet, despite her thoughts, she found herself on the balcony of her room. In the stillness of the night, she took a deep breath, contemplating her next move. Gazing up at the starry sky, she considered the potential consequences of her actions, both for herself and for Midoriya. A gentle breeze brushed against her, sending shivers down her spine, igniting a warmth within her. She had made up her mind. Using her quirk to lighten her weight, she leaped from her balcony and began to climb up to the roof, moving as quietly as possible to reach the boy's side. She ascended one balcony after another, her cheeks puffing as she fought against the dizziness from using her power. It was impressive how a rush of excitement could motivate her so much. Finally, she reached her destination and released her zero-gravity effect. Fortunately, the glass door was open, allowing her to slip inside easily. Once in the dimly lit room, her gaze fell upon her dear Deku-kun, the soft moonlight illuminating his peaceful face. She wasn't sure how long she had been staring at him, but she shook her head to clear her thoughts. This was her final moment to reconsider. There was no turning back now. Her mind wandered to thoughts she had tried to suppress, and all the restrictions she had placed on herself seemed to vanish. In her mind, she wrestled with conflicting thoughts. Deku-kun was sleeping, and she felt guilty for even considering disturbing him. But when would she have such a perfect opportunity again? What would he think of her? Would he hate her for this? She just had to ensure he enjoyed it so much that he would want more. But deep down, she knew Deku-kun wasn't that kind of person. He was such a great person, and she wanted to see just how great he really was. Uraraka admired his peaceful, sleepy form, finding it appealing. She felt a surge of determination as she decided she had to act. With a swift motion, she removed his blanket and was pleasantly surprised to find him sleeping in just his boxers. Seizing the moment, she took a few pictures with her phone, sitting at the end of the bed. Leaning over his legs, she hesitated for a moment, her heart racing. She was captivated by the sight before her. Suddenly, She heard a soft murmur that sent her heart soaring. He called her name, and in that moment, she felt as if she were in heaven. The realization that he was dreaming of her filled her with joy, and she became lost in her feelings, forgetting the context of his dream. All she could think about was how, if he were awake, Midoriya would see her in a whole new light. Uraraka's bright eyes sparkled with excitement, and an intense energy surrounded her. She was determined to make Midoriya feel incredible. As she focused on him, her heart raced with anticipation. The moment was charged with emotion, and she found herself captivated by his reaction. Midoriya's expression shifted, and Uraraka felt a rush of exhilaration at the sight of him responding to her presence. In that moment, she knew they shared a special connection, one that made her heart soar with joy. She could feel his body tensing, and it only made her more excited. Ochako dared to push her limits and tried to take him deeper, but she had to pull back, gasping for air. Deku was impressive, and she couldn't help but admire him. She tried again and again until she finally managed to touch the base with her lips. She focused completely on the task, determined to get used to the sensation. When she finally needed air again, she backed off, breathing heavily. She was ready to give it her all, determined to make this a memorable night for them both, even if he was asleep. She dove back in, this time with more confidence. She maintained a steady rhythm, and his occasional low uhs only encouraged her to continue. She was enjoying herself so much that she lost track of everything else. Then she noticed a change. His body was becoming more rigid, which she took as a sign that he was close. Perfect. She increased her pace, feeling the tension building. It was time to give it her all. She took him in as deeply as she could, pouring her energy into the moment. Sparks seemed to dance around him as he reacted. Suddenly, she was surprised by the intensity of the moment. She had heard about wild dreams but never expected this. She had to pull back, but not before savoring every moment. She finally lifted her head, feeling a rush of emotions as she gasped for air. She muttered to herself, reflecting on the unexpected taste of the experience. Then she noticed him stirring. Midoriya, half awake, looked at her with a puzzled expression. She froze, realizing the gravity of the situation. The confusion on his face quickly shifted to understanding and then panic. She quickly covered his mouth with her hand, but unfortunately, it was the same hand that had been involved in her earlier actions, which only added to his surprise. Midoriya's mind was racing. He was flustered by the dream he thought he was having, and now he found himself in a very strange position with Uraraka. Was this some sort of villain attack? But why would a villain do this? Deku-kun, she whispered softly. He blinked, still trying to process everything. You're mumbling again, she noted. At least it wasn't a villain attack, but the reality of the situation was still overwhelming. Before he could ask what was happening, he noticed something that caught him off guard. Uraraka was crying. Tears glistened in her eyes, and for a moment he was struck by how appealing she looked in the moonlight. Sorry, Deku-kun, I did something I regret, she said, her voice trembling. What? Uraraka-san, what happened? He asked, concern flooding his voice. I couldn't help myself. I wanted it so much that I... What is it? What did you do? I kissed you, she admitted, her cheeks flushed. He was taken aback. Sorry, I didn't catch that. I kissed you, wait. There's no need to repeat that. I thought I misheard. An awkward silence filled the air. Can I ask why? He finally managed to say. Both of them were blushing and feeling embarrassed, so Uraraka decided to be honest. There couldn't be a better moment to share her feelings. Well, Deku-kun, it happens that I love you. I really love you. So much that I cannot get you out of my head. Deku's heart raced as he processed her words. You really love me? Yes, I really do. I love you, Deku-kun. His face turned a deeper shade of red, overwhelmed by her confession. I love you too, Uraraka. She mirrored his blush, her cheeks flushed with emotion. You are not lying. Not at all. Since the first time I saw you, I knew I loved you. I just never had the courage to say it. I'm sorry. Midoriya averted his gaze, feeling shy, but when he finally looked at her, he noticed tears glistening in her eyes. Just as he was about to apologize again, a bright smile spread across her face, and she leaned in to kiss him. Initially startled, he soon melted into the kiss, closing his eyes and savoring the moment. He felt her gentle hands caress his face and hair, and he instinctively let his hands explore her back. In that moment, his worries faded away, and all he could think about was the girl he had long admired. Uraraka took his hands and guided one of them to her side. When Midoriya felt a rush of warmth, his mind cleared, and he pulled back slightly. "Uraraka, what are you? Please, let me enjoy this moment." She leaned closer, and he could see the joy in her eyes. Feeling a surge of affection, he continued to hold her close, captivated by her happiness. The atmosphere was charged with emotion, and he felt a sense of connection that he had never experienced before. As they shared this NTMT moment, Midoriya realized how special it was to be with someone he cared for so deeply. The thrill of being close to Uraraka filled him with a sense of pride and joy. He had never imagined that he would find someone who understood him so well, and he was determined to cherish this bond. In that moment, he understood the depth of their feelings for each other, and it felt like a dream come true. The warmth of their connection enveloped them, and they both knew that this was just the beginning of their journey together. Deku was feeling a mix of excitement and nervousness as he and Uraraka shared an NTMT moment. He sensed the intensity of her pleasure, which surpassed anything she had experienced before. As she reached her peak, her body tensed, and she held on to him tightly, trying to contain her overwhelming feelings. A wave of relief washed over her, and she relaxed, while he focused on being attentive to her needs. Both were breathless, and Deku couldn't help but notice the look of bliss on Uraraka's face, a sight he would remember vividly. As Uraraka came back to reality, she gazed affectionately at her green-haired crush, who had become so much more than just a crush. She laid her head on his chest, feeling a sense of comfort and connection. She asked him if he enjoyed their time together, and he shyly admitted that he did. Uraraka expressed her feelings of guilt, worried about how he might perceive her actions. Deku reassured her, emphasizing that he would never hate her and that she was not what she feared. With a hopeful heart, Uraraka asked if she could be his girlfriend, to which he eagerly agreed, asking if he could be her boyfriend in return. They both shared a laugh, realizing the joy of their new relationship. As they discussed how to keep their relationship a secret from their classmates, Uraraka playfully kissed him before getting up to leave. She playfully offered him a keepsake from their time together, winking as she used her quirk to make herself lighter and float away. Deku was left with a reminder of their special night, reflecting on how much he had looked forward to this moment with her. After the weekend, Midoriya Izuku felt transformed. He had confessed his feelings to Uraraka and asked her to be his girlfriend, a dream come true. They agreed to keep their relationship under wraps for now, opting for a gradual reveal to their classmates. On Monday morning, he woke up excited for the first day of this new chapter in his life. The thought of having a girlfriend brought a smile to his face as he jumped out of bed and changed into his training clothes. He completed his morning run and took a quick shower before heading to the common room for breakfast. As he sat down with his cereal, his mind drifted to thoughts of Uraraka, so much so that he didn't notice his friends, Kirishima, Aoyama, and Ojiro, joining him at the table. Kirishima waved a hand in front of Midoriya's face, bringing him back to reality with a start. Midoriya greeted Kirishima with a smile, acknowledging the morning. Kirishima noted how early Midoriya woke up and questioned whether he even slept. Midoriya explained that he was used to it, as it had become a habit. Aoyama, always cheerful, joined the conversation and inquired about what was on Midoriya's mind. Midoriya had to hold back from mentioning Uraraka and their time together. Kirishima shared that he also woke up early due to martial arts training, while another friend chimed in about the importance of sleep for maintaining energy throughout the day. The group continued their conversation, and Midoriya felt relieved to avoid discussing his feelings for Uraraka. Soon, the rest of their classmates joined them, and after breakfast, they headed to class. The day proceeded as usual, with brief exchanges of glances between Midoriya and Uraraka, hinting at their secret connection. During hero training, they faced a standard rescue mission on Ground Beta, with Midoriya teaming up with Shoji against Tokoyami and Sato, while Ida played the role of the hostage. Everything seemed routine until Midoriya passed by Uraraka, who playfully gave him a light slap on the back, startling him. He managed to maintain his composure while Uraraka wore a mischievous smile. As the week progressed, classes continued, and lunchtime came and went. However, Uraraka found ways to interact with Midoriya, often in discreet and playful manners, like stealing kisses when no one was watching. One day, she even surprised him by pulling him into a secluded area near the running track. Before Midoriya could join his friends at the lunch table, Uraraka pulled him aside, claiming she needed help with something. Their classmates, oblivious to the true nature of their relationship, assumed it was just a crush. Uraraka led Midoriya to a quiet spot behind the gym, away from prying eyes, surrounded by trees and bushes. There, she wasted no time in kissing him passionately, her hands exploring his shirt. Midoriya, initially taken aback, soon reciprocated, wrapping his arms around her. After a few moments, they broke apart, both breathing heavily. Uraraka rested her head against his chest, holding onto him tightly. Midoriya commented on how it felt like she hadn't seen him all week, to which she playfully responded that she hadn't exactly seen him. Their playful banter continued, with Midoriya expressing concern about being caught. Uraraka reassured him that she had checked the area all week and that it could be their secret spot. Midoriya hesitated, feeling it might be too soon for such intimacy, but Uraraka was determined to enjoy their time together. Despite his reservations, the connection between them deepened, and they shared a moment that felt both thrilling and secretive. The week continued with their usual routines, but the bond between Midoriya and Uraraka grew stronger with each passing day, filled with stolen moments and shared smiles. Izuku had waited the entire week for this moment. Despite his initial reluctance, he couldn't deny that Ochako was impressively skilled, especially considering it was only her second time. He believed in her abilities and found himself enjoying the experience more than he expected. Her head moved rhythmically, and the sounds she made sent shivers down his spine. The gentle touch of her hand on his skin and the passionate look in her eyes captivated him, as if she were silently asking if he was enjoying what she was doing. Izuku's thoughts shifted entirely to Ochako. He admired her beauty, her positivity, and how she always tried to uplift those around her. He loved her bright brown eyes, even when filled with determination, and her brown hair that framed her cheeks perfectly. He appreciated how she looked in her hero suit, adorable yet strong, with curves that caught his attention. The way she expressed her feelings was undeniably attractive. As the moment intensified, Izuku felt overwhelmed. He sensed he was nearing his limit and tried to communicate this to her, but she encouraged him to let go of his inhibitions. Caught in the moment, he found it hard to resist her plea, especially with the sparkle in her eyes urging him on. He gently held her head and moved closer, feeling the tension build as he continued. She seemed to embrace the moment, her enthusiasm evident as she adjusted to the sensations. In the heat of the moment, Izuku activated his quirk without realizing it. When he finally reached his peak, he was surprised by the intensity of the experience. Ochako managed to handle it well, and after a moment, she looked up at him with a playful expression, clearly pleased with herself. She then leaned in and gave him a quick kiss, expressing her longing for him to enjoy the experience as much as she had. She reassured him that he didn't need to feel pressured to reciprocate immediately. Instead, she offered to continue as long as he wanted, admitting it might be a bit selfish but hoping he wouldn't mind. Izuku felt a mix of surprise and gratitude, realizing he had never truly engaged in such an experience before. Ochako's laughter at his innocence made him blush, but he couldn't deny the thrill of the moment. They shared a light-hearted conversation about his quirk, and he began to contemplate how his abilities manifested differently from others. As they continued to explore their connection, Izuku felt a sense of comfort and excitement, eager to see where this newfound bond would lead them. Midoriya hesitated, stopping himself from completing his thought. He realized he could have inadvertently revealed his secret to Uraraka in a rather absurd situation. While she was accustomed to his mumbling, this sudden outburst was different. He quickly dismissed it, and to her, it was nothing. After that, they headed to the lunchroom to grab food. Midoriya had to insist, as Ochako kept joking that she was already satisfied. This routine continued for them, occurring late at night and on Sundays. They found moments during early Monday mornings, while cleaning the classroom, in their secret spot behind the bushes on the running track, in a blind spot on Ground Gamma, during rescue training, and even in the Heights Alliance showers, which felt particularly daring. The week passed like a warm breeze, fueled by Uraraka's seemingly endless enthusiasm. Midoriya sometimes worried he might eventually feel drained, even though he knew that was biologically impossible. Yet, every time Uraraka pulled him away for their secret dates, he felt a twinge of guilt. He was the one receiving pleasure, and that feeling intensified as time went on. As the week came to a close, the brunette once again led him to their hideout. Would Fridays always be this busy? She didn't need to say a word, just a glance or a gentle nudge was enough for him to understand. Once behind the gym, she wasted no time and quickly took the lead. Midoriya felt a rush of anticipation, knowing what was about to unfold. Uraraka playfully teased him, and he could only respond with a shy admission. She began to show her affection in a way that made him realize how much she had improved over time. He noticed that he seemed to have gained some endurance, as it took longer for him to reach his limit. This thought worried him slightly, but he was always amazed by her talent. Today, she seemed particularly eager, fully engaged in their moment together. As she continued, Midoriya felt overwhelmed by the sensations, trying to keep his composure. Uraraka looked up at him with bright, eager eyes, encouraging him to be himself and not hold back. She picked up her pace, clearly attuned to his reactions. Midoriya felt the energy building within him, small sparks of power flickering as he approached his peak. In a moment of instinct, he gently guided her head, surprising her. She quickly adapted, thrilled that he was taking the initiative. His soft sounds of pleasure encouraged her, and she found herself lost in the moment, enjoying every second. As Midoriya reached his limit, he felt a rush of energy and held her close, overwhelmed by the intensity of the experience. He was so immersed in the moment that he momentarily lost track of everything else. Afterward, he apologized, feeling a bit dazed. He had gotten lost in his thoughts, but he was grateful for their shared connection. Ochako was getting up to change her underwear, feeling a bit uncomfortable, when Izuku suddenly held her arms, looking deeply into her eyes. He seemed troubled, and she asked if everything was all right. He leaned in closer, kissing her softly, exploring the moment. As he continued, he began to nibble gently at her ear and then trailed kisses down her neck. Ochako felt a mix of confusion and excitement, unsure of why he was acting this way but enjoying every second of it. Izuku carefully removed her jacket and unbuttoned her shirt, lowering her pink striped BR slightly. She held his head gently, running her fingers through his green hair as waves of warmth coursed through her. Her breath quickened, and she let out soft sounds of pleasure as he kissed along her stomach. He then adjusted her skirt, pausing to admire her pink striped panties while his hands glided over her thighs. Despite the overwhelming sensations, she managed to express her thoughts, suggesting that he didn't have to do anything he wasn't comfortable with. But he reassured her that he wanted to, explaining that he had been thinking about it for a while. He felt it was only fair for both of them to enjoy the moment together. As he continued, he removed her panties and began to explore further, making her feel lightheaded and unsteady. He gently laid her back on the grass, opening her legs slightly. Anticipation filled her expression as she playfully bit her thumb, feeling a rush of excitement. Izuku leaned down, teasing her with gentle breaths, which made her gasp. He then began to explore with his mouth and fingers, and Ochako's reactions were immediate and intense. She felt a mix of pleasure and surprise at her own responses, her cheeks flushed and her smile wide. As he continued, he could see her losing herself in the moment, her joy evident. She encouraged him, expressing her feelings openly, which surprised him but also intrigued him. Ochako soon reached a peak of sensation, locking her legs around him and urging him on as she experienced a wave of pleasure. Izuku watched her closely, concerned yet captivated by her blissful expression. Afterward, she seemed momentarily dazed, her smile soft and dreamy as she gazed at the sky. Then, suddenly she focused on him again, sitting up quickly and pulling him into an enthusiastic kiss. The suddenness of her action caught him off guard, but the joy on her face was infectious, filling the moment with warmth and excitement. Deku was filled with excitement as he heard the enthusiastic praise. The flustered teen scratched the back of his head nervously, unsure of how to respond. He had done some research and learned a few things, but he felt embarrassed to admit it. His companion, however, was thrilled. She expressed her happiness about his efforts, emphasizing how much it meant to her that he cared enough to learn. Deku was surprised by her reaction, feeling a mix of relief and confusion. She reassured him that it didn't matter if he had seen someone else in a video. The fun part was that it was all just for learning, and she had also explored similar content herself. They shared a laugh over the awkwardness of the situation. Curiosity sparked in her eyes as she asked how long he had been aware of her feelings. He was taken aback, not expecting such a question. She reflected on moments from their past, recalling how his strength during battles had caught her attention. She playfully suggested that he should consider working out without a shirt next time, causing him to blush. Deku then asked if she had ever gone through a phase of being overly attentive. She admitted to feeling insecure about herself, worried about competition among their classmates. He listened intently, wanting to reassure her. With a gentle touch on her shoulders, he looked her in the eyes and expressed his admiration. He confessed that he found her perfect just the way she was, emphasizing that her inner qualities mattered more to him than appearances. This revelation made her heart flutter, as she realized he valued her for who she truly was. Feeling a mix of emotions, she smiled brightly at him, teasing him about being a bad boy for being so sweet and charming. His cheeks flushed at the compliment, revealing his discomfort with receiving praise. She playfully challenged him, suggesting he could attract anyone he wanted, but he insisted he was content with her by his side. As they continued their playful banter, she jumped up and wrapped her arms around his neck, claiming him for herself. They were still away from the main building, enjoying a moment of connection without anyone around to witness their budding relationship. As long as you can. Don't you mean forever? Midoriya said, trying to mask the nervousness in his voice. I'm not naive, Deku. Someday, you might grow tired of me and look for someone else. That's why I want to cherish every moment we have together. No regrets, right? This time, Midoriya wrapped his arms around Uraraka's waist, drawing her closer. He didn't mind the blush on his cheeks or the racing of his heart. His words were clear, and he spoke without hesitation. I love you, Ochako, and I'm yours to keep, all right? She smiled, playfully teasing him. You drive me crazy, Izuku. Can I take that as a wedding proposal? Wedding. I mean it's a bit early, but if that's what you want, I could get a part-time job until we graduate, and then... She interrupted his flustered rambling with a light laugh. Sorry, Deku, you're so adorable when you get nervous. No need to rush things, right? Also, thank you for always being there for me. Always. As they walked together in comfortable silence, their heads leaning against each other and smiles lighting their faces, one might think Midoriya and Ochako were just another couple enjoying each other's warmth, discussing silly things and dreams for the future. However, Hagakure Toru knew better. She had witnessed Midoriya's intense feelings for Uraraka, and she felt a pang of concern for her friend. Hiding behind a corner, she felt a mix of shame, fear, and confusion. What if they noticed her? The real worry was if he saw her. Uraraka needed help, but Hagakure hesitated, unsure if she could intervene, given Midoriya's powerful quirk. She peeked around the corner, unaware of her own invisibility, and what she saw made her heart race. Midoriya was too close to Uraraka, and she instinctively covered her eyes, feeling overwhelmed. The sounds Uraraka made were distressing, and Hagakure felt a wave of guilt wash over her. She had heard about situations like this before. The term eluded her, but she quickly dismissed the thought, feeling her cheeks heat up. If someone with infrared vision passed by, they would notice that it wasn't just her face that was flushed. When Uraraka's scream pierced the air and then fell silent, panic surged through Hagakure. She fled to the nearest hiding spot, terrified of being discovered. What if he turned his attention to her next? She didn't want to find out what had happened. Behind a large tree, she took several minutes to calm her racing heart. The image of Midoriya, the boy everyone considered harmless, doing something so shocking left her shaken. Was this a sign of something darker? No, stay calm too. Just think. Midoriya-kun wouldn't fight so fiercely and risk injury if he were truly a villain. Or would he? No, he isn't secretly bad. But why did he act that way? Did he like Uraraka-chan too much? Oh no. I thought she liked him too, but what if she doesn't? Does this mean she'll never get married? Hagekure's thoughts were interrupted by familiar voices. She peeked around the tree and saw Midoriya and Uraraka walking together, embracing each other. A new concern arose in her mind. What if Midoriya pressured Uraraka into declaring herself his girlfriend? He had the strength to do it. Being a good friend, Hagekure decided she needed to help Uraraka out of this predicament and knock some sense into Midoriya. He was still her friend, after all. Determined, she left her hiding spot and made her way toward the main building at UE, feeling that she would need assistance. Unfortunately, lunch was over, and Hagekure had to return to the classroom. There, she struggled to focus on what Aizawa was saying, her eyes darting from Uraraka to Midoriya, then to the clock, and back to Uraraka. One advantage of being invisible was that when she wasn't paying attention to something specific, no one noticed. However, after years of teaching the 1A class, Aizawa had mastered the ability to detect deviations in attention, almost like a sixth sense. He called out to her, prompting Hagekure to snap back to reality. When he asked for the answer, she fumbled, surprised to hear her name. After a brief moment of panic, she managed to respond, but Aizawa suggested she review the material and write a summary. Feeling embarrassed, she lowered her head, and soon everyone noticed her resting on her desk. Next came hero training, and on the way to change into their training clothes, Midoriya approached Hagekure. He offered to help her with her lessons, but she quickly insisted she could handle it herself. Despite his willingness to assist, she felt it was important to manage on her own, especially since he was busy with his own training. With a hasty goodbye, she rushed to the girls' locker room, leaving a confused Midoriya behind. Ida reassured Midoriya, suggesting that Hagekure genuinely wanted to tackle her challenges independently, emphasizing the importance of perseverance as heroes in training. The hero training turned into a game of tag, with teams of two tied together. Hagekure found herself paired with Kirishima, who was as enthusiastic as ever. They faced Midoriya and Koda, a duo that wasn't particularly strong, but Hagekure knew Midoriya was a formidable opponent. The match ended in a surprising victory for Midoriya and Koda, despite Kirishima's determination to hold them back. Midoriya devised a clever plan, using Koda's quirk to summon a group of crows that distracted Kirishima. Seizing the moment, Midoriya activated his full cowl and launched himself toward their target. Kirishima tried to hold him back, but in the chaos, Hagekure panicked and rolled over Kirishima's back, allowing Koda to snatch the headband. After the match, everyone gathered around Koda, who was overwhelmed by the attention, while Kirishima lamented their loss. Hagekure, on the other hand, distanced herself from the quirk inheritor. Once class was over and everyone had showered, Hagekure hurried to Yaoyorozu's room, where the other girls were forming a study group. She burst through the door, startling her friends, and quickly closed it behind her. Then she shared some shocking news. Girls, Midoriya was caught in a compromising position. The room fell silent, and it took Hagekure a moment to realize that Uraraka was also present. Perhaps that wasn't the best way to deliver the news. Thankfully, she hadn't noticed Uraraka's presence. The others reacted with shock, and Jiro was the first to voice her disapproval, urging Hagekure not to repeat herself. Yaoyorozu, still processing the sudden information, reminded her that gossiping was a bad habit, especially regarding such sensitive topics. Ashido, meanwhile, seemed more amused than concerned. The girls were in a state of disbelief. One of them recalled a shocking rumor, claiming to have seen something unusual. The memory sent a shiver down her spine. As they discussed the possibility, Jiro expressed her skepticism about Midoriya's involvement. She noted that the two had been growing closer since the beginning of the year, but they had yet to see any significant progress in their relationship. The mere suggestion of something happening between them caused a blush to spread across their faces, igniting their imaginations. Mina, feeling uncomfortable, asked for clarification on what was meant by the insinuation. Toru, with a mischievous grin, confirmed the implication, prompting Mina to request that she speak louder. Toru then mentioned that Uraraka was absent, which led them back to their earlier thoughts, though they quickly tried to dismiss the mental images. Toru recounted how she had followed Midoriya and Uraraka after noticing they often disappeared together. She had lost track of them but eventually heard a noise behind one of the gyms. Curious, she had gone to investigate, thinking it was just a cat, only to witness something that left her flustered. Jiro interrupted, unable to handle the details, while Momo reminded Toru of the seriousness of the situation. They all agreed that if the story got out, it could lead to trouble for them. Toru insisted that she had seen what she claimed, but the others struggled to believe that Midoriya, known for his nervousness, would act in such a bold manner. As they debated, the tension in the room grew. The girls felt a mix of embarrassment and curiosity, realizing they were not entirely naive about relationships at their age. Momo took it upon herself to steer the conversation back to reason, suggesting they shouldn't jump to conclusions since Toru had not been noticed by the pair. They discussed the possibility that what Toru saw might have been misinterpreted, perhaps due to a prank or an illusion. The idea of keeping an eye on Midoriya and Uraraka emerged as a plan, with the girls agreeing to observe them discreetly. As the weekend passed, they watched the two from a distance, hoping to catch any signs of romance. To their surprise, they noticed subtle changes, shared glances in class, small exchanges of food, and a growing comfort in each other's presence. The smiles on their faces were telling, and the girls couldn't help but feel a sense of excitement at the prospect of their friends finally recognizing their feelings for one another. By the end of the week, late at night, everyone had gathered in Yaoyorozu's room. After finishing their homework, they discussed the couple and what Hagekure had supposedly witnessed. It seemed clear to them that the couple was finally getting together, but not in an inappropriate way. They agreed that Hagekure's claim needed further investigation. Hagekure insisted she had seen something unusual, while others questioned whether it could have been a prank. One friend suggested that if it was indeed the effect of a quirk, they could find the user and ask for clarification. They thought Midoriya might be able to help. Hagekure felt overwhelmed and tired, having not slept well the previous week. As they prepared for bed, she expressed her frustration about the Saturday class they had to attend. After everyone left for their rooms, Hagekure found it difficult to sleep. She felt sad that her friends didn't believe her. While she wished it were a trick of the mind, the vividness of what she had seen lingered in her thoughts. She wondered how Uraraka felt about the situation, knowing that many women were drawn to such experiences. Yet she couldn't bring herself to ask Uraraka directly about it. Feeling restless, she decided to get some fresh air. She stepped onto the balcony, opening the glass door and leaning against the short wall as the cool breeze brushed through her hair. The night sky was clear, filled with stars, and the full moon cast a bluish glow. As she gazed up, her mind wandered away from her troubling thoughts. Suddenly, something caught her eye. A figure illuminated by the moonlight was climbing the wall of the building, jumping to the balcony of the 5th floor and then to the roof. She squinted to see better, realizing it came from the 4th floor. She quickly pieced together the layout of their building. Her room was on the 3rd floor, with Kyoka next door and Mina above her. On the 5th floor were Momo and Tsuyu. That meant the figure was coming from Uraraka's room. Panic surged through her as she thought about the implications. Was the figure heading to confront Midoriya? What if Uraraka was in trouble? Without a second thought, Hagekure rushed out of her room, waking the other girls one by one. Mina groggily questioned her at 2 in the morning, but Hagekure urged her to hurry, insisting that Uraraka might be in danger. Mina's alarm grew as she suggested it could be a villain attack. Hagekure tried to calm her, but Mina was already off to gather the other girls, instructing Hagekure to meet her at Uraraka's room. After a few frantic minutes, all the girls stood outside Uraraka's door, where only Hagekure was waiting. Mina asked what had happened, surprised that the boys hadn't been called. Hagekure explained that she believed Uraraka had gone to confront Midoriya, possibly against her will. Yaoyorozu, still sleepy, stepped forward and asked about the commotion. Hagakure opened the door to reveal an empty room. Now convinced that Uraraka had gone to Midoriya's room, Hagakure urged the others to join her in searching for her friend. The girls exchanged glances, their suspicions heightened. Checking wouldn't hurt, right? They quietly made their way to the boys' side of the dorm, moving down the corridor toward Midoriya's room. Hesitation hung in the air as they looked at one another, whispering to avoid waking anyone. What would they say if he woke up? They considered their options. They could say they saw something outside and thought it might be a villain. Well, what were they waiting for? Toru was urged to open the door. Why her? It had been her idea after all. That wasn't fair, Kyoka insisted. Okay, let her do it. She could handle Midoriya later. Taking the lead, Momo declared that someone had to act, and the sooner they did, the better. Yaoyorozu turned the knob, finding it locked. She glanced back at her friends, who were all watching her expectantly. With a sigh, she created a small lockpick, noting that they would have to discuss her hidden talent later. The lock clicked, and she slowly opened the door, careful to avoid making noise. The room was slightly illuminated by the moonlight streaming through the open glass door, allowing a chilly breeze to enter. They stepped inside almost in unison, their eyes adjusting to the dimness. When they glanced toward Midoriya's bed, they were met with a shocking sight. Uraraka and Midoriya were in a compromising position, and it was only when Mina accidentally knocked her foot against the desk that they realized they had company. Time seemed to freeze. Midoriya and Uraraka turned their heads slowly, surprised to find a group of spectators witnessing their NTMT moment. Uraraka didn't let go of Midoriya. The girls stood frozen, processing the scene before them, shocked and now understanding how Hagakure felt. The image would be etched in their minds for a long time. Yaoyorozu, Hagakure, and Ashido gasped, quickly covering their mouths to avoid waking the others. Yaoyorozu was the first to regain her composure, whispering urgently. Midoriya, what in the world does this mean? Are you insane? Midoriya stammered, trying to explain himself. Explain. She challenged him, eager to hear his excuse. Uraraka finally regained her senses and rushed to defend Midoriya. Wait a minute, girls. This isn't what it seems. Ochako, what the heck? You were... They couldn't even finish the thought. Mina urged everyone to calm down and listen. Yes, just let us explain, Uraraka added. Yaoyorozu couldn't believe this was happening to Ochako. Midoriya, what have you done? I told you I saw them before. Toru interjected. Midoriya and Uraraka tensed at the realization that Toru had witnessed them. What had she seen? Did she know the full extent of their actions? The word would spread quickly, and they hoped it wouldn't. Midoriya, you're in serious trouble, Kyoka warned, her tone grave. Midoriya instinctively backed against the wall, revealing himself in the moonlight. The group froze again, a mix of terror and embarrassment washing over them as another mental image was burned into their minds. Realizing his mistake, Midoriya quickly covered himself, his face flushed with embarrassment. Taking advantage of the moment, Uraraka leaped from the bed, positioning herself protectively between her friends and Midoriya, arms outstretched. Don't get near him. Ochako, one of the girls said, I can see everything from here. Oh, right, Uraraka replied, hastily grabbing a long shirt from the bed and putting it on, though it barely covered her. Uraraka, you should know this isn't a good place to be right now, Yaoyorozu warned, her expression serious. Uraraka sensed a menacing aura surrounding the group. Wow, do I look like that when I'm serious? I don't think so, Uraraka replied, trying to clarify the misunderstanding. Ochako was adamant as she defended Deku, insisting that he had done nothing wrong. The others were incredulous, unable to comprehend her stance. Yaoyorozu, filled with anger, declared that no matter what Deku had said, he should not be allowed to manipulate her. She demanded that Midoriya come forward so she could restrain him, her frustration evident. Ashido chimed in, suggesting that her acid could be used if he was in danger, but Uraraka's voice cut through the chaos. She urged her friends to stop and questioned how they could even think of hurting Deku. She clarified that she was there by her own choice, which shocked the girls. This was not typical behavior for Uraraka, and they began to worry that something was amiss. They speculated that Midoriya might have used some sort of mind control or blackmail. Yaoyorozu, sensing the concern for Uraraka's well-being, placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. She promised they would figure things out together. Ashido echoed this sentiment, assuring Uraraka that they would keep her secret. They began to usher her out of the room, despite her protests that they didn't understand. Once outside, the 5 girls turned back to glare at Midoriya, who felt an overwhelming sense of dread as they left him alone with a whirlwind of questions and fears for his safety. In Yaoyorozu's room, the girls surrounded Uraraka, pressing her for details about what had happened. Frustration mounted as she reiterated that she had gone to see Deku of her own volition. They insisted she was hiding something, but Uraraka remained firm in her stance, asserting that no one had coerced her. As the conversation continued, the girls exchanged worried glances, trying to reconcile Uraraka's words with their concerns. They questioned her about the previous week, but she insisted that she had not been brainwashed. The disbelief on their faces was palpable. Uraraka, trying to lighten the mood, mentioned the number of times they had shared NTMT moments, which left the girls in shock. They were taken aback by the revelation, and the atmosphere grew tense as they processed the implications. Kyoka, with a serious expression, urged Uraraka not to return to Deku, but Uraraka assured her that he would not harm her. Yaoyorozu gently pulled her back, emphasizing the need to inform the teachers about the situation, suggesting that it could help Deku avoid serious consequences. Uraraka, however, was adamant that there was no shame in her feelings for Midoriya, insisting that he would never hurt her. The conversation escalated as the girls struggled to understand her perspective. Uraraka finally revealed that she and Deku were more than friends. They had become a couple. The shock among her friends was palpable, and they voiced their concerns about the relationship. Uraraka, though annoyed, stood her ground, determined to defend her feelings for Deku despite their worries. "I'll say it one more time. I was with Deku because I wanted to. He didn't force me or harm me." "Ochako, stop being so stubborn." "Me? Stubborn? Then tell me, Yaoyorozu, who is still spreading rumors about what they don't know." The room fell silent. As wrong as it seemed, Uraraka truly went there because she wanted to, but they were still in denial. Midoriya must have done something to her. "I thought you girls would be happy that Deku and I got together. Guess I was wrong," she said, stomping out of the room. "Uraraka-chan." "What? You aren't wearing any underwear." "I know." She left for her room, collapsing onto her bed and burying her face in her pillow. Deku would have to forgive her, but she wasn't in the mood for the first time in almost a month. Saturday morning arrived, and Midoriya hadn't had a moment of proper sleep, haunted by the fear of being caught with Uraraka and a certain unfinished matter. To stay awake during the special class, he took a cold shower. Afterward, he grabbed a quick breakfast and hurried to ground beta, where the special class would take place. Alone with his thoughts, he found his mind drifting to his girlfriend, inevitably wondering what would happen next. The shocked expressions of the girls lingered in his mind, alongside the disapproving looks from the boys. Leaning against the gate, he dozed off and didn't notice when his classmates arrived. Most were surprised to see him up so early, attributing it to his usual habits. The girls, however, were internally questioning how he could even sleep after what had happened. Soon, Aizawa appeared, wrapped in his sleeping bag with dark circles under his eyes. He mentioned needing to review the homework from the previous week, perhaps taking on too much alone. He introduced the objective of the special class: to enhance teamwork in unusual and challenging situations, along with planning ahead and reacting to sudden events. With that, he rolled away while the responsible teacher continued with the class. "I'm here to oversee the special class." All Might's entrance was met with cheers from the students. All Might appeared in his muscular form, then transformed into the skeletal form of Yagi Tashinori as the last remnants of One for All faded. This was his signature greeting, amusing once one got used to it, a towering figure shrinking into a shorter, leaner man. The support team had adjusted his uniform so that even in his smaller form, it was not excessively large. Despite everything that had happened, All Might remained the symbol of peace. "Good morning, young students. It is quite unusual to have classes on Saturdays, but we have much to cover on your journey to becoming pro heroes. Now, for today's activity, we will play a game of Capture the Flag, with some special rules. Cool. Alright, I'm getting excited. Let me finish first. You will be divided into 2 opposing teams of 5, chosen randomly. This simulates real-life situations where you must work together with whoever is present. The goal is to capture the enemy flag and bring it back to your base. You can choose any location to hide your flag and establish your base. I see. This way we'll need to protect our flag while also figuring out where the other team has hidden theirs. As expected from the teachers of you. Always thinking ahead. Ida, there are more rules. Oh, I'm really sorry, Sensei. Well, you can use any strategy you come up with. The match ends if the enemy carries your flag to their base, but you can attempt to retrieve it while they are stealing it. There is also a time limit of 15 minutes. The winning team will be the one that holds the enemy's flag, even if it's outside their base, and no, you cannot carry your own flag around. What about the special rules? A student asked. There will be a total of 6 villains scattered throughout the city, chosen randomly as well. Their only objective is to interfere with both teams. What? Most of the students exclaimed. Villains often commit crimes simply because they want to. They endanger people and cause destruction, driven by selfish desires. As heroes in training, you need to learn how to handle these types of obstacles while focusing on the task at hand. Think about carrying someone to the hospital, or rescuing a hostage or accident victim. Everyone suddenly became more serious. There was something about All Might that, even in his small might form, inspired others to do what was right, exceed expectations, and go beyond. The symbol of peace was indestructible in that way. They moved on to sorting out the teams. The first team consisted of Yaoyorozu Momo, Hagakure Toru, Shiro Hanta, Shoji Mizo, and Midoriya Izuku. The second team included Kaminari Denki, Kirishima Ijiro, Azui Tsu, Ashido Mina, and Sato Rikido. The villains for this round were Todoroki Shoto, Ojiro Mashireo, Mineta Minoru, Jiro Kyoka, Aoyama Yuga, and Bakugu Katsuki. The 2 teams entered ground beta through different routes while the villains scattered around. The remaining students and All Might went to the monitoring room. He activated the speakers and announced that they had 15 minutes to start the game. The horn sounded, and immediately the teams began to make their moves. Team A, as soon as they found a suitable place to hide their flag, Midoriya began to formulate a plan. Considering his team members, it made sense to leave Hagakure and Shoji at the base. Shoji could easily detect the enemy, and Hagakure's stealth would be more effective for defense since she lacked physical strength. Midoriya and Shiro would act as the first line of offense, utilizing their mobility. The main force would be Yaoyorozu. Although she wasn't the strongest in combat, her strategic mind would be invaluable. Midoriya's idea was to draw attention to himself and Shiro, giving Yaoyorozu the opportunity to locate the enemy base, sneak in, and steal the flag. He also had to consider the opposing team and its members. Sato and Kirishima were likely to be on the offensive, given their quirks and personalities. Ashido and Tsu also had considerable mobility, which meant they could act as scouts or split into 2 teams, combining strength and agility. However, Midoriya suspected they would charge in together while Kaminari's area of effect quirk provided a defensive measure. As for the villains, he knew they could encounter any of them at any moment, so he chose not to plan for that just yet. He shared his thoughts with the team, and his teammates generally agreed, but he expected Yaoyorozu to contribute more to their strategy. Instead, she seemed determined to keep her distance while they were inside the building they had chosen to hide the flag. Shiro and Midoriya moved across the city, using the rooftops to gain a better view of the area and possibly draw attention to themselves. Their plan was working well, perhaps too well. Suddenly, a sparkling beam of light cut through the air, severing Shiro's tape while he was in midair, causing him to tumble and roll on the rooftop. Midoriya saw this and instinctively jumped back to help his partner, narrowly avoiding a powerful explosion with a flip in the air. He rushed to Shiro, helped him up, and quickly moved under a water tank. They then heard footsteps and a familiar voice. Bakugu made it clear that Midoriya would not get past this point, small explosions forming in his hands, his expression menacing. Shiro remarked that facing Bakugo right at the start was unfortunate, and he was about to leap out of their hiding spot when Midoriya stopped him. Not yet. Aoyama is watching us from the nearby buildings. He will cut your tape before you can escape, Midoriya explained. Then what should we do? Shiro asked. I'll think of something, Midoriya replied. Team B, once they found a suitable place to hide their flag, Team B set off to pursue the enemy flag while Kaminari stood guard, just as Midoriya had predicted. With Todoroki and Bakugo as villains, they recognized the need to work together rather than go solo. It might take a little longer, but they could navigate obstacles as a powerful offensive unit, heading straight for their objective. Kirishima wisely pointed out that Midoriya would have anticipated this and suggested they finish it as quickly as possible. The team agreed with him, especially Mina and Tsuyu, who had their own reasons for wanting to avoid crossing paths with Midoriya at that moment. As the horn sounded, the group began to move, but before they could make any significant progress toward locating the enemy base, a massive iceberg appeared before them, a troubling sign. Perched atop the cold mountain was Todoroki Shoto, a half-cold, half-hot teen, wearing an amused expression. He mused to himself about encountering Team B first and wondered if he should have insisted on sticking with Bakugo, who he suspected had already found Midoriya. Meanwhile, down on the street, the students wore expressions of anxiety. One student voiced his concern about the situation, while another reassured him that they simply needed to get past Todoroki. However, the challenge seemed daunting, prompting a girl to remind them that they were not all boys. Another student declared that what mattered was the courage in their hearts. Just then, Ojiro emerged from an alley, surrounding the group and taking a fighting stance, determined not to let Todoroki steal the spotlight. Back to back, Team B found themselves in a tight spot, unsure of their next move. They needed to think quickly. In a different part of the city, Yaoyorozu moved stealthily through the streets and alleys, scanning every corner before sprinting to her next cover. She crafted a pair of binoculars to spot the enemy hideout from a distance and set up tripwires with small rattles to prevent any surprise attacks. Despite her reluctance to admit it, she recognized Midoriya's talent for analyzing situations and planning ahead. Moments later, a loud explosion echoed from the direction the boys had gone, followed by the sight of a massive iceberg forming. This gave her a lead on the enemy base, but she knew that heading straight there could lead to encounters with more villains or Team B. With this in mind, she decided to take a small detour, allowing her to move faster now that she had a clearer destination. As she sprinted across the street, she reached a large garage and slipped inside. The dark space was filled with crates, creating a maze-like environment. She conjured a small candle for light, finding it easier than using an electric lantern, and navigated the maze until she felt something latch onto her ankle. Bringing the candle closer, she realized with a start that it was a small purple sphere, and she knew exactly where it had come from. An ominous laugh echoed through the garage. Mineta welcomed her to his web, declaring that she was now in his grasp. Yaoyorozu felt a mix of annoyance and amusement at his antics. She could hear him clearly, as well as Jiro, who had also been caught up in the chaos. The two exchanged banter, with Jiro expressing her frustration at being paired with Mineta. They both realized that they needed to work together to escape the sticky situation. Yaoyorozu continued to tread carefully, holding the candle low to the ground. She was aware that Mineta was moving around, and she couldn't afford to let him catch her off guard. The tension heightened when she unexpectedly encountered Jiro around a corner, who already had some spheres stuck to her. Jiro signaled for silence and plugged one of her jacks into a crate, prompting Yaoyorozu to create something in response. Jiro then noticed a small piece of paper near her foot, which read, "I have a plan." Jiro listened intently, ready to collaborate on their escape. Team A Midoriya and Shiro hid beneath the water tank, listening to Bakugo's fierce declaration. The tension was palpable, and Shiro noted Bakugo's aggression with a hint of concern. They had already tested their options and knew that if Shiro launched a tape to escape, Aoyama would cut it with his naval laser. Bakugo was waiting for Midoriya in the open, eager for a confrontation, but also serving as an obstacle. Midoriya couldn't afford to engage Aoyama, and Shiro stood no chance against Bakugo's explosive quirk. Midoriya proposed a risky plan that required swift action. Shiro was intrigued and ready to listen. They prepared themselves, with Midoriya activating full cowl and assuming a running stance. On the count of 3, Midoriya dashed from their hiding spot, leaping at Bakugo with his fist poised to strike. Bakugo's grin widened as he effortlessly dodged the attack, anticipating Midoriya's reckless approach. In a fluid motion, Bakugo twisted on his feet, unleashing an explosion that sent shockwaves through the ground, propelling Midoriya away. However, Midoriya's momentum allowed him to roll and regain his footing just in time to evade another explosive punch. Bakugo continued his relentless pursuit, demolishing everything in his path while Midoriya narrowly dodged each attack. Bakugo shouted for Midoriya to stop running and face him, but Midoriya had no intention of giving in. He declared that he didn't need to get past Bakugo, signaling Shiro to execute their plan. In a clever feint, Midoriya pretended to jump to the side, closing the distance to Bakugo. The explosive teen reacted quickly, but not quickly enough, as Midoriya seized his wrists, forcing his arms down just before an explosion erupted, creating a cloud of dust. Inspired by Uraraka, Midoriya aimed to obscure Aoyama's vision with the dust. Shiro seized the opportunity, launching his tapes in 2 different directions. One was cut by Aoyama's laser, while the other adhered to a nearby building. With all his strength, Shiro retracted the tape, swiftly exiting the area and swinging around the structure. Bakugo noticed and leaped to intercept Shiro, but as he left the ground, he had to use his blast to dodge Midoriya's attack. Midoriya executed a powerful smash, narrowly missing Bakugo but buying crucial time for Shiro to continue with the plan. He planted his hands on the ground and delivered a vertical kick, forcing Bakugo to dodge once more. Meanwhile, Shiro maneuvered around the buildings, evading Aoyama's line of sight. When Aoyama finally spotted him, it was too late. Shiro crashed through the window, quickly ensnaring Aoyama in tape, immobilizing him in a way that prevented him from using his laser. Shiro apologized for the awkward position, promising to free Aoyama later. Aoyama, though bound, accepted the situation with tears glistening on his face. Team B, against Todoroki and Ojiro, Kirishima questioned Ishido's plan while fending off Ojiro's attacks with his hardening quirk. Ishido, dodging another icy geyser, assured him that it was the best strategy they could devise. Todoroki, calm and collected, sat atop an ice block, generating ice faster than Ishido could melt it. Each time they attempted to approach him, a wall of flames erupted in their path. Ojiro kept isolating them, disrupting their formation, making communication difficult. Exchanging determined glances, they set their plan into motion. Kirishima shifted his focus from Ojiro to Todoroki, charging straight at the fire and ice user. Ojiro pursued him, but Ishido blocked his path. Kirishima sprinted past Sato, who seized him by the arm and launched him like a cannonball at Todoroki. An ice wall appeared, but Kirishima's quirk shattered it effortlessly. Now in close range, Kirishima had an opportunity to confront Todoroki, but he still faced the challenge of the flames. The heat was intense, even for his hardened skin, and he needed a way to overcome it. Todoroki realized that allowing Kirishima to remain close in his current state could lead to trouble, so he relied on his friend's strength and intensified the heat and flames he emitted, enveloping Kirishima in a massive inferno. To his surprise, Kirishima burst forth from the flames, arm drawn back, ready to deliver a powerful strike. If Todoroki hadn't reacted quickly and created an ice pillar between them, Kirishima would have sent him flying much farther than a few meters. Kirishima's punch shattered the ice, striking Todoroki, though with considerably less force than intended. Todoroki, rising with a smile, remarked on the situation, questioning if they were truly not monsters. Kirishima, maintaining his usual grin despite appearing fatigued, responded that Todoroki was the one creating ice mountains and turning the area into a fiery chaos. He noted that his quirk was losing effectiveness, and his skin was returning to normal, admitting he needed to work on his endurance. Todoroki inquired if Kirishima could pause for a breath, to which Kirishima confidently replied that he had done his part. Just then, the glacier Todoroki had initially created began to tremble. He turned to see Sato breaking through it, creating an opening for Tsuyu, who quickly dashed through, eager to escape. Todoroki realized he couldn't allow them to proceed unchecked, declaring that Sato had to face him now. Sato charged at Todoroki, fists poised to strike, but Todoroki swiftly acted another ice wall, thinner than the last. Sato teased Todoroki about running low on ice, while Todoroki countered with a playful jab about Sato's sugar consumption. Meanwhile, Ishido was still grappling with Ojiro, pleased that her plan was unfolding as intended. Tsuyu was among the fastest, and Ishido knew she needed to distract Todoroki to allow Sato to break through the barrier while keeping Ojiro occupied. Ishido, being quite athletic, was managing Ojiro well, though his tail posed a significant challenge. Unable to overpower him, she aimed to unbalance him using his own strength, but his tail was both useful and unpredictable. An idea struck her, and she began to circle him, skidding with her acid and narrowly avoiding his attacks. Ojiro playfully urged her to stay still, claiming he wouldn't hit too hard, but Ishido was determined to win. She launched drops of acid at him, but he leaped high using his tail to evade the attack. Ojiro soon realized Ishido had set a trap. The ground was slick with her acid, and, as he landed, he slipped, losing his balance. Just then, Ishido had melted a lamp post at its base, causing it to topple onto him. It wasn't heavy, but without a solid footing, he found himself stuck. Surprised, Ojiro commented on the unexpected turn of events, while Ishido assured him she would help him out later. Just then, something flew overhead. Earlier, Shiro had arrived at the scene, observing the chaos. Unsure of what was happening, he recognized that getting involved could be risky. He needed to navigate past them without being caught, so he launched tape onto the buildings and stepped back, creating a human slingshot. As the tape reached its limit, he leaped and retracted, soaring over Team B and the villains, much to Ishido's astonishment. Determined not to let him escape, Ishido pursued, transitioning to sliding with her acid to catch up. Todoroki considered following them but was compelled to stay put as Sato began hurling ice blocks at him. Though he could melt them with his flames, he understood that the goal was to keep him immobilized. TC, I should have ended it sooner, huh? // Team A. Taro was furious as she shouted about finding Mineta, who was hiding nearby. Yaoyorozu was focused on creating something on the floor, trying to ignore the annoying comments from the little troublemaker. Would you please be quiet? Yaoyorozu-san, I bet you are already covered in my creations, Mineta teased. Jiro's frustration grew as she felt her eyes twitch. She was angry not only at Mineta but also at herself for getting stuck in this situation. The game had started, and she had wandered into this area, thinking she would encounter someone. She had chosen this specific location because the buildings were close together, allowing her to use her quirk to detect nearby people. However, she had entered a garage and found herself entangled in Mineta's traps. Listen up, you little pest. You're going to regret this, Jiro warned. Mineta's response was mocking, and Jiro felt her anger boiling over. She plugged one of her jacks into a crate, trying to focus. It doesn't have to make sense because you are flat, he continued. Jiro was ready to take action, her thoughts racing. She was determined to deal with Mineta, even if it meant breaking the rules. As tempting as it sounds, we cannot do that, Yaoyorozu reminded her. I know, Yaoyorozu-chan. Are you ready? Ready. Now we need to find that grape-headed troublemaker. Leave that to me, he won't stop talking. With that, they began to move carefully, avoiding the traps Mineta had set. Every few steps, Jiro used her quirk to locate him. How can there be so many of those things? Jiro wondered. As soon as we entered ground beta, he ran away. I guess he found this place and started throwing those things around, Yaoyorozu explained. Yeah, but there has to be a limit, right? Huh. And what do you think my training was for? My limits have doubled, no, tripled. He's just making this up, right? Of course, Jiro-chan. Hey, I mean it. How many of those things do you think are around? Don't know, don't care. All I know is that soon you'll be seeing stars. All talk and no action. I almost feel sorry for you sometimes. Keep talking and you won't see what hits you. Like you could do anything. Even with Yaoyorozu's help, There's no way you could find me. Oh, is that so? Of course, Yaoyorozu. I mean, it's not like she can see anything in here and… I don't need to see when you can't keep your mouth shut for even a minute. Mineta felt a chill run down his spine as he looked up to see Jiro and Yaoyorozu looming over him, their expressions fierce in the dim light. I'm sorry for the silly trap. I didn't mean anything by it. He stammered. Jiro cracked her knuckles while Yaoyorozu prepared some restraints. Mineta realized he was in serious trouble. In the end, Mineta found himself dizzy, tied up in a straitjacket and additional restraints, unable to speak. Tears of regret filled his eyes, not for the trap he had set, but for missing a chance to interact with Yaoyorozu. Outside the garage, the two girls let out a sigh of relief. Yaoyorozu stepped back and created a staff, taking a fighting stance, leaving Jiro puzzled. What are you doing? Jiro asked. Well, you are in the role of the villain, right? Yaoyorozu replied. Oh, that… All Might said that villains do what they want, but I'm not in the mood for that right now, so let's just say you won, okay? Really? Yeah. I have a lot on my mind right now. If it helps, I don't think he will be coming over here. That's nice. You should head out. Just a heads up, don't take the main road. Todoroki is nearby. Thanks. See you later. As Yaoyorozu resumed her task, Jiro found a spot to rest, both of them with thoughts of a certain green-haired boy lingering in their minds. Team A Midoriya, Bakugo was furious. He could feel it in his left eye twitching and his teeth grinding together. Midoriya had warned him that one day he would shatter his own teeth. So Bakugo was determined to take the lead, was he? Midoriya had no intention of backing down. In other words, he was planning to win. Bakugo was furious, vowing to show Midoriya his place. A massive explosion propelled Bakugo forward, and another blast sent him spinning through the air, crashing down just inches away from Midoriya. He relentlessly pursued him, throwing explosive punches that barely missed the green-haired boy. Midoriya was clearly on the defensive, which only fueled Bakugo's anger. Did he think he could win by simply running away? That was typical of Deku, but it only infuriated Bakugo further. He wished Deku would just give up and accept defeat. Bakugo shouted in frustration, demanding to know if Midoriya was playing games. Midoriya, focused and determined, replied that he had no time for such nonsense. He made a feint and closed in on Bakugo, throwing a punch. Bakugo scoffed, insisting it wouldn't work a second time. Midoriya knew that all too well. He dove under Bakugo, narrowly avoiding another blast, and planted his hands on the ground to launch a powerful kick to Bakugo's side. Though it was a strong blow, Bakugo managed to withstand it, fueled by sheer rage, and grabbed Midoriya's leg, spinning him and slamming him down. Midoriya, slightly dazed, found himself in an arm lock as Bakugo threatened to unleash an explosion at point-blank range. Bakugo demanded Midoriya give up, suggesting that he might let him leave with just a few burns. But Midoriya was resolute, declaring that giving up was not an option. With a burst of energy, he activated Full Cowl, propelling both of them into the air. Using his free arm, he seized Bakugo's shirt and twisted them in midair. With a powerful move, he unleashed Oklahoma Smash, sending Bakugo flying away, crashing into another building while Midoriya landed gracefully. Taking a moment to glance back at his rival, he dashed away, realizing he had spent more time than intended and needed to return to his plan quickly. He leaped across rooftops, scanning for Zero but instead spotting Azui. He hadn't expected Team B to split up. Given the distance she had traveled, something must have happened to Team B, similar to his situation with Zero. He knew that somewhere his teammates could be facing off against the villains, with Todoroki being the first to come to mind. Midoriya had to choose between supporting them or preventing Azui from discovering their hideout. If they continued like this, they would have to contend with Bakugo or Todoroki. Azui's agility meant that mere defensive measures wouldn't hold her back for long, forcing them to recover their flag while dealing with the villains. He estimated that Yaoyorozu should be near the enemy base, and if luck was on his side, Zero wouldn't be far behind. The members of Team B who could handle Todoroki were Kirishima and Sato, and with Tsuyu right there, that left Kaminari at the base and Ishido as an unknown factor. Making a detour could help Midoriya shake off Bakugo for a while longer. Determined, he set off. Tsuyu was moving as quickly as she could, leaping through the area. She had seen Zero just moments ago and used his direction as a reference to locate the enemy base. Realizing that speed was more crucial than stealth at that moment, she pushed forward. However, she soon regretted her choice as a figure crackled with energy bounced off the walls, skidding to a halt in front of her. A frown crossed her face, one she couldn't hide. Of all people to appear. Bakugo apologized, addressing her as Tsuyu-san, stating he wouldn't let her pass. She stood frozen, trembling slightly, her head lowered and fists clenched tightly. Something was clearly troubling her. She questioned why it had to be him. Bakugo, taken aback, asked her to repeat herself. Tsuyu looked up, revealing an expression of pure anger that shocked him. He asked what was wrong, but she demanded he not call her that way. Midoriya understood the reason behind her anger. He had ignored it until now, but it was evident that the girls had been acting differently around him. After everything that had happened, it was only natural. He had hoped time would heal the rift, or at least that it wouldn't affect their teamwork as heroes in training. But he realized he had been naive. What had occurred couldn't simply be brushed aside, yet he still held onto the hope that his friends would eventually forgive him. Azui felt a surge of frustration as she confronted Midoriya. She couldn't contain her anger, wanting to confront him directly about Uraraka. Midoriya instinctively stepped back, sensing the intensity of Azui's emotions. Although she wasn't the strongest, her determination was intimidating. He realized he couldn't unleash his full power like he did in his battles with Bakugo, but holding back could lead to trouble. He needed to think quickly as Azui began to circle him, searching for an opening. Running away was no longer an option. He needed to clarify his relationship with Uraraka amidst the chaos. With a swift motion, Azui leaped to the side, using a lamp post to propel herself toward Midoriya. She struck him with both feet before bouncing away, surprising him with her strength. He had underestimated her, but there was no time to dwell on that as she attacked again. Azui kept hitting him and evading his counters, her agility making it difficult for him to respond effectively. Midoriya decided to match her energy. Engaging his full cowl, he began to leap around, trying to keep up with her movements. The atmosphere felt like a pinball machine as they exchanged blows mid-air, each trying to outmaneuver the other. Azui landed on a lamppost, using her tongue to anticipate Midoriya's landing. He struggled against her grip, careful not to use too much force. In a sudden twist, Azui released her hold and launched herself at him, knocking him off balance. Reacting quickly, Midoriya planted his hands on the ground and executed a maneuver that wrapped his legs around her, sending her tumbling to the ground. Azui recovered quickly, but Midoriya was faster. He faked a punch, catching her in a headlock, his arms securing her. She fought against him, but he held firm. "Azui, just give me a moment," he urged. She was taken aback, questioning where he had learned such a technique. "Ojiro taught me some moves," he replied. Azui struggled for a moment longer before finally relenting, her body going limp as she exhaled deeply. "Fine, do what you want," she said, her tone resigned. Midoriya was confused by her response. He only wanted to talk, not escalate the situation further. "Is this what you said to her?" Azui pressed, her skepticism evident. Midoriya reassured her that he would never harm Uraraka and that she was still the same person, despite any changes she might have shown. "Forgive me if I'm skeptical," Azui replied. "So, will you take me too?" Midoriya was taken aback, stammering that he hadn't even considered that possibility. "It seems fitting for you, doesn't it? Defenseless girls relying on you," she challenged. He was stunned by her perception of him and Uraraka. Before he could respond, a loud sound erupted, startling both him and Azui. He instinctively released her to cover his ears, only to receive a kick to his stomach. As the noise faded, he saw Jiro helping Azui to her feet. "Are you okay, Tsu?" Jiro asked, concern in her voice. "I'm fine, but I'll feel better when I get to hit him." Azui glared at Midoriya, her anger still simmering. Both girls seemed ready to confront him, and Midoriya realized he had wasted too much time without explaining anything. The situation had escalated, and he needed to escape. Deciding to flee rather than fight, he activated his full cowl and dashed away, with Jiro and Azui hot on his heels, completely forgetting the training objectives. Team B Sato vs Todoroki. Sato realized he needed to stop taking it easy on his classmates. No one in Class 1A was playing around. He continued to throw ice blocks and heavy objects at Todoroki, who had to either dodge or use his flames. However, Todoroki was starting to feel the strain, both mentally and physically. He was unaware that Sato's sugar rush had increased in duration. At the beginning of the year, Sato would have been exhausted by now, but the buff teen was surprisingly focused. Todoroki had also made significant progress with his flames and using both powers together, but he still struggled with relying too much on his quirk. Prolonged fights were a challenge for him, and he could feel the strain on his body, with his ice side feeling cold and his fire side aching. It was fun, he thought, but he needed to end this soon. Sato picked up another ice block and tossed it at Todoroki, who launched flames to melt the ice into a cloud. From the cloud emerged a piece of metal, a street sign swung by Sato. Todoroki created an ice pillar, but it didn't rise quickly enough, only reducing the impact. Sato charged after him, bending the street sign into a U shape, believing Todoroki was weak enough to be held in place. Kirishima had used his quirk until he ran out of stamina and was now resting inside a building. Todoroki struggled to get up, breathing heavily from the hit to his side. Sato towered over him, ready to pin him down, a smirk forming as he imagined defeating the prodigy, Todoroki Shoto. However, that smirk faded into confusion and then surprise when he found himself trapped in an ice pillar. He couldn't believe it. He thought Todoroki was out of ice. Todoroki explained that he had some issues with relying too much on his quirk, but he always kept a little saved for moments like this. Sato expressed his disappointment at not being able to act cool while defeating him. Todoroki reassured him that he was practically out of the game and the ice wouldn't break easily. Despite the cold, Sato felt himself getting tired. Todoroki checked the heartbeats of his sleeping classmate when a blur passed above his head, a glimpse of green indicating. Who was? Midoriya, looking frustrated, was followed closely by Jiro and Azui, who were obviously pursuing him. Feeling worn out, Todoroki chose not to stop them or pursue Midoriya, though the thought was tempting. He allowed himself to slide down onto the ice block where Sato was trapped, knowing he could melt the ice in a few minutes. Team A, Shiro vs Team B. Ashido, Shiro spotted the pink girl pursuing him and had to admit he was impressed by her ability to keep up. He needed to discover where the base was. Swinging himself up, he reached the rooftops, escaping Ashido's view. Meanwhile, Ashido skidded to a halt, realizing she had lost him. However, she noted that he didn't seem to know where the base was, so she decided to warn Kaminari. She ran through an alley and entered a tall building through the back door, unaware of the observer following her. From the rooftop, Shiro had been watching her since he arrived. He also noticed someone else, Yaoyorozu. He quickly jumped down to her and relayed what he had seen, mentioning that Todoroki was nearby and that Midoriya was holding Bakugo. Yaoyorozu decided to enter the building and attempt to capture the flag themselves. Their plan was straightforward. Shiro would break in and keep Ashido, and possibly Kaminari, occupied while Yaoyorozu searched for the flag. Once she found it, she would create a distraction, hand the flag to Shiro, and hold off the enemies for as long as she could, allowing her teammate to return to the base safely. It seemed like a solid plan, and they set it into motion. Shiro positioned himself on the rooftop of the building across from where Ashido had entered, while Yaoyorozu waited at the corner, ready to go in. On the count of 3, Shiro jumped, using his tapes to latch onto the wall and propel himself past the window of the 3rd floor, where he had seen a silhouette he believed to be Ashido. To his surprise, he found a mannequin with a wig resembling Ashido's hair. Suddenly, the real Ashido emerged from the shadows, flipping like a gymnast, and kicked Shiro, sending him crashing to the ground. The wooden floor broke beneath him, and he fell through the other floors until he landed in the underground garage. Ashido had used her acid to weaken the structure, creating a trap. Dazed but determined, Shiro pushed himself to keep going, but he barely had time to recover before a bolt of electricity shot up from the ground, narrowly missing him. Shiro was caught off guard when he saw Kaminari. He had just arrived at the base, but his excitement quickly turned to concern as Kaminari informed him that they had hidden it elsewhere. Ashido rushed down the stairs, delivering a playful slap to Kaminari's head before positioning herself to block Shiro's escape routes. Shiro felt the pressure mounting as he glanced around, desperately searching for an opening. Then, he looked up at the hole he had fallen through, a smirk forming on his face as he realized he had an advantage. He declared that Kaminari had miscounted, revealing that he was not alone. Suddenly, the ceiling above Kaminari shattered as Midoriya burst through, his fist breaking the concrete. Moments earlier, Yaoyorozu had overheard Kaminari's loud comments about the hideout and had quickly informed Midoriya of their plan. Understanding the situation, Midoriya leaped into action, tackling Kaminari and sending him flying. Meanwhile, Shiro attempted to restrain Ashido, but her acid was quickly dissolving his tape. Midoriya called out for a change in strategy, and with determination he jumped off one of the walls, aiming for Ashido. She countered with her acid veil, creating a protective wall, but Midoriya had a plan. With a flick of his finger, he unleashed a powerful gust of wind that blew away the acid wall, causing some of it to splatter onto Ashido. While the acid only stung slightly, it was enough to melt her breathes, revealing her light pink underwear adorned with small red ribbons. Both of them froze, their eyes locked on the unexpected sight. As Midoriya broke through the ceiling, he inadvertently damaged some pipes, causing water to pool around them. Shiro was gaining the upper hand against Kaminari, skillfully dodging his electric attacks while using his tape to control the situation. He acknowledged Kaminari's skills but felt confident he could outmaneuver him. Shiro taunted Kaminari, claiming he was already defeated. With a grin, he initiated a chain reaction with his tape, ensnaring Kaminari in a cocoon. He named his move Spider Trap, to which Kaminari suggested a more dramatic title. In response, Kaminari unleashed his maximum output, sending a surge of electricity through the ground. Shiro, standing in a puddle, was caught off guard and was electrocuted, collapsing with smoke rising from his uniform. Meanwhile, Kaminari, wrapped in tape, was left dazed and confused. Back with Midoriya and Ashido, the tension was palpable as they both remained frozen in shock. Midoriya was the first to regain his composure, stammering an apology, but Ashido was furious. She charged at him, her hands coated in acid, ready to unleash her wrath. Midoriya barely managed to evade her attack, his eyes wide with fear as he realized the seriousness of the situation. Ashido accused him of being a pervert and an enemy of all women, referencing a previous incident involving Uraraka. Midoriya attempted to defend himself, but before he could finish, he was struck from behind and sent crashing into a column. Azui and Jiro had just arrived on the scene, and Midoriya found himself in a precarious position, with a kunai dangerously close to his head. Looking up, he saw Yaoyorozu glaring down at him from the hole above, already preparing more dangerous objects. He had never felt such fear at the sound of his own name. Meanwhile, the scene shifted back to Todoroki and Sato, who were engaged in their own battle. Sato was keeping Todoroki occupied, allowing Kirishima to regain his energy and make a run for it. Though he couldn't use his quirk effectively, he was still determined to move. As he dashed through the streets, the distant sound of explosions echoed around him. Bakugu! He soon encountered the explosive teen, who rushed over and grabbed his uniform while shouting, "Hardhead! Where's Deku?" "Midoriya. I didn't see him, but I bet he's probably reaching our base by now." "Where's it at?" "Huh. The base. Where?" "This way, the small store in the middle of two tall garages." Bakugu released him and ran in the direction Kirishima pointed, but before he left, he called out to Kirishima, "Hardhead. What? Are you really that clueless? The flag is over there." Bakugu pointed, and Kirishima spotted a column of smoke not too far away. "Make sure you get it. Shitty Deku won't win anything today," he declared before taking off, using his explosions to propel himself. "Well, this is your way of helping. Alright, I can't throw that favor away." Kirishima followed the smoke, and as he got closer, he felt a surge of nervousness. There was a large hole on the side of a store, and he could see Shoji moving rocks around, as if searching for something. Then he heard a familiar voice. "Shoji-san. I found the flag." Both Shoji and Kirishima turned to see a blue uniform bouncing up and down, with a small green ball, the flag, hovering above it. Shoji noticed Kirishima and exchanged a glance before turning back to his invisible teammate. "Hagakure. Get out of here." She also spotted Kirishima, who was already running after her. Shoji positioned himself in front of Kirishima to buy Hagakure some time. "Going somewhere?" "Yeah, I have a flag to capture and a game to win, so I have to go now." "Only over me, buddy." "Sure. That's how a man does things." Kirishima realized it would be tough to get past Shoji without using his quirk, so he had to think quickly. The extra limbs were challenging to deal with. Shoji was feeling somewhat fatigued. Suddenly, Bakugo appeared, blasting everything and shouting Midoriya's name along with a selection of colorful insults aimed at the green-haired boy. The flag got lost in the rubble, and Shoji shielded Hagakure from a secondary explosion caused by a small gas cylinder. Bakugo left after failing to find Midoriya. They had to relocate their hideout since it was practically destroyed, but first, they needed to find the flag. Just when Hagakure found it, Kirishima arrived. They were in a stall, exchanging punches without either backing down. At that moment, Kirishima decided to try something different. "Ashido. Tsu. Go after Hagakure. I'll hold Shoji here." Shoji paused to think. Kirishima had come alone, but if Midoriya was right about Team B's movements, the rest of them should be nearby, yet he wasn't detecting anyone on his radar. Suddenly, he heard a noise from around the corner of the store and turned to look. In that split second, Kirishima dove under Shoji, holding his legs and lifting him up quickly, sending the Dupliarms boy to the ground. Kirishima faked that his team was around and tossed a rock at the corner, hoping to distract his living radar friend. It wasn't the most honorable way to get past Shoji, but it would have to do. Now, he needed to go after Hagakure. When Kirishima stepped out of the remains of the store, he saw Hagakure, or rather her clothes, not far in the middle of the street. Shoji also emerged from the store, his eyes widening as they landed on the floating uniform. "Hagakure. You should be running right now." "What? I thought you could beat him." "Hagakure, stay right where you are." Both Kirishima and Shoji began to chase after the invisible girl, who panicked and ran away. Kirishima was slightly faster than Shoji and nearly equal to Hagakure, so the Dupliarms teen was gradually falling behind while the redhead and invisible girl maintained a steady distance. Hagakure continued to run aimlessly with Kirishima hot on her heels and Shoji managing to keep up, until they reached the road where Todoroki, Sato, and Ojiro were still stuck in a slippery trap. She immediately turned to avoid them and dashed through the alleys and passages between the buildings, deciding to use her tactical advantage, removing her clothes. And where did she end up? Near Team B's base, where a group of determined girls were trying to get their hands on none other than Midoriya Izuku. Midoriya had to exit the underground floor he was in since there was no room for him to move, and now it was an open scramble between him and the angry girls. Well, scramble, in a sense, as he was mostly dodging punches, kicks, sharp objects, and loud sound waves, unsure how much longer he could keep it up. To make matters worse, he had no idea where the enemy flag was since the last hideout had been a decoy. Time was running out, and he was certain he wouldn't make it to their base, even if he had the flag right now, assuming these girls ever gave him a chance to escape. He needed to create some space and think, so he managed to bounce Azui back when she tried to kick him, sending her flying toward Kyoka, preventing her from using her quirk with the frog girl in her line of sight. A quick grab on Ishido's arm allowed him to execute a toss move he had used on Bakugo, applying less strength this time. With that, he easily jumped away from Yayorozu and her staff, but due to the whims of fate, he landed awkwardly, knocking into something and falling face-first onto the ground. Or did he? Midoriya was not touching the ground. There was a noticeable space between his body and the street, and he felt a strange warmth and softness on his face. He questioned himself, wondering about the softness as he rested his hand on the mysterious object, lightly squeezing it. Then it hit him. His face turned as red as a tomato as he quickly got up, trying to locate Hagekyur's hand to help her, his mouth running a stream of apologies. However, he was interrupted by a loud sound. Even though he knew she was invisible, Midoriya couldn't bring himself to look at Hagekyur. His right cheek was hot, marked by a small handprint. The slap, though not as painful as the powerful punches he had endured before, shook him to his core. To make matters worse, he sensed the menacing presence of 4 other girls who had been pursuing him just moments ago. This was the end, wasn't it? The familiar voice calling his name jolted him back to reality. Almost instinctively, he activated full cowl and jumped away, narrowly avoiding Bakugo's landing that created a small crater. In the process, he instinctively grabbed Hagekyur, earning another loud slap on the left side of his face as she flailed to escape his grasp. He carefully set her down and turned to face his rival, who emerged from the crater, glaring at him with intense rage. Midoriya realized he had 2 choices: deal with the 5 girls who wanted to take him down or face Bakugo in full fury. It was clear what he had to do. He braced himself as Bakugo charged at him, shouting with fury. An explosion erupted, destroying part of the store behind Midoriya. He leaped high to avoid the blast, but the maneuver came at a cost. As he fell, he had no way to dodge Bakugo's next attack, who was ready to unleash a powerful blast. Just then, Azui swooped in, using her tongue to pull him out of harm's way while still in midair. However, as he landed, he hit the ground face first and narrowly avoided a strike from Yaoyorozu's staff. Quickly recovering, he put some distance between himself and the group of girls. Bakugo shouted for the girls to stay out of his way as he continued to chase Midoriya, who was desperately trying to avoid being harmed. It seemed everyone wanted to take him down. Kirishima, however, was busy in the wreckage of the store, searching for something. The flag was supposed to be around there, right? Shoji, observing from a distance, used his quirk to gather information and decided to act. Once Kirishima found the flag, Shoji snuck up behind him, flipping the redhead over and seizing the enemy flag. Using his own trick against him, Kirishima exclaimed in surprise. Midoriya saw Shoji with the flag and called out to him. Just then, Bakugo landed a direct hit on Midoriya, sending him crashing into a mailbox. As he struggled to recover, Bakugo launched himself into the air, preparing to deliver another explosive punch. But Shoji intervened, holding Bakugo's arms and causing his attack to miss. Shoji then created an extra hand and passed the flag to Midoriya, who managed to grab it and start running, understanding Shoji's plan. Bakugo freed himself and attempted to kick Shoji, but the tall teen held his ground. Kirishima spotted the Team A flag floating near Ishido and Azui. He called out to them to get the flag, knowing they would win if they brought it to the base. However, they ignored him and continued pursuing Midoriya, who activated full cowl again, wincing from the pain of his previous injuries. He shouted for them to go after the other flag, the one in Hagekyur's hand. Azui barely missed, wrapping Midoriya with her tongue as he jumped at the last second. Bakugo, now free, rocketed toward Midoriya, ready to blast him. Kirishima was closing in on Hagekyur. And then, the horn finally sounded. Game set. Team A wins by having the enemy flag at the end of the time. Kirishima stumbled and fell to the ground, feeling the disappointment of being so close to victory. Bakugo landed and immediately began shouting into the air, as was his usual habit. Midoriya paused, releasing a tired breath, hoping for a moment of peace. However, he was suddenly tackled from behind, sending him sprawling to the ground. A group of girls quickly piled onto his back, each one eager to hold him down. With no choice left, he activated his quirk to slowly rise, but it took the combined efforts of Kirishima, Shoji, a slightly burnt Zero, and Todoroki to finally free him from their grasp. By the time he was liberated, Midoriya bore scratches and bruises all over, but thankfully his bones remained intact, which he considered a minor victory. All Might had been absent during the chaos because he needed to take medication to prevent him from coughing excessively, but he had forgotten it in the teacher's room. Meanwhile, Tokoyami, Ida, Uraraka, and Koji stood by, watching the frantic end of the game, too stunned to react. Somewhere in town, Aoyama finally escaped his predicament, focusing his laser to create a precise line that narrowly avoided his legs. He felt a sense of pride in his accomplishment. Mineta, on the other hand, remained stuck and lamenting his lost opportunity. The other match progressed much better, with both teams dedicated to capturing each other's flags throughout the game. The villains from the previous match were divided into two teams. Team C, consisting of Bakugo, Ida, Uraraka, Mineta, and Aoyama, and Team D, made up of Todoroki, Jiro, Tokoyami, Koji, and Ojiro. This time, Midoriya, Ashido, Hagakure, and Sato stood out, particularly due to the effects of Midoriya's quirk. It was clear that Midoriya kept his distance from the girls. In the end, Team C emerged victorious, benefiting from Ida's speed and Bakugo's fierce offensive style, which countered Todoroki's icy defenses. Tokoyami nearly pulled off a clever maneuver to capture the flag, making it a well-balanced match overall. After being dismissed by All Might and a half-asleep Aizawa, the students headed to the bathroom for a well-deserved shower. Midoriya was the first to enter and the first to leave, hurrying to the dorms to avoid certain individuals. He went straight to his room, locked the door, and collapsed onto his bed, quickly drifting off to sleep. He was only awakened by a gentle knock on the door and a soft voice he recognized well. "Deku-kun, is everything all right? You've been in your room since the special class ended." How long had he been sleeping? It felt like only minutes, maybe half an hour at most. He slowly got up and walked to the door, hesitating for a moment before unlocking and opening it to find Uraraka, her eyes filled with concern and a small smile. "Can I come in?" "Oh, sure." He opened the door wider and stepped aside to let her enter. She sat on his bed as he closed the door and then joined her, maintaining a respectful distance. Uraraka pouted slightly at the space between them but chose to let it slide, inching a little closer to him. "How long have I been sleeping?" he asked with a yawn. "Well, it's already dark outside, and you missed lunch and dinner." "Oh man, I didn't mean to crash like that," Midoriya said, glancing outside to see the moon high in the sky. "I thought you might be hungry, so I saved some for you. We had meat and potato stew today." She handed him a small box wrapped in pink tissue. Midoriya carefully untied it and opened the box, revealing the warm stew and a generous portion of rice, still steaming. "It's still warm. Actually, I heated it up in the microwave. I hope you don't mind." His stomach let out a loud growl, prompting a shared laugh between them and a blush to spread across Midoriya's cheeks. "Not at all." Midoriya ate quietly, savoring the meal Uraraka had brought him. While it wasn't the legendary homemade dish prepared by a girl, her thoughtfulness for his well-being made it feel special. However, an awkward silence settled between them as he ate. They were never silent when together, whether during lunch, in class, or when alone. That led them to confront the obvious issue. Every girl in the class seemed to want Midoriya as good as gone, at least in a metaphorical sense. Midoriya handed Uraraka the now empty box, thanking her for the food, and stood in silence for a long moment, staring at his carpet as if it were the most fascinating thing in the world, until he finally gave in. With a deep sigh, he cradled his head in his hands and looked down, finally speaking up. He admitted that he had made a serious mistake. Uraraka tried to reassure him, insisting that what had happened wasn't entirely his fault. But Midoriya insisted that he should have thought things through more carefully. He expressed that it wasn't that he didn't like her or enjoy their time together, but that there was a right way to handle things. Uraraka reiterated that she had acted on her own accord and that she was the one to take responsibility for her actions. Midoriya, however, felt that he had a part to play in the situation. He hesitated, trying to articulate his thoughts, suggesting that since she had come into his life, things had felt different. He wondered if he had spoken up sooner, perhaps things would have turned out differently. Uraraka challenged him, asking what he thought would have happened if he had said no. Midoriya, unable to find the words, simply nodded, his expression one of shame. Uraraka, seeing the weight he carried, moved closer and wrapped her arm around him, pulling him nearer. She asked him if his thoughts were his own or influenced by what others had said. Midoriya admitted that it made sense in a way, but Uraraka reminded him that she had fallen for him during their time together. If he wanted to blame himself, It should be for being so endearing and fit. Midoriya chuckled softly, and Uraraka playfully teased him about his smile. Despite his insistence on the seriousness of the situation, he couldn't help but laugh as she tickled him, her joy infectious. She encouraged him to embrace their happiness, insisting that it was okay to be joyful together. Once she let him catch his breath, she asked if he still believed they shouldn't be together or that he could hurt her. Midoriya admitted he didn't think that anymore, but he still felt they had crossed a line. Uraraka confessed that she had struggled with her feelings for him, and the more she tried to suppress them, the more attracted she became to him. She reassured him that he wasn't to blame for looking good, it was natural to react the way he did. Midoriya was surprised to hear her perspective, realizing that she appreciated his caring nature, even when he felt nervous. They discussed how people could change, and Uraraka explained that true understanding comes from spending meaningful time together. She acknowledged that her friends might not see the full picture of who she was, but Midoriya had come to know her deeply. Curious, he asked if she had always been interested in certain things. Uraraka admitted that her feelings for him had opened her eyes to new experiences. Midoriya, flustered, denied ever having inappropriate thoughts about others, and Uraraka playfully teased him about his innocence. She then asked if he had ever thought about her in that way, prompting him to question her straightforwardness. Uraraka simply stated that she preferred to be honest, revealing a playful side of herself that she kept hidden. Midoriya couldn't help but wonder if this was the best way for her to define herself, but he found himself intrigued by her openness. It was either that or something else entirely. Uraraka playfully suggested tying him up and teasing him, but Midoriya quickly clarified that she had misunderstood the concept of a yandere. Intrigued, she pressed him to explain, but he shyly opted not to. Uraraka was already leaning over Midoriya, her demeanor flirtatious as she got close to him. To tease him further, she playfully pressed against him, causing his cheeks to flush. She planted a quick kiss on his lips before running her fingers through his curly hair. She assured him that she would talk to the girls later to clear things up. Midoriya expressed his concern about how poorly things had gone when he tried to address the situation earlier, but Uraraka reassured him that people often didn't listen when emotions were high. She suggested they wait for everyone to calm down, confident that she could handle it. Midoriya trusted her judgment, though he was still a bit hesitant. Uraraka then complimented him, calling him sweet, and playfully suggested they could have some fun together. Midoriya, while tempted, insisted that they should keep things low-key until the situation was resolved. Uraraka agreed, acknowledging his wisdom. After a quick peck on his lips, Uraraka got up, grabbed her lunchbox, and waved goodbye as she left Midoriya's room. He felt a sense of relief wash over him, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. There was a side of Uraraka that no one else knew, and that made him feel special. He cherished the unique bond they shared, understanding her likes and dislikes, and even the little things that made her blush. Meanwhile, as Midoriya tried to keep his thoughts pure, Uraraka lay on her bed, contemplating how to approach her friends about her feelings for Deku-kun. She considered that the best way to convince someone might be to let them experience it for themselves, though not in the literal sense. A mischievous smile crossed her face as she plotted how to present her dear Deku-kun in a new light to her friends. Monday morning arrived, and as the sun rose, Midoriya was running laps on the track, finishing his 10th. He was still anxious about the situation with the girls in his class, so he had decided to exercise to distract himself. He had spent half of Sunday at the gym and the other half swimming, keeping a safe distance from any potential confrontations. After his workout, he quietly prepared for class, making sure not to wake anyone. He enjoyed the peaceful moments before the chaos of school began. Ida, usually the first to arrive, was surprised to see Midoriya waiting so early and complimented him on his dedication. They chatted briefly about their upcoming classes and training until their classmates began to fill the room. The atmosphere quickly became lively, with Ida trying his best to maintain order amidst the chatter. Midoriya noticed the subtle glares directed at him, but he tried to brush them off. When Aizawa-sensei entered, class commenced as usual. The lunch break arrived, followed by hero training. During lunch, a group of girls who had been glaring at Midoriya were approached by Uraraka, who seemed a bit anxious. She asked if they were free later that day to discuss something important. The girls exchanged worried glances but agreed to meet. Uraraka then walked away to join Ida and Midoriya, eating her lunch with her usual enthusiasm. After class, the girls received a message from Uraraka, asking them to meet in front of Ground Gamma at 10 p.m. It was an unusual time and place, leading them to speculate that she might be feeling embarrassed or hesitant about having Midoriya around. At exactly 10 hours, Yaoyorozu arrived at the Ground Gamma front gate. It was slightly dark, and she waited for her friend to arrive. She wondered what Uraraka wanted to discuss, thinking she had an idea, but then, suddenly, everything went black. Yaoyorozu slowly woke up, feeling quite different. Something was off, but she couldn't tell what it was. She realized she was upside down, her hands tied with ropes. She also noticed she didn't feel the weight of her body. More importantly, she wasn't alone. Beside her, also tied and floating like balloons, were Ashido, Azui, Jiro, and apparently Hagakure, as she could see a set of clothes floating nearby. Yaoyorozu called out to her friends, urging them to wake up. The other girls stirred from their slumber, displaying similar confusion. They all questioned their situation, trying to piece together what had happened. The last thing they remembered was arriving at Ground Gamma, and then nothing. Uraraka, now upside down to them, explained that she wanted to talk but doubted they would listen at first. Yaoyorozu insisted it was silly to keep them tied up, asking Uraraka to untie them. Uraraka playfully warned Ashido not to try to melt the ropes, hinting at the unpredictable nature of her quirk. Sighing, Yaoyorozu decided to go along with it, agreeing to listen. Uraraka smiled and began to explain her situation. She revealed that she and Deku were dating now, albeit in a complicated way. As his girlfriend, she felt it was important to address how Deku was feeling due to some things they had said and done. Yaoyorozu and the others expressed their frustrations regarding Deku's actions during a recent game, questioning whether their reactions were justified. Uraraka defended him, insisting he would never intentionally hurt anyone, including herself. The conversation shifted as they questioned what made Deku special to Uraraka. She described his kindness and how adorable he was when nervous, sharing her affection for him. As she spoke, her demeanor changed, and she mentioned his physical attributes, causing the girls to blush. Uraraka teased them, suggesting they were curious about her relationship with Deku. She challenged them, asserting that they were interested in what they had experienced together, even if they were reluctant to admit it. Yaoyorozu and the others struggled with their feelings about Deku, expressing confusion over Uraraka's transformation. She reassured them that she was still herself, just revealing a different side that they hadn't seen before. She emphasized that Deku hadn't changed her, at least not intentionally. Uraraka looked at Ashido with a mischievous glint in her eyes, her intentions clear. Ashido felt a mix of confusion and apprehension as she tried to wriggle free from her restraints. Uraraka moved closer, her smirk growing wider. She explained that no matter how many times she expressed her feelings, Ashido would never truly understand unless she experienced it for herself. Ashido was taken aback, her mind racing as she tried to comprehend Uraraka's words. Uraraka's determination was evident as she pulled Ashido closer, asserting her control. Uraraka began to tease Ashido, her hands exploring, prompting Ashido to squeal in surprise. The atmosphere shifted as Ashido struggled against her bonds, feeling a rush of conflicting emotions. Uraraka's playful taunts filled the air, and Ashido found herself caught in a whirlwind of sensations, her breath quickening. She felt a mix of embarrassment and an undeniable thrill, questioning her own feelings as Uraraka continued to tease her. As the teasing escalated, Ashido's protests became softer, her resolve wavering. Uraraka's confidence only grew, and she continued to playfully challenge Ashido's reactions, enjoying the moment. After a while, Uraraka released Ashido, who was left breathless and bewildered, her cheeks flushed. Ashido looked at Uraraka, trying to process what had just happened, while Uraraka moved on to the next person tied up. Uraraka approached Azui, pulling down the rope that held her. Azui looked up, her expression a mix of surprise and uncertainty. Uraraka's playful demeanor remained as she prepared to tease Azui in a similar fashion, her intentions clear. Azui tried to resist, but Uraraka's persistence was overwhelming. The teasing continued, and Azui found herself caught in a battle between her instincts and the unexpected sensations. Despite her confusion, she felt a strange thrill, unsure of how to react to the situation unfolding around her. Uraraka's playful nature shone through as she engaged with Azui, and the frog girl struggled to maintain her composure. The atmosphere was charged with tension, and Azui couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions as she navigated this unexpected encounter with her friend. Midoriya, even now, she still saw Ochako as a friend. Should she really be mad at him? Her thoughts were interrupted when she felt something different. Uraraka was moving closer, and she couldn't help but let out soft gasps, feeling her legs tremble slightly as the brunette continued her teasing. Azui was nearing her limit when Uraraka suddenly stopped, earning a confused and expectant look from her. Uraraka stood up, letting the breathing frog girl float again, a deep blush on her cheeks and her eyes slightly unfocused. She walked to the next rope, the one holding Hagakure. The invisible girl began to shake, trying to break free and pleading for her to stop. As Uraraka pulled the rope down, she focused on where Hagakure's face should be, a thought forming in her mind. Sitting on Hagakure's belly, she continued to watch the invisible girl until she decided to speak. She wondered aloud if Hagakure would tease her. Someone was eager, Uraraka thought, and she was curious about the cute expressions Hagakure might make. Hagakure protested, trying to resist, but Uraraka playfully commented on how loud she was, finding her voice sweet. She teased Hagakure about her earlier complaints regarding Deku, hinting at how good he was at making her feel special. Uraraka lifted Hagakure's shirt slightly, playfully caressing her, making the girl gasp in surprise. Uraraka's gaze was intense, as if she were a predator observing her prey. She mused about how sweet Hagakure's voice was and how she imagined her blushing face. She speculated that Izuku would appreciate it too. Hagakure stammered, denying that Midoriya would be interested, but Uraraka pressed on, insisting that he would want to make her happy. Uraraka then asked Hagakure if she disliked what she was feeling, probing for honesty. The tension in the air thickened as Hagakure hesitated, but eventually, she admitted that she didn't hate it. Uraraka stopped, removing her hands and allowing Hagakure to float back up, reminding her that admitting feelings wasn't so painful. Next was Jiro, who glared at Uraraka with a cold stare. When Uraraka pulled her down to face her, Jiro's gaze intensified. Uraraka teased Jiro about her serious expression, suggesting that she might get stuck with it forever. Jiro dismissed her, claiming she didn't care, but deep down she was wary of her friend's unusual abilities. Uraraka decided to take a different approach, positioning Jiro on the floor and sitting on her back. She quickly reached inside Jiro's shorts, surprising her. Jiro covered her mouth, feeling a rush of unexpected sensations. It was intense, and despite her efforts to remain stoic, she found it hard to suppress her reactions. As the heat built within her, Jiro struggled to keep quiet. Just when she felt she might cry out, Uraraka stopped, giving her a playful slap on the back as Jiro floated back up. Uraraka remarked that sometimes all it took was a stronger push. Finally, she approached the last rope, the one holding Yaoyorozu, who had kept her eyes closed the entire time. Uraraka encouraged her not to be timid, assuring her that there was nothing to worry about. When Yaoyorozu opened her eyes, she looked at Uraraka with an intimidating expression. Uraraka admitted that Yaoyorozu had always been her biggest concern. She shared her worries about Midoriya, wondering if he liked her the same way she liked him. She expressed her insecurities about her appearance and her fears of him being interested in someone else. As she spoke, she hugged Yaoyorozu, caressing her face gently, revealing her vulnerability. Uraraka wished she could be more like Yaoyorozu, hoping to gain the confidence she admired in her friend. Uraraka leaned in close, her excitement palpable as she admired Yaoyorozu. She described her as gorgeous, smart, polite, and talented, the closest thing to a perfect girl she had ever seen. Yaoyorozu felt a rush of emotions as Uraraka continued, expressing her feelings about the competition she faced, not just from her but from all the other girls. She worried about how to win Izuku's affection, especially with the possibility of upperclassmen catching his eye. Uraraka reminisced about the first time she and Izuku shared a moment, recalling how he had complimented her beauty and reassured her that she was perfect just the way she was. This deep connection was what made her feelings for him so strong. Yaoyorozu listened, acknowledging the depth of Uraraka's emotions but also reminding her that their actions were not right. Uraraka admitted her awareness of the situation but expressed how good it felt to be close to someone she cared about. As Uraraka playfully sat on Yaoyorozu's back, she complimented her, wishing for her to find someone like Izuku. Yaoyorozu hesitated, unsure about her feelings for him, especially after the recent tensions among their group. Uraraka pointed out that Izuku missed them, revealing that their recent behavior had hurt him. Yaoyorozu realized they might have gone too far in their reactions. Uraraka encouraged Yaoyorozu to understand her feelings, suggesting that she might be jealous of the bond she shared with Izuku. Yaoyorozu was taken aback, denying any jealousy but feeling a rush of conflicting emotions. Uraraka teased her, suggesting she had the power to evoke strong feelings. Yaoyorozu struggled with her thoughts, feeling a mix of confusion and unexpected warmth. She found herself imagining Izuku in a way she never had before, questioning how it would feel to be close to him. Just then, Midoriya arrived at Ground Gamma, surprised by the scene before him. He had come to meet Uraraka, curious about her message. As he took in the situation, he couldn't help but wonder what had transpired. In the middle of the small, dimly lit warehouse, 4 girls from Midoriya's class were suspended in the air, tied up with ropes, their faces flushed with shades of red and purple. Off to the side, a 5th girl was pinned down by a 6th, his girlfriend, Uraraka. Shock and confusion overwhelmed Midoriya as he tried to comprehend the bizarre scene unfolding before him. Uraraka casually explained that she was simply showing the girls a new perspective, specifically about their relationship. Midoriya was taken aback, struggling to understand her reasoning. She reassured him that she hadn't gone too far, but he felt uneasy about the situation. He expressed his concerns about invading the girls' privacy and emphasized that they should have the choice to engage in such activities. Realizing he was right, Uraraka agreed that they should untie the girls. However, as she stood up, the stunned expressions on the girls' faces made it clear that they were all feeling the heat of the moment. Midoriya, despite his initial resistance, found himself drawn to Uraraka as she approached him, wrapping her arms around his neck and leaning in for a kiss. Although he hesitated, he eventually succumbed to the moment, but soon pulled back, reminding her that it wasn't the right time. Uraraka playfully insisted that it was just the 2 of them, with a small audience that didn't matter. Midoriya felt the weight of the situation, but Uraraka was persistent, urging him to enjoy the moment. She playfully tackled him, causing him to fall back, and began to kiss him again, her hands exploring his arms and chest. Despite his weak protests, she continued, and the girls watched, captivated by the unfolding scene. As the tension in the air grew, Uraraka's playful nature took over, and she began to tease Midoriya further. The girls, unable to look away, felt their heartbeats quicken, caught up in the unexpected intensity of the moment. They couldn't help but wonder about Uraraka's enjoyment, even as they tried to push the thought away. The atmosphere was charged, and the girls found themselves drawn into the unexpected dynamics of the situation, their own feelings stirring as they witnessed the connection between Midoriya and Uraraka. The moment was both awkward and strangely captivating, leaving them all to grapple with their emotions in the midst of the chaos. Ochako was playfully teasing Midoriya, glancing at her friends with a mischievous sparkle in her eyes, as if to say they were missing out on something exciting. Midoriya, despite his best efforts to remain quiet, couldn't help but let out soft sounds of pleasure, which only drew more attention from the onlookers. The atmosphere was charged with an electric tension. As Ochako encouraged him, Midoriya felt himself getting closer to a peak of excitement. She playfully urged him to let go, and in a moment of shared exhilaration, he surrendered to the moment. Afterward, Ochako turned to her friends with a triumphant smile, playfully sticking out her tongue, which elicited a mix of reactions from them: surprise, curiosity, and a hint of embarrassment. The blend of emotions on their faces thrilled her, but she wasn't finished yet. With a gentle grasp of Midoriya's hand, she signaled what was to come next. She reclined on the ground, allowing her friends an almost complete view of her, with Midoriya positioned protectively behind her. He began to shower her with affection, drawing soft sounds of delight from Ochako, who was clearly enjoying the attention. As he continued, she became increasingly animated, her breaths quickening as she lost herself in the moment, casting teasing glances at her friends, who were captivated by the scene. The tension among the spectators was palpable. They were on the edge of their comfort zones, grappling with their own feelings. Ashido fidgeted, trying to contain her own excitement, while Hagakure attempted to discreetly adjust her outfit. Azui felt her heart racing, and Jiro was starting to feel the heat of the moment. Yaoyorozu was acutely aware of the intensity of the situation, wishing for a way to break free from the overwhelming sensations. In a sudden burst of energy, Ochako pulled Midoriya closer, expressing her joy with an exuberant shout that echoed through the space. She arched her back, lost in the thrill of the moment, and then relaxed, breathing heavily as she took in the aftermath. After a brief moment, the couple stood up, quickly tidying up the area, a routine they had become accustomed to. Once they were ready, they approached their friends, who had fallen silent. Midoriya gently released the ropes binding them, and Ochako's gravity quirk allowed them to touch the ground normally once more. They untied their hands, acting as if nothing unusual had transpired, leaving their friends unsure of how to react. An awkward silence enveloped them, with each person lost in their thoughts. Ashido contemplated making a hasty exit, while Yaoyorozu wished for a way to disappear. Hagakure felt out of place, Jiro stood rigid, and Azui's mind was blank. Finally, Ochako broke the silence, sensing that enough time had passed without words. Midoriya found the following days to be quite strange. After the discussion among the girls, none of them, except for Uraraka, dared to meet his gaze. Even the mere mention of his name caused them to become flustered, often leading them to change the subject or leave the area entirely. Class duties became increasingly challenging. Whenever he was paired with one of them, they either rushed to complete tasks alone or left everything for him to handle, the latter happening more frequently. He understood the reasons behind their behavior and accepted that these reactions were expected after everything that had occurred. What truly troubled him was the dynamic between Uraraka and the other girls. While they avoided contact with him, their fear of Uraraka was on another level. Whenever she entered the room, it was as if she were a harbinger of doom. Midoriya had asked Uraraka what had transpired before he arrived, and she had eagerly explained how she had given them a small taste of Izuku magic, though he struggled to focus on her detailed account. She reassured him that it wouldn't traumatize them, citing that everyone had faced worse situations during villain attacks. She even suggested that the only way to truly frighten them would be if he had gone too far himself. Curious, he inquired what she meant by too far. She hinted at something involving him getting too personal with them, but he quickly interrupted her, not wanting to hear more. Uraraka had a point, albeit a confusing one. Why were the girls acting this way? Perhaps it was the shock of witnessing Uraraka's other side. Even he had been taken aback, but the anger directed at him seemed to have faded, replaced by a strong yet harmless rejection. They would almost freeze when Uraraka entered the classroom or common room. She had also stopped being invited to the study group, which led her to rely more on her supportive boyfriend, though it was difficult for her to concentrate at times. Strangely, Uraraka appeared oblivious to the tension. Outside of the study group, things remained mostly the same. Uraraka maintained her bright and cheerful demeanor, and the girls still engaged with her in class. However, there was an underlying hesitation in their smiles, as if they were forcing normalcy. This worried Midoriya. He could endure their cold treatment, but he wanted Uraraka to feel comfortable with her friends, especially if he was the cause of their issues. After much contemplation, he resolved to speak with each of the girls, even if it meant facing some backlash. He pondered the best approach as he observed the common room, spotting Hagakure lounging on the couch, engrossed in a show. This presented an opportunity, but he needed to find the right way to address the unspoken tension. He considered various factors. Yaoyorozu was studying in her room, Azui was at the pool, and Ashido was at the gym practicing breakdancing. With Hagakure alone, he felt it would be easier to engage her, but he needed a strategy to ensure she wouldn't simply dismiss him. As if on cue, Kirishima, Tokoyami, Kaminari, and Shiro entered the room, chatting animatedly. This was Midoriya's chance. He approached the couch and gently tapped Hagakure on the shoulder. When she turned around, she startled slightly, letting out a small squeak. Midoriya approached Hagakure with a nervous demeanor, unsure of how to ask for her assistance. He bowed slightly and put his hands together, hoping to catch her attention. A small group passing by noticed him, their curious expressions revealing their surprise that Hagakure was being approached for help when she had been watching TV just moments before. Hagakure hesitated, glancing around as she shifted her weight from one foot to another. She felt a mix of anxiety and curiosity about what Midoriya wanted. Despite her initial reluctance, she found herself unable to refuse his request. They found themselves in one of UI's dojos, using a judo mat for their training. Midoriya was stretching, mentally preparing himself for the task ahead, while Hagakure stood nearby, feeling uncertain. She wondered why he needed her help and what kind of training he had in mind. When Midoriya finished stretching, he donned a blndfld, prompting Hagakure to question his choice. He explained that he wanted to improve his combat skills, focusing on reaction time and awareness of his surroundings. He acknowledged that while others might be better in combat, she excelled in stealth, and he wanted to respect her comfort by wearing the blndfld. Hagakure felt a mix of surprise and appreciation for his thoughtfulness. As Midoriya took a defensive stance, he encouraged her to strike him from any direction. With a moment of hesitation, she decided to take him up on the challenge. She circled him, her eyes locked on his movements, and then launched a swift kick to his side, catching him off guard. Midoriya stumbled but quickly regained his balance, attempting to locate her. However, she had already moved behind him, delivering a light tap to his head. He tried to counter but missed completely. Watching the usually confident Midoriya struggle against her felt oddly satisfying. She had been feeling frustrated lately, especially with the teasing surrounding Midoriya and Uraraka's relationship, and this training session seemed like a chance to release some of that tension. As she struck him with increasing intensity, delivering punches and kicks while circling around him, she felt a sense of liberation. She knocked him to the ground with a low sweep and followed up with gentle taps to his sides when he stood back up. Each time he attempted to counter, he missed, only to receive another playful jab. At one point, she even tossed him over her shoulder, causing him to land softly on the mat, momentarily breathless. Despite the fun of the exercise, a nagging feeling lingered in the back of her mind. No matter how many times she knocked him down, Midoriya kept getting back up, as if he were indestructible. It was both impressive and frustrating. She couldn't shake the feeling that he was somehow more resilient than she was, and that realization only added to her mixed emotions. It took Midoriya some time to adjust to the new situation, but he was beginning to rely more on his other senses, particularly his hearing. He could detect the faint footsteps of Hagakure, her slightly labored breathing, and even sense when she was about to strike. All the training had paid off, and he could feel the difference in her attacks. They seemed more frantic, as if she were desperate to take him down. This urgency only intensified as he managed to dodge and block some of her blows. At one point, she was making enough noise to be easily detectable, or perhaps he had simply become adept at fighting while blindfolded. Regardless, she was attacking him with fierce determination, throwing punch after punch, trying to make him fall. Why did she seem so angry? That was unexpected. He had touched her during hero training, and he had been spending time with Uraraka, which might have upset her friend. Reflecting on it, the incident during hero training had been an accident. After all, he had been fighting, and she was invisible, so it was understandable. As for his relationship with Uraraka, she appeared happier than ever, especially when they were together, and it was evident in her demeanor during classes. So why was Hagakure trying to come between them? Sure, he and Uraraka had a lot to learn about relationships, but they were happy. Should Hagakure really be upset with him? What was it about him that stirred such feelings in her? Midoriya felt the impact of a knee to his gut, and he wondered why it wouldn't stop. He could sense her frustration growing, and it seemed to stem from something deeper. The intensity of her feelings was palpable as she continued to attack. Each strike felt more charged with emotion, and he could sense her struggle. He managed to dodge a punch and caught her arm, shifting his weight to send her to the ground in a gentle motion. She barely felt the impact but lay there staring at the ceiling for a moment. It had taken him 30 minutes of blindfolded sparring to hone his senses and bring her down. There was no denying he was a good person. Only when he called her name did she snap out of her thoughts. He spoke gently, urging her to share what was bothering her about him and Uraraka. They wouldn't be able to help if she didn't express her feelings. Hagakure hesitated, finally admitting that it wasn't about both of them, it was about him alone. She sat up, looking at him, though he couldn't see the pout forming on her face. In a sudden burst of frustration, she punched him in the face, causing him to sit up as well, and while he held his aching nose, she tackled him to the ground, pinning his arms and legs beneath her. He was taken aback, unsure of what to say. She instructed him not to talk, fearing that if he did, her anger would dissipate. He didn't want her to be angry with him, but she confessed that she should be furious, yet she wasn't entirely sure why she felt that way. She jokingly asked if he had a second quirk that could hypnotize her, to which he replied that he would know if he had such a power. Midoriya apologized, acknowledging that her quirk was a sensitive topic. He then admitted that he hadn't really wanted to train. It had been an excuse to spend time with her, just the two of them. Hagakure was taken aback by his honesty. He had willingly made himself her punching bag just to resolve their issues. It was an unusual way to address their problems, but given the odd circumstances, perhaps it was worth it. However, she insisted that letting her hit him didn't count as asking for forgiveness. He was shocked, realizing that his actions hadn't made amends, especially since he had touched her inappropriately during their earlier encounter. "I'm really sorry about that," he stammered, feeling the weight of his actions. She silenced him with a gentle gesture, indicating that his apologies were unnecessary. "What can I do to make things right?" he asked, desperation creeping into his voice. She looked at him, her expression unreadable. "You want to know what you can do?" "The answer is nothing." "Nothing," he echoed, confusion evident in his eyes. "Yes, I want you to do nothing. Just stay still and silent. You can't do anything." "But I don't understand," he replied, frustration bubbling beneath the surface. She placed a finger over his lips, urging him to be quiet. "You touched me in a way that made me feel strange, and now I want you to experience that feeling too." With a sudden movement, she leaned closer, her hand gliding over his arm and down to his waist, where she hesitated for a moment. "Don't talk," she reminded him, her voice trembling slightly. "I'm nervous too. I've never done this before." As she continued, he felt a mix of emotions swirling inside him. He was torn between wanting to protest and the strange thrill of the moment. She was trying to make him feel what she had felt, and he couldn't deny the complexity of the situation. He knew he should stop this, that it felt wrong, especially without telling Uraraka. Yet, there was a part of him that was intrigued, even if he didn't want to admit it. "Too tight," he finally managed to say, tapping her shoulder gently. "Oh, sorry," she exclaimed, loosening her grip. "Just go easy on me," he urged, trying to regain control of the situation. "Don't you like it?" she asked, a hint of uncertainty in her voice. He hesitated, unsure of how to respond. "You don't have to do this if you don't want to." "I'm not forcing myself," she insisted, though her voice wavered slightly. For a moment, they both paused, lost in their thoughts. He wondered what expression she wore beneath her invisible guise, and as he pondered, she seemed to gather her resolve. Suddenly, she leaned in and kissed him, surprising him completely. She held his face gently, keeping him from turning away, and the kiss lingered until she finally pulled back to catch her breath. "What was that?" he asked, bewildered. "Don't talk," she instructed, her tone firm yet playful. She moved closer, her focus shifting again, and he felt a rush of conflicting emotions. He wanted to leave, to escape the situation, but part of him was drawn to the unexpected connection they were forging. He reminded himself of his goal, to mend the rift between Uraraka and Hagakure, and he couldn't forget that. As he sat there, he realized that the path ahead was uncertain, but he was determined to navigate it, no matter how complicated it became. Hagakure found herself intrigued by the situation, observing Midoriya's conflicted expression. He seemed to be battling with his own feelings, trying to convince himself that he wasn't enjoying the moment. It struck her as endearing, and she couldn't help but feel a flutter of curiosity. As she continued, she noticed how his face transformed with each movement, and she found herself enjoying the reaction he had to her actions. It was a mix of adorable and vulnerable, and she felt a strange warmth in her chest. She pondered the nature of her feelings, questioning whether what she felt was love. The thought lingered in her mind as she considered how far she could push the boundaries of their interaction. With a determined spirit, she decided to explore this new territory, recalling how effortlessly Uraraka had navigated similar moments. It seemed like practice made perfect, and she was eager to see where this would lead. As she lost herself in the moment, she felt a rush of excitement and heat. Her thoughts drifted, and she realized that her motivations were more than just playful revenge. They were rooted in a genuine longing for connection. The realization brought a mix of emotions, including jealousy, as she thought about Midoriya's past experiences with Uraraka. It was clear to her that her feelings for him ran deeper than she had initially acknowledged. In a moment of clarity, she accepted her attraction to him and the joy she found in making him react. As she continued, she sensed that he was reaching his limit, and she pushed herself to give him an unforgettable experience. The intensity of the moment caught her off guard, and she found herself overwhelmed, but she embraced it, feeling a sense of empowerment. Afterward, as they both caught their breath, Midoriya's gaze fell upon her, and he seemed taken aback by the situation. She noticed his surprise and felt a mix of pride and embarrassment. They shared a moment of silence, each processing what had just happened. Finally, Midoriya broke the stillness, asking if she was finished. She responded with a casual assurance, though her heart raced at the implications of their encounter. He hesitated, unsure of how to navigate the conversation that followed. She reassured him about her relationship with Uraraka, expressing her concerns about how things might unfold. They both acknowledged the complexities of their feelings, and in that moment, a new understanding began to form between them, hinting at the potential for something deeper in their connection. "And what about you? Did you like it?" "Well, please be honest. You don't need to compare me to her, I just wanted to know." "Why yes, it felt great, I guess. So I can do it again, right?" "What? I don't think so." "Why not? Doesn't Uraraka get to spend time with you whenever she wants?" "Yes, not all the time, but she's my girlfriend." And you're not." "Good point, but we could keep that a secret." "For what reason?" "The reason is that I love you, Midoriya." "You what?" "I love you really. And you make me feel excited too." "I what?" "I didn't get it at first, but now I'm sure. I can't stop thinking about you, and when I do, I feel a rush of emotions." "Hagakure-san, we don't go around saying those things so carelessly. The love part or the excited part? Both of them." "Well, it can't be helped. You already won me over." "What?" "I hope you can show me more next time." "Next time? Are you serious?" "I'm serious. I know Uraraka can be very hard to deal with, but I'm not going down without a fight." "A fight?" "Yeah, for you, cutie." And just like that, she got up and ran to the gym's door, but Midoriya called her before she crossed the threshold. "Hagakure-san." "Just cutie. Your leggings. They have a mark on them." "True. Thanks, sweetie." "Oh, don't look now." She joked while she adjusted her clothes, still somewhat unaware of what it meant to be invisible. As the invisible girl left the gym with her clothes bundled up, Midoriya looked at the ceiling, replaying the events of the past minute and trying to understand where this left him. Now Hagakure and Uraraka were on good terms. Not that the invisible girl ever stopped being her friend, it was just the shock from being teased by her. Midoriya knew very well that Uraraka could be quite intimidating on that front. They would probably get back to normal in time. That said, he now faced another problem in the form of a complicated love triangle, with two girls seemingly drawn to him. What was this? A cliché school anime? A poorly written fanfiction of some sort? Well, to be honest, he was in high school, so... Anyway, one problem at a time. Somehow he managed to pass by Hagakure. Now it was on to the next one. At 3 a.m., While everyone in the UA Heights Alliance dorms slept peacefully, resting for another day at the renowned school known for having the best hero course, one girl with a frog quirk was wide awake. Azui Tiu had dark circles under her eyes, a clear sign that she hadn't been sleeping well for a while. The reason was a particular classmate, Midoriya Izuku. Since the night her friend Uraraka had knocked her and their other friends out cold and tied them up, using her quirk to prevent anyone from escaping, Azui struggled to find rest. It wasn't because of the kidnapping, but because of what happened afterward. Azui watched as Uraraka, one of her best friends, transformed into someone else and acted in a way that left her feeling uneasy. Not only did she witness Uraraka's behavior, but she also saw her give Midoriya a kiss that left a lasting impression. The worst part was that she couldn't look away. It made her feel unsettled, and perhaps that was compounded by the fact that she was upside down, feeling the effects of zero gravity. The image lingered in her mind, invading her thoughts during classes, hero training, and even her free time. Worst of all, it haunted her dreams. It plagued her mind and prevented her from resting, affecting her life as a whole. Uraraka was a constant reminder of those memories, so whenever her friend entered the same room, a chill ran down Azui's spine, and she felt as if she might make an unusual sound if she dared to speak. And Midoriya, oh Midoriya. If she had been giving him the cold shoulder before, now it was as if she were avoiding him entirely. She was dodging him like the devil avoids the cross, sometimes even causing problems, like the time during hero training when she left Midoriya in a precarious situation during a rescue mission. And it didn't stop there. With the lack of proper sleep, Azui became extremely tired and somewhat grumpy, responding to others more bluntly than usual. It was hard for her to focus in class, and she didn't feel like spending time with her friends as she had before. This change raised suspicions among her classmates, who approached her to ask if everything was all right. She assured them that it was just a few bad nights of sleep, a half-truth that she disliked telling, especially to her friends. Azui had been feeling this way for almost a week, and she felt increasingly distant from her friends. To make matters worse, her last test had been a complete failure. She knew she had to do something about her situation, particularly regarding Midoriya. Meanwhile, Midoriya was also contemplating how to approach his amphibious friend. He sat on the couch in the common room, lost in thought as the clock struck 9 p.m. By now, the rest of Class 1A had learned to ignore his muttering, only interrupting him if he remained silent for more than 10 minutes. Just as he began to form an idea, he felt a hand on his shoulder. Looking up, he saw Azui's familiar and visibly annoyed face. She locked eyes with him for a moment before speaking. "Cool. 10 minutes, she said. Confused, Midoriya tried to respond, but she left before he could ask her anything further. Alone on the couch, he pondered what awaited him at the pool. Azui was usually transparent about her opinions, but her expressions were a mystery to him. The only time he had been certain of her feelings was during that special class when she had been quite upset. Shaking off his thoughts, he quietly left the dorms and made his way to the pool just in time. He waited, gazing at the night sky, until he heard footsteps approaching. "Azui, look, I know that. You can stop that apology right there. It won't make things any better," she interrupted. "I know. But can you and Yura, ouch." Midoriya was startled by a swift slap delivered by Azui's tongue. "I don't want to hear you talking so much." "Then why did you call me here?" "I want to make something clear," she stated. "Okay then." Azui moved closer, her face inches from his. Her intense gaze seemed to pierce through him, making him feel exposed. He could sense her warm breath, which only added to the blush creeping across his cheeks. Midoriya was a bundle of nerves. She remained still, her eyes locked on his, prompting him to focus on anything else to calm his racing mind. The sweet scent of vanilla lingered in the air, likely from her shampoo. Her hair was slightly damp, indicating she had just come from the shower, and he quickly pushed away any distracting thoughts. After what felt like an eternity, Azui made her next move. Her hands gripped his shoulders firmly, pulling him closer as she closed her eyes. Midoriya barely had a moment to register what was happening before she leaned in. He instinctively tried to pull back, but she held him in place, wrapping her arms around his neck. Azui took control, her presence overwhelming him as she pressed her lips against his. They stumbled slightly, Midoriya falling back onto the ground with Azui above him, maintaining the connection until she sensed he needed air. Breaking the kiss, she held him tightly, watching as he gasped for breath, a deep blush on his face. "What was that?" he managed to ask, still catching his breath. "I wanted to make some things clear," she replied, her expression serious yet softened by a hint of warmth. Midoriya felt a mix of confusion and surprise as Tsuyu expressed her feelings for him. She admitted that despite her reservations, she liked him, and it frustrated her to see him with Uraraka. Tsuyu explained that she had tried to resist her feelings but could no longer deny them. Midoriya was taken aback by her admission. He struggled to process her words and the implications behind them. Tsuyu, however, was straightforward about her feelings, revealing that he made her feel a certain way that was hard to ignore. As the conversation continued, Midoriya found himself increasingly flustered. Tsuyu's playful demeanor and the way she expressed her desires left him feeling overwhelmed. She explained that her unique abilities could affect him, causing a tingling sensation that made it difficult for him to move. Midoriya realized that Tsuyu had a plan, and he felt a mix of panic and intrigue. She had a way of captivating his attention, and despite his initial resistance, he couldn't help but be drawn into the moment. Tsuyu's confidence and charm were undeniable, and he found himself caught in a whirlwind of emotions. As she playfully teased him, Midoriya's mind raced with thoughts of loyalty to Uraraka and the unexpected turn of events. Tsuyu's boldness was both alarming and strangely exciting, and he struggled to reconcile his feelings for both girls. In the midst of the tension, Tsuyu made it clear that she wanted to share an experience with him, one that he had only shared with Uraraka. Midoriya felt a rush of embarrassment and uncertainty, but he also sensed the thrill of the unknown. Tsuyu's playful nature shone through as she expressed her wishes, leaving Midoriya to ponder the complexities of their situation. He couldn't help but feel that this moment would change everything, and he was left wondering what would happen next. Tsuyu leaned in closer, her curiosity piqued by the enormous object before her. She felt a mix of nervousness and excitement, unfamiliar with such experiences. The warmth of Midoriya's breath ignited her determination, and she decided to explore further. As she playfully engaged with him, Midoriya's eyes widened in surprise. The sensation was unlike anything he had encountered before. It was a stark contrast to his previous experiences, leaving him momentarily speechless. Tsuyu's movements were gentle yet deliberate, and he found it increasingly difficult to concentrate, especially with her so close. Midoriya was in a challenging situation, feeling overwhelmed by Tsuyu's presence. She seemed content to remain where she was, and he was unable to move due to the effects of the toxin. Despite his efforts to distract himself, he found it hard to resist the sensations. He tried to picture Uraraka, hoping to quell his rising feelings, but the thought only intensified his predicament. The memory of Uraraka only added to his turmoil, and he wished he could shake off the overwhelming emotions. Tsuyu continued to explore, her excitement building as she felt the connection between them. Midoriya realized that the only way to navigate this situation was to embrace the moment. He decided to reciprocate, hoping to match her enthusiasm. As he shifted his focus, Tsuyu felt a jolt of surprise at his unexpected actions, her body responding to the new sensations. Her reactions were evident, and she became more determined to give her all. Midoriya struggled to maintain control, aware that he was nearing his limit. He was focused on his task, hoping to bring them both to a satisfying conclusion. The intensity of the moment was palpable, and he felt the urgency of their shared experience. Tsuyu, too, was on the brink, her determination pushing her forward. As they reached their peak, Tsuyu's body reacted instinctively, and the two shared a moment of overwhelming sensation. It was a culmination of their efforts, leaving them both breathless and momentarily lost in the aftermath of their connection. Breathing heavily, Tsuyu turned to face him, her face and chest covered with a white substance. She laid on top of him, sharing a deep kiss and tasting the mix between them. It was different, but she could definitely get used to it. She could get used to having Midoriya like this too. After breaking the kiss, leaving a lingering connection, She looked at Midoriya's flustered expression and, with a warm smile, nuzzled against his chest, croaking softly as she snuggled in. Tsuyu expressed how she had never felt this way before, and Midoriya was surprised by her admission. She continued, sharing her feelings of jealousy towards Ochako, who could spend time with him whenever she wanted, though she quickly added that she was just joking. Midoriya reassured her that he and Ochako didn't spend all their time together, explaining that they enjoyed movie nights, rooftop stargazing, and helping each other with homework. Tsuyu noted that they hadn't invited Ochako to their study group recently, prompting Midoriya to mention that he wanted to talk about it. He urged her to remain friends with Ochako, even if there were tensions between them. In response, Tsuyu playfully flicked his forehead, and he instinctively covered it, realizing that he was regaining his composure. She reminded him that she had confessed her love and that Ochako would always be one of her best friends, which made her feel guilty about their secret. Midoriya felt the weight of the situation, knowing he had to explain things to Ochako. Tsuyu insisted that he take responsibility for how she felt, stating that he made her feel a certain way and that he was the only one she wanted to care for her. Midoriya hesitated, unsure of how to respond, but Tsuyu silenced him with a quick peck on the lips before getting up to clean herself. She wiped her face and licked her fingers, then used a shirt she had washed nearby. After fixing herself up, she bid him good night and headed back to the dorms, leaving him lying by the pool. Midoriya gazed up at the clear night sky, still trying to comprehend how things had come to this. Even after his experience with Hagakure, he never imagined he would find himself in this situation with Tsuyu. He recalled Hagakure mentioning her intentions to repeat their training, which caused him to panic momentarily. Despite the new challenges, he had managed to mend things with Uraraka, but he still had to figure out how to approach Jiro, Ishido, and Yaoyorozu. He doubted they would react similarly to Tsuyu or Hagakure. Jiro was reserved, Ishido might be furious, and Yaoyorozu would likely have a lengthy lecture prepared for him. Letting out a tired sigh, Midoriya got up and, following Tsuyu's lead, used some towels to clean up the mess on his shirt and the floor. He knew he had to leave no traces behind. After tidying up, he headed to the dorms, aware that he would have a long night filled with thoughts and dreams. It had been almost 3 days since the last incident, and Midoriya was still trying to devise a plan to approach Jiro. Initially, he thought she would be the easiest to connect with, but he soon realized she was somewhat introverted, making it challenging for him to reach out, especially after everything that had happened. The obvious approach would be to ask her to teach him an instrument, but she was reluctant to showcase her musical talents. Since Jiro had good grades, offering help with schoolwork seemed pointless. He considered discussing her quirk, but that might raise suspicions since he had never shared his thoughts or notes with anyone before. With limited options, he decided to wait for a situation where they might end up together, possibly during hero training. He knew that could complicate things, given past experiences, but he didn't expect her to approach him like Tsuyu had. So, he resolved to be patient. The following day, the hero training would involve a rescue mission at the USJ, and by a slide of luck, Midoriya and Jiro found themselves trapped in the landslide zone. The house they were in was nearly buried under dirt and mud, a choice made by Midoriya under the pretext of making it harder for their friends to find them. In reality, the location offered them privacy, and he hoped that the few minutes alone with Jiro would be enough to address the issue at hand. There was no time for distractions, though he hadn't anticipated her reaction. As they waited for the rescue team, consisting of Tokoyami, Kaminari, and Ida, Midoriya decided to break the silence before it became awkward. He turned to Jiro and expressed that there was something important he needed to discuss. Jiro was taken aback and asked why he had chosen this moment to bring it up. Midoriya explained that he had struggled to find the right time or excuse, but he needed to address the situation regarding Uraraka. He acknowledged that things had gotten complicated and expressed his concern about how Jiro and others had been acting around Uraraka. He requested that they try to return to how things were before, emphasizing that Uraraka didn't deserve to suffer because of his mistakes. Jiro paused, surprised by Midoriya's earnestness as he bowed deeply before her. She reflected on her own feelings, realizing that she hadn't intended to distance herself from Uraraka. She had indeed been wary whenever Uraraka was around, maintaining a safe distance after discovering a side of her that was quite different. Jiro had never been particularly close to Uraraka, and even Azui, who was one of her closest friends, had seemed taken aback by her behavior. Unsure of how to respond, she looked at Midoriya, still bowing, and couldn't help but smile slightly. It was clear to her that he was not the type to harm anyone unless they were a villain. She reassured Midoriya that he didn't need to apologize, acknowledging that it was their choice to ignore Uraraka. They had overstepped their boundaries, and it was time to make amends. Midoriya straightened up, his eyes brightening at her words. Jiro then felt compelled to apologize to him as well, insisting that the situation between him and Uraraka was not her place to dictate. Midoriya expressed his belief that Jiro had only wanted the best for Uraraka, to which she agreed, though she couldn't shake off her contemplations. As she gazed at the ground, she reflected on the events of that night when Uraraka had approached them. Jiro had been desperate to show that Midoriya was not a bad person and that his actions were his own. This led her to ponder why Uraraka had become so attached to him. She began to list the reasons in her mind. Midoriya was kind-hearted, and once someone got to know him, they would find one of the best people to be around. His timidity and shyness could be endearing, and he often displayed more courage and determination than many, even compared to pro-heroes, which she admired. There was also something charming about his freckles and his unruly green curls. Additionally, thanks to Uraraka's enthusiastic descriptions, Jiro knew that Midoriya was quite fit, which added to his appeal. These thoughts led Jiro to consider a topic that had troubled her since joining Class 1A. Against her better judgment, she began to wonder if this green-haired boy could be the one to help her. But before she could voice that daring question, the two teens heard a voice coming from above them. The hero team had found them much earlier than Midoriya expected, which made him grateful that he had managed to talk with Jiro and sort things out. Even more so because there were no surprises this time. All he needed to do in the future was go straight to the point, and after resolving this, he would deal with his unexpected affairs. Ida shouted reassurances, urging the citizens to stay calm and orderly. His voice was muffled by the layers of dirt and debris above them, prompting Jiro and Midoriya to share a light laugh at the overly professional acting of their class representative. Midoriya imagined the scene unfolding above, with Tokoyami using dark shadow to clear the debris while Ida coordinated the team with exaggerated arm movements. In a matter of minutes, Kaminari appeared at the doorway, using his quirk as a lantern to light the way. Once they exited the area, Ida checked on their health and mental state, ensuring that everyone remained calm before carrying them one by one to the location that should be the hospital, completing the simulation in a record time of 15 minutes. As they made their way back, while carrying Midoriya, Ida noticed a different expression on his friend's face. Midoriya seemed much less stressed than he had been lately, prompting Ida to inquire about it. Midoriya smiled, feeling a weight lifted from his shoulders. He was genuinely happy and relieved to know that Jiro had not only reconciled with Uraraka but had also forgiven him for the misunderstandings that had occurred. Soon enough, everything would return to normal, with the added joy of having a girlfriend. He felt it was time to share this with the class, especially since so many people already knew. Midoriya appreciated that even with the cold treatment, the girls had been kind enough not to disclose his relationship with Uraraka, even if it seemed more due to her than him. What mattered was the intent, right? After class, Jiro approached Midoriya, grabbing the sleeve of his training suit to turn him around. She asked if he could meet her in her room after dinner, indicating there was something personal she needed to discuss. Midoriya, feeling a mix of excitement and nervousness, agreed, though he noted the personal nature of the meeting made him apprehensive. Jiro nodded silently, confirming their meeting, and Midoriya headed to the boys' locker room to shower and change. As the afternoon faded and the moon rose in the sky, Midoriya found himself standing in front of Jiro's room door, frozen as he summoned the courage to proceed. The fact that Jiro had invited him to her room made him nervous. They would be alone, and he couldn't shake the thought of whether she might see him as more than just a friend. He pushed those thoughts aside, reminding himself that it was unlikely. Inside the room, Jiro was startled by the knock on her door. After a moment, she recognized Midoriya's voice, even though she had expected it was him. She had been sitting on her bed since dinner, and in a rush, she got up to brush her teeth for reasons she couldn't quite articulate. As she waited for him to arrive, her nerves grew, fearing he might not come. But she dismissed that thought. After all, it was Midoriya. Before opening the door, she felt the urge to smooth her hair and fix any stray strands. Her hand trembled slightly as she grasped the doorknob, but she steeled her nerves and put on her most normal expression as she opened the door, revealing a visibly tense Midoriya. She let him in and closed the door behind her, taking a moment to glance at the corridor to check for any possible witnesses. Turning back to the nervous boy she called Midoriya, he stood still in the middle of her room, finding the carpet and curtains far more interesting. Jiro walked over to him and placed a hand on his shoulder, feeling him jump slightly before guiding him to sit beside her on the bed. An awkward silence stretched for half a minute before Midoriya attempted to start a conversation. Jiro hesitated before deciding to speak. She mentioned that it was more like a favor. Midoriya, eager to end the awkwardness, expressed his willingness to help. Jiro's expression shifted, and she asked him not to say that. As the silence lingered, Jiro stood up, breaking the tension. She moved to the door and locked it, then returned to sit beside him again, her gaze fixed on the black and white chess carpet while resting her hands on her knees. She shook away her doubts, determined to be straightforward and honest with him. Her expression shifted as she looked into his eyes again, taking his hands in hers, which left Midoriya confused and flustered. Jiro asked Midoriya if he thought she was attractive and requested his promise to be completely honest. He stammered a response, unsure of how to answer such a personal question. Jiro encouraged him to be truthful, but he struggled with the weight of her inquiry. Feeling downcast, Jiro released his hands and stared at the ground. Midoriya's instincts kicked in, and he placed his hands on her shoulders, wanting to help his friend with whatever was troubling her. As Jiro lifted her head to look at him with expectant eyes, he felt the pressure to respond but feared hurting her. A whirlwind of thoughts raced through his mind until he finally blurted out that he thought she was indeed attractive. Jiro's eyes widened in surprise, and she asked him what he found appealing about her. She shyly pushed the tips of her index fingers together and looked away, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Midoriya stumbled over his words, complimenting her hair and eyes, which he found appealing. Jiro thanked him, appreciating his kind words, but pressed for more, wondering if there was anything else that caught his attention. Midoriya hesitated, mentioning her earphone jacks, but Jiro pushed further, asking if there was anything that truly attracted him to her. Midoriya froze, caught off guard by her question. He wondered why she was asking him about such a personal topic. After a moment of contemplation, Jiro explained that after her experience with Uraraka, she had become more aware of these feelings. She revealed her insecurities about fitting in at UA, feeling out of place compared to the other girls. She shared her frustration about being overlooked during an incident involving a classmate and admitted that after their conversation, she thought he would be the perfect person to ask about these feelings, even if it felt silly. Midoriya listened intently, realizing the depth of her concerns and the vulnerability she was showing. He felt a surge of empathy for her situation, understanding that everyone struggles with their self-image in different ways. She was on the verge of tears when she felt a comforting weight on her shoulders. Midoriya had put his arm around her. He admitted that discussing certain topics made him feel embarrassed and stutter, but he wanted her to know that she was appealing. He encouraged her not to compare herself to anyone else, reminding her that she should be proud of who she was. A smile appeared on her lips as she looked at the boy beside her, who gazed back with genuine care in his eyes. She remarked that he was too good for this world, to which he responded with surprise. They shared a small laugh, and Midoriya felt relieved to see her mood lift a little. He understood that such topics could be very meaningful to girls, so he resolved to pay extra attention whenever Uraraka or others brought them up, though he didn't expect to discuss it with anyone besides his girlfriend. As he made that mental note, Jiro stood up in front of him and began to remove her shirt and breathes, startling the green-haired teen. He exclaimed in confusion, questioning her actions. She looked at him nonchalantly, explaining that since she didn't feel as mature as Yaoyorozu or Uraraka, she needed to remove her clothes if he wanted to see her. Though her reasoning had some logic, he remained puzzled. He hesitated, unsure why he should look at her. She insisted that he should tell her what he found attractive about her. Midoriya thought it was unnecessary for her to go that far, but she playfully reminded him that he had promised not to back down and that it was a big step for her. As she stood there, she had one arm over her chest while reaching for his hand, urging him to look at her. Midoriya felt a surge of nerves, realizing where this was heading. He wished he had stuck to his original plan of keeping things straightforward and quick. Jiro occasionally glanced at him, her eyes filled with anticipation for his response. She asked him what he thought, acknowledging that she wasn't like his girlfriend but still hoping to make an impression. Midoriya's gaze traveled over Jiro's figure, taking in the details of her clear skin and the subtle curves that defined her shape. She had a unique appeal that set her apart from the other girls in his class. Though not overly skinny, she had a toned body that gave her a striking presence, contrasting with her cool demeanor. Realizing he had been staring in silence for what felt like an eternity, he voiced his thoughts, his words coming out uneasy and stuttering. As he spoke, he felt his face grow warmer, and he eventually closed his eyes, uncertain if he had said the right things. He waited, unsure of what to expect. Suddenly, he felt an unexpected weight as Jiro playfully knocked him back onto the bed. When he opened his eyes, he found her leaning over him, a wide smile on her lips. Before he could stutter again, she embraced him in a warm hug, causing him to stiffen for a moment before relaxing. She seemed much happier now, and he felt a sense of joy because of it. Then came another surprise. Jiro kissed him on the lips, catching him off guard. His eyes widened in shock as she wrapped her arms around his neck, preventing him from pulling away. While she explored the kiss, he tried to respond, and in the process, they found themselves in a playful struggle for depths. Jiro let out a small sound of surprise, which made him pull back, leaving them both breathless as they stared at each other, hearts racing. Jiro felt a mix of excitement and nervousness as she approached Midoriya. She had something on her mind that she needed to express. She explained that she had been thinking about how happy she felt and wanted to experience something similar to what he had with Uraraka. Midoriya was taken aback, unsure of how to respond. He reminded her that he was in a relationship, which made the situation complicated. Jiro insisted, saying that she wanted to know how it felt, and that Uraraka had made it seem wonderful. Midoriya hesitated, feeling the weight of her request. Jiro pressed on, suggesting that since he could be with Uraraka anytime, perhaps he could make an exception for her just for that night. Midoriya was conflicted, explaining that it wasn't right to do something like that with someone who wasn't his girlfriend. Jiro, however, playfully argued that she liked him just as much. Midoriya was shocked by her boldness, realizing he had misjudged her feelings. Jiro leaned in closer, her breath warm against his face, and asked if she could be his girlfriend for the night. Before he could respond, she kissed him again, and he found himself caught off guard. As he tried to pull away, Jiro held his wrists down, enjoying the moment. She felt a rush of power and excitement, relishing the fact that she had Midoriya, someone she admired, right where she wanted him. Jiro's heart raced as she realized she could evoke such a strong reaction from him. With a skillful touch, she removed his shirt, admiring his toned physique. She traced her finger along his muscles, making him shudder and blush, which only fueled her confidence. Jiro felt a pang of envy for Uraraka, wishing she could have someone like Midoriya for herself. As she moved to his breathes, she noticed his growing excitement. Jiro, emboldened by the moment, decided to explore further, teasing him playfully. She felt a thrill as she discovered more about him, her confidence growing with each passing second. Midoriya, though surprised, felt a mix of emotions. He tried to remind her that this wasn't how things should be, but Jiro was determined. She playfully suggested that since they were already so close, perhaps they could be more casual with each other. She teased him about using his first name, which made him flustered. Jiro was persistent, and despite his protests, she continued to push the boundaries of their interaction. As the tension built, Jiro playfully held him in place, urging him not to move. She leaned in closer, her curiosity driving her forward. The moment was charged with anticipation, and Jiro was eager to explore this new territory with Midoriya, even if it was uncharted for both of them. Midoriya felt overwhelmed, caught between his feelings and the unexpected situation. Jiro's determination and playful nature made it hard for him to resist, and he found himself swept up in the moment, unsure of how things would unfold next. Kyoka managed to get him on the edge, barely holding back. Midoriya could not guess if she knew what was about to happen next, so he felt the need to warn her before it was too late. Kyoka increased the speed of her movements, her gaze fixed on his face, delighted by the expressions Midoriya was making. She recalled that she had to be ready for what would come next, just like Uraraka had done before. With determination, she prepared herself for the moment. As she continued, she felt a sudden intensity from him, and sparks seemed to dance around them. Midoriya's body reacted, and he let out a heavy breath, overwhelmed by the sensations. After a moment, Kyoka looked at the green-haired teen lying on her bed, his arms wide open and his chest rising and falling as he caught his breath. Midoriya felt a sense of resignation. Kyoka had gotten what she wanted, and he once again found himself unable to stop a determined girl from pursuing her desires. Fortunately, he reminded himself that this would only be for tonight. He was pulled from his thoughts as he felt some shifting on the bed, and Kyoka crawled back on top of him. She hovered over him, her eyes never leaving his. "So, I made you reach your peak. Can I get my reward now?" she asked playfully. Midoriya was confused, unsure of what she meant. "Isn't that how you and Uraraka do it? She gives you pleasure, and then you return the favor," she teased. He shook his head, trying to clarify. "That's not how it works." Kyoka pouted, her playful demeanor not fading. "Come on, you said you would help me out. I feel so energized right now." With that, she unclipped her BR and tossed it aside, along with her panties. Midoriya stammered, trying to process what was happening. "So you want me to do what I do with Uraraka?" "Well, you could always surprise me," she replied with a mischievous smile. Then turn around," he suggested hesitantly. At first, Kyoka raised an eyebrow, but understanding dawned on her, and a sultry look crossed her face. She complied, positioning herself on her hands and knees above him, wiggling playfully, which made Midoriya blush. Her eager eyes were fixed on him, waiting for her reward. Midoriya found himself in a familiar situation, one he had faced with Hagakure and Azui. He realized he could either go through with it or delay the inevitable. He pushed aside his last reservations, momentarily sealing away the memories of Uraraka being his girlfriend, at least in his mind. Kyoka gasped in surprise when she felt Midoriya's hands on her, pulling her closer. A thrill ran through her as she felt his warm breath against her. Although she had asked for this, she was uncertain of what to expect, which made her gasp when he tested her reactions. Midoriya continued, using his knowledge to explore. He was gentle yet effective, causing Kyoka to respond with soft sounds of pleasure. He increased the intensity, and she squirmed under his touch, her sounds growing louder, completely unbothered by the noise. As he continued, Midoriya's other hand found its way to her, and he marveled at how soft she felt. He gently caressed her, earning even more enthusiastic responses from her. The sounds she made were intoxicating, and he couldn't deny the effect it had on him. Kyoka, feeling the heat of the moment, became lost in the sensations. She was overwhelmed, her body responding to every touch. A new and unfamiliar feeling began to build within her, and she was eager to explore it. The intensity of the moment made her lose her focus, and she pulled away, breathless and exhilarated. Kyoka instinctively positioned herself over Midoriya, letting out a loud scream as she lost herself in the moment. She collapsed on top of him, breathing heavily, overwhelmed by the intensity of her feelings. With determination, she focused on him, summoning the strength to lift herself slightly, trying to deepen their connection. Midoriya felt the rush of emotions building within him, reaching a point he couldn't hold back. Kyoka was determined to make this moment memorable. As Midoriya reached his limit, he expressed his feelings, and she responded with enthusiasm, eager to embrace the experience. Afterward, she leaned back, catching her breath, her cheeks flushed with excitement. She turned to look at the green-haired boy beneath her, playfully sticking her tongue out and giving him a thumbs up, a wide grin on her face as if celebrating a small victory. She then shifted to sit on his lap, her hands exploring his chest and arms, admiring the results of his hard work. With a sense of wonder, she let herself fall against him, snuggling into his embrace. In that moment, she felt a mix of exhaustion and joy, realizing for the first time what love felt like. Despite knowing that Midoriya was committed to his girlfriend, she felt a sense of satisfaction in being able to capture his attention. Kyoka expressed her feelings, telling him she loved him. Midoriya was taken aback, unsure how to respond. She reassured him of her sincerity, explaining how getting to know him better had changed her perspective. They shared a laugh, acknowledging the unusual circumstances that had brought them closer together. Kyoka promised not to interfere with his relationship but expressed how much she would miss their closeness. After a while, she finally let him go, and Midoriya had to sneak back to his room, taking a cold shower to clear his mind. As he lay in bed that night, he reflected on the events that had unfolded, realizing he might have made a mistake. He pondered over his feelings, trying to make sense of everything that had happened. Meanwhile, Ishido woke up in a sweat, feeling embarrassed about her dreams. She considered asking her parents for old sheets, realizing that her situation had become quite complicated. Despite her efforts to focus, her thoughts kept drifting back to Midoriya, and she couldn't help but wonder about his strength and presence. In class, Midoriya was physically present but mentally distant, receiving multiple warnings from Aizawa and concerned inquiries from his classmates. He brushed off their worries, but his mind was preoccupied with the tangled emotions of having Uraraka as his girlfriend while also receiving confessions from others. The complexity of his situation weighed heavily on him as he tried to navigate his feelings. Uraraka had confessed in a similar way, leaving Midoriya wondering what he had done to deserve such attention. While everyone agreed he was cute, likely due to his shy nature, it seemed excessive for 4 girls to be so infatuated with him. Sure, his workouts had paid off, making him fit enough to handle one for all, and he certainly looked the part, but it didn't seem like enough reason for all this admiration. Not that he minded, he was thrilled that Uraraka felt the same way about him. Yet, it was unsettling how quickly the girls had started vying for his attention, seemingly eager to express their feelings. Midoriya knew his friends had their own attractive qualities. Instead of denying the obvious, Midoriya chose to focus on something more pressing: Ishido Mina. This time, he planned to anticipate her lunch choice, whether it would be spaghetti or chicken. He was determined to avoid any missteps and hoped that the girls would eventually settle down. If only he knew how many girls were interested in him. Suddenly, someone shook him gently, bringing him back to reality. It was Ishido, her expression filled with concern. Glancing at the clock, he realized he had completely zoned out during class. He had missed everything, and now it was time for hero training. He hoped he could catch up with Ida or Uraraka for notes, though Ida was the safer bet for just the facts. Ishido, the one who had woken him, looked worried as she waited for him to leave. She asked if he was all right, noting how lost in thought he had been. Midoriya assured her he was fine, just distracted. They both agreed they needed to head to training to avoid being late. As they walked to the locker rooms, Midoriya decided to engage Ishido in conversation to gauge their rapport. He asked why she had been in class alone, noting that she usually accompanied Hagakure and Azui. She explained that she had forgotten something and returned to find him still there. He thanked her for waiting, appreciating her friendliness. The hero training class began, featuring a race with obstacles designed to rescue a victim. Today's victim was Midnight, and Cementos would create a dynamic course that required the students to adapt quickly. They were divided into 5 teams of 4. In the end, Ida, Shiro, Bakugo, Midoriya, and Azui ranked as the top 5, in that order. After Aizawa dismissed them, Midoriya headed to the dorms and retreated to his room for the afternoon, contemplating his strategy for approaching Ishido. He meticulously reviewed every detail and possible outcome, searching for flaws to perfect his plan. So focused was he that he even skipped his daily workouts, only realizing it when his phone alarm reminded him. Not feeling hungry, he decided to hit the gym since he had no homework. As he passed through the common room, he grabbed an apple from a bowl on a table and headed to the gym with a towel draped over his shoulder. Midoriya felt a sense of pride in the work he accomplished under All Might's coaching at the beach. The area had been a mess before, and he had managed to clean it up almost entirely on his own. He couldn't deny that using U's facilities was an incredible experience. The gym was equipped with a variety of machines, allowing him to spend an entire day training without repeating exercises. He recalled that they were installing a wall treadmill designed for quirks that required adherence. He began his usual training routine, starting with basic warm-ups like push-ups and jumping jacks. Next, he focused on his legs, performing numerous squats. After that, he targeted his core with sit-ups and abdominal crunches while hanging from a bar. Then came his chest and arms, where he dedicated the most effort, given his combat style. Midoriya executed countless push-ups, sometimes even managing to perform them while lifting his body vertically. His bench press sessions involved weights that seemed quite heavy for his size, and even the bicep curls appeared disproportionate for a teenager. What was most impressive was how Midoriya moved with precision, ensuring he prevented any injury and maximized the effectiveness of his exercises. Even his rest PRDS were carefully timed. After 2 solid hours at the gym, he concluded his training and made his way to the locker room, finishing off the water bottle he had brought along. Midoriya always felt a sense of accomplishment after a workout. The burning sensation in his muscles and his heavy breathing were clear indicators of his hard work. Day by day, he felt he was gaining better control over his quirk. Little by little, he would emissary the full extent of the power granted to him, aspiring to become the best hero in the world, just like his idol and mentor. The thought made him smile. If someone had told him a year ago that he would be chosen by All Might as his successor, he would have thought it was a cruel joke, despite it being his dream. He understood that he had a long journey ahead, but rather than discouraging him, it fueled his determination to keep pushing his limits. He pondered about his limits and realized how much his life had changed. He now had many friends he could rely on, and most importantly, there was someone special who felt the same way about him. The thought of Uraraka reminded him of a plan he had been formulating. He estimated he would be ready to act in 2 days, at most. He needed to ensure everything went as planned, reviewing his strategy while letting the cold water refresh him. After turning on the hot water to avoid catching a cold, the warmth enveloped him, washing away the fatigue from his body and mind. For a moment, he allowed himself to forget about the 3 girls interested in him and the 2 he still needed to talk to. He even considered letting things unfold naturally, but he knew that could take longer than he anticipated. He sighed, contemplating whether he should approach her directly and skip to the part where they shared their feelings. Suddenly, the lights in the locker room went out, startling him. He turned off the hot water and called out, hoping someone was nearby. "Hello. Hey guys, I'm still in the shower. Kaminari, this isn't funny." Deciding to brush off the prank, he grabbed a towel and wrapped it around his waist, heading toward the light switches. The fog from the hot water made it difficult to see in the dark as he navigated through the corridor of lockers. When he reached the wall where the switches were located, he felt something unusual. The switches seemed distorted and stuck together, preventing him from pressing them. "Very funny, guys. Come on, I still need to change." Not hearing any response from his classmates, he let out a frustrated sigh as he reached for the doorknob, only to discover it was missing. On closer inspection, the knob appeared to have melted away, which made Midoriya think of Todoroki, though it wasn't like him to play pranks. Kaminari might have done it, but if he had, he would have been short-circuited by now. Perhaps he had some help. A faint noise caught Midoriya's attention, putting him on high alert. It couldn't be a villain, could it? He cautiously moved through the lockers, sharpening his senses as he navigated through the thin fog of hot water. Then he heard the faint, wet sound of footsteps. The atmosphere began to overwhelm him, clouding his logic. It couldn't be a villain, he was sure of it. But if not, who or what was lurking nearby? A voice in the back of his mind warned him that he didn't want to find out. Suddenly, a shadow flickered in the corner of his vision, causing him to freeze in place. He had to stifle a small gasp, and when the footsteps returned, he quickly turned and headed in the opposite direction, instinct driving him. He stealthily maneuvered around the lockers, trying to evade whatever was approaching. After circling 2 rows of lockers, he was certain it was following him, which sent a wave of panic through him. The footsteps grew closer and faster, prompting him to slip into one of the lockers as quietly as he could. He waited in the darkness, peering through the small slits as the shadow passed by. He covered his mouth to suppress a scream, his heart racing when the shadow paused right in front of his locker. Midoriya held his breath and pressed himself against the back of the locker. After what felt like an eternity, the shadow moved away, allowing him to exhale and step out cautiously. Not hearing any sounds, he decided to kick the door open and report it to the school staff later. He walked toward the bench where he had left his change of clothes, but something felt off. He looked up slowly, fearing that whatever was in front of him would leap at him. And then, nothing. Midoriya let out a tired sigh, unaware of the pair of golden orbs floating behind him. A brief flash of light illuminated the area. His heart skipped a beat before racing at full speed. He jumped forward, nearly activating full cowl and hitting his head on the ceiling. Eyes wide and hand on his chest, he looked around, breathing heavily. That's when he saw what he thought was the shadow from before, now lit by the light of a smartphone. Ashido stood there, looking at him with an expressionless face, pointing her phone in his direction. It took him a moment to realize she was taking pictures, and he quickly covered his already flushed face. Ashido seemed unfazed as she examined her phone, seemingly ignoring the flustered boy in front of her. Midoriya stammered, surprised to see her. He tried to regain his composure while questioning her presence. Ashido casually mentioned that she had sneaked out of the dorms when no one was looking. When he pressed her for more details, she revealed that she had come for him, her tone teasing. Midoriya's heart sank, recalling the melted light switches and doorknob. Ashido admitted to using her acid on them, confirming his suspicions. He asked again why she was there, and she approached him, causing him to back away until he was pressed against the wall of the showers. Leaning closer, she felt his breath brush against her face, her intentions clear. Midoriya's mind raced, and he tried to speak, knowing he needed to clarify things. Midoriya felt a wave of relief wash over him, even while he remained pressed against the wall. Ashido had approached him after Hagakure had mentioned their earlier conversation. But he couldn't help but wonder about the sudden darkness and the pictures. Knowing Ashido, it could easily be a playful prank. That thought quickly faded when he felt the warmth of her hand on his damp chest. Ashido commented on his physique, marveling at how his workouts had clearly paid off. She traced her fingers over his muscles, and he felt a mix of embarrassment and confusion. Just as she had predicted, the emergency lights flickered on, illuminating the scene. Midoriya noticed that Ashido's clothes were tattered, as if they had been damaged in some way. She stood still, her gaze locked onto him, leaving him uncertain about how to react. The situation felt oddly familiar, and he sensed it could lead to unexpected outcomes. Curiosity got the better of him, and he asked about the condition of her clothes. Ashido explained that it was related to her quirk, teasing him to guess how it had happened. When he suggested she had lost control, she confirmed it with a playful tone, hinting that it involved someone with green hair, him. She then revealed that he had been a recurring figure in her dreams, and before he could fully process this, she leaned in and kissed him. The kiss caught him off guard, though he had somewhat anticipated it. In that moment, her hands roamed over his body, exploring his muscles as she leaned against him, intertwining her leg with his. After breaking the kiss, Ashido looked deeply into his eyes and shared that in her dreams, he always appeared in a state of undress, but the reality was even better than her imagination. Midoriya felt a mix of dread and curiosity as he asked what exactly had transpired in her dreams. She giggled, hinting that they were quite intense. Ashido expressed her attraction to those who worked out, emphasizing that he was particularly appealing. Midoriya tried to downplay his appeal, mentioning that there were others in their class who were more muscular. She countered by listing classmates who didn't fit her ideal, explaining her preferences in a light-hearted manner. With her list narrowing down the options, she playfully suggested that he was the only one left. Midoriya hesitated, feeling that this might not be the best path to take. Ashido encouraged him to call her by her first name, playfully expressing her longing to hear him use a more affectionate term. Uraraka's boyfriend felt a rush of embarrassment as Ashido approached him with a teasing smile. She playfully dismissed his protests, her confidence radiating as she closed the distance between them. In a swift motion, Ashido removed the towel wrapped around Midoriya's waist, causing his face to flush a deep shade of red. She pressed her body against his, making it difficult for him to escape her playful advances. He could feel his heart racing as her presence enveloped him. With his eyes shut tight and his head turned away, he focused all his energy on resisting her playful teasing. Ashido, undeterred, continued her antics, but Midoriya was determined not to give in. He summoned his strength and managed to grab her wrist, trying to create some distance between them. She urged him to relax, insisting that she wouldn't bite, but he remained firm in his resolve. Despite his attempts to push her back, Ashido clung to him, clearly enjoying the struggle. The more he resisted, the more determined she became, but the difference in their strength was evident. Suddenly, in a moment of unexpected movement, Midoriya accidentally struck Ashido's cheek with his hand. Shock replaced his embarrassment as he stared at her, noticing the light mark forming on her skin. Ashido seemed equally stunned, her playful demeanor momentarily halted as she touched her cheek. Midoriya quickly apologized, flustered and concerned. Ashido, however, seemed to recover quickly, a playful glint returning to her eyes as she moved closer, her gaze shy yet inviting. She urged him to hit her again, leaving him confused and hesitant. Despite his protests, Ashido insisted, her determination evident. In a moment of instinct, Midoriya's hand moved, and he lightly tapped her shoulder, causing her to gasp in surprise. Encouraged by her reaction, he repeated the action, and her expression shifted to one of delight. As he continued, curiosity got the better of him, and he noticed a faint mark forming where he had touched her. Suddenly he realized the situation he was in and panicked, attempting to escape. However, Ashido, quick on her feet, pulled him back, causing them both to slip and fall onto the floor. They landed in a compromising position, with Midoriya hovering over Ashido, their faces close. Ashido's playful remark hung in the air, leaving Midoriya feeling a mix of confusion and embarrassment as he tried to process the unexpected turn of events. It wasn't intentional, Midoriya thought to himself, feeling a mix of embarrassment and confusion. He could sense the playful energy radiating from the girl beside him, who seemed to find his innocence endearing. She teased him, mentioning how others had commented on his purity, and he couldn't help but feel a bit overwhelmed. When she pressed him about who else had been involved, he hesitated, his surprise evident. He eventually revealed a few names, each one making her eyes widen with excitement. She was clearly enjoying the revelations, and when she realized he hadn't shared this with Uraraka yet, her enthusiasm only grew. Midoriya felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He had only wanted to apologize, not get tangled in a web of misunderstandings. As the conversation took a more daring turn, he felt the tension rise between them. She playfully challenged him, urging him to express himself more boldly. Suddenly, she shifted positions, playfully asserting herself over him, her eyes sparkling with mischief. It was a surprising turn of events, and he felt his heart race. In a burst of energy, she decided to take matters into her own hands, teasing him in ways that made his mind spin. He struggled to maintain his composure, but her relentless enthusiasm was hard to resist. She encouraged him to be bolder, and in a moment of impulsiveness, he complied, lightly slapping her cheek. To his surprise, her reaction was one of exhilaration, igniting a spark between them that he hadn't anticipated. Caught in the whirlwind of emotions, he felt guilty for enjoying this moment, especially knowing he had a girlfriend. Yet, the thrill of the situation was intoxicating, and he found himself lost in the experience. As the tension built, he could feel the atmosphere shift. She was clearly caught up in the excitement, and he couldn't help but be drawn in. In that moment, he realized how close they had become, and it filled him with a mix of happiness and apprehension. When the moment reached its peak, he felt a rush of emotions, and he instinctively held her close, feeling the connection between them deepen. Afterward, as they caught their breath, he couldn't help but notice the way she looked at him, her eyes sparkling with a mix of admiration and mischief. The experience had changed everything, and he knew they had crossed a line, but part of him was exhilarated by the unexpected turn of events. Midoriya slowly opened his eyes, meeting Mina's gaze, which held a playful look. She wasn't finished yet. As a smile crept onto her lips, she playfully rocked back and forth on his lap, letting out soft sounds of excitement. Midoriya suddenly sat up, almost causing Mina to tumble to the floor, but he caught her under her arms, lifting her up and laying her on one of the benches between the lockers. Mina hadn't expected this reaction from him, nor the sudden shift in their playful interaction. She felt a thrill as he positioned himself over her, his intense gaze locked onto her eyes while she eagerly awaited his next move. She gasped when she felt his hand touch her, a rush of warmth flooding her cheeks. Midoriya then leaned down, planting soft kisses along her neck, which made Mina's eyes widen in surprise. He continued his exploration, trailing down to her chest, while his other hand remained busy. Mina had never experienced anything like this before. It sent waves of excitement through her. She tried to shift her legs but found his knee in the way. Noticing her movements, Midoriya sucked his attention, continuing to explore while his fingers danced along her waist. Mina's hands found their way to his back, lightly gripping his shirt as she pulled him closer, her heart racing. Her body responded to his every touch, and she felt a rush of exhilaration. Midoriya, sensing her reactions, continued to explore, eliciting soft sounds of delight from her. As the moment intensified, Mina felt herself reaching a peak of excitement. She wrapped her legs around him, drawing him closer, her body arching as she let out a joyful cry. Midoriya, caught in the moment, focused on making sure she felt every bit of joy. When she finally relaxed, Midoriya pulled back slightly, realizing the depth of their playful encounter. He hadn't intended to take things this far, but Mina's enthusiasm had swept him along. He felt a mix of emotions, wondering if he had crossed a line, but his thoughts were interrupted when he looked at Mina. Her expression was one of pure bliss, her eyes half closed and a smile gracing her lips. She seemed to be in a daze, her limbs relaxed against the bench. For a moment, Midoriya worried that he might have overwhelmed her. Did he push things too far? But then she stirred, dispelling his concern and allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Trying to keep his composure, he offered her a hand to help her sit up. As she regained her focus, she wrapped her arms around his waist, making him instinctively try to create some distance, though it was in vain. "Mina, let me go already," he said, feeling a mix of embarrassment and urgency. "No, I don't want to," she replied playfully. "Mina, I have to go back to the dorms. You need to go back too." "But then we won't get to do this again," she said, her eyes sparkling with mischief. That's the main idea. Did he forget that he still had a girlfriend? She let go of him, crossing her arms with her lips forming a pout and her cheeks slightly puffed up. It wasn't fair. Uraraka had him all to herself. That was one of the things about being in a relationship. She huffed, expressing her frustration. Uraraka had just been lucky that he had his eyes on her since the entrance exams. She bet she could get him to like her if she had tried. So was she planning to steal him from Uraraka? Of course not. She wasn't that kind of girl. Besides, Uraraka was one of her very best friends. She would never try to take her man. Not that she would succeed anyway. He was confused. Just look at him now, muscles and all. She asked him if he hadn't thought about Uraraka at least once when they were together back then. Well, he hesitated. They were made for each other, she had to admit. She was just jealous that Uraraka found someone before her, and of all people, it was him. But she always supported them as a couple. He didn't know what to say. Would saying, "I love you, Mina," be too much to ask for? Yes, it would. She let out a light laugh, playfully punching him on his abs before getting up and resting her hands on her waist. She knew. But she turned around and planted a quick peck on his lips, making him back off a little. That didn't stop her from saying that she loved him, Midoriya. He blushed at her words, causing her to giggle softly. She must have heard that a lot, but she was going to say it anyway. He was so cute. Anyway, they should at least take a shower. She was sure there were some spare training clothes around. Did he just hear, "We taking a shower"? Yes, she went that way and he went to the girls' locker room. Midoriya pointed to the showers where he would take another bath and gently pushed her toward the door. Mina playfully resisted, begging him to let her stay, even stopping him by putting her foot on the wall. No, stop. Someone could see her. It was just a couple of meters to the other door. He trusted she could manage it. Please, Muscles. What if someone saw her leaving the boys' locker room? This time, Midoriya stopped pushing her and considered it for a moment. He turned her around, resting his hands on her shoulders as he looked into her eyes. Okay, but they had to make it quick or else the rest of the class would get suspicious. Oh, how long had they been there? He trailed off, but Mina quickly brought him back by making circles with her index finger on his chest. Hey, Muscles, they had to hurry. Unless he wanted to repeat their little session. Shaking his head, Midoriya headed to the showers with Mina right behind him. Though he stood at least 7 showers away from her, Mina moved closer, using the one right next to his. When he looked away, she playfully slapped him on the back, earning a surprised squeak from him. When he turned to say something about it, she hopped into the same shower, standing just inches away from him as the water washed away the soap from their bodies. She was very straightforward. What could she say? She was just like that. After their shared shower and getting some spare training clothes, they moved back to the dorms, sneaking all the way to their rooms without being seen by the other students. Midoriya didn't want to explain to everyone why he was wearing hero training clothes, nor why Ishido was also using them or the reason for them being together. After changing into his normal clothes, he let his body fall onto his bed. Forget the plans. If he had to repeat the same thing with Yaoyorozu, so be it. The sooner he resolved the situation between Uraraka and the girls, the sooner he could focus on the next challenge. A bunch of girls wanting a piece of him. Who is the boss here? She wouldn't do it, right? Yaoyorozu wouldn't be after him. He hadn't expected any of them to act the way they did, but not her, being raised in a high-class environment and all. Not to mention she had threatened to throw him into the nearest river. Extreme, yes, but understandable, given the shock from the situation she found them in. Still, he had a bad feeling that more surprises were coming, which made him seriously consider acting first and talking later. Oh boy, when did that become a course of action for him? How would he explain that to Uraraka? He could already see it. Oh hey, I know we are dating and all, but I just got a little wild with the girls from our class. Yes, all of them, hope you don't mind. He was worried about his research. She was going to freak out. What if she turned into a Yandra? He would rather face Kaken in a bad mood without his quirk. Come on, relax, Midoriya, she wasn't a monster. All he had to do was keep calm and talk things out like a sane and normal person. In the end, it could even strengthen their relationship. He had been tempted but had kept loyal to her. Sort of. Luckily, no one had dared to go further than, well, it was embarrassing to think about. Midoriya sat on one of the couches in the common room, his hands clasped in front of his face and his head slightly lowered as he immersed himself in deep thought, unaware of the activity around him. A floating yellow shirt and blue shorts approached him, stopping just behind the couch. His contemplation was interrupted when he felt something cover his eyes, though he could still see normally. Guess who it is, came a cheerful voice. Hagakure-san, he replied, recognizing her. How did you know? I thought you were distracted mumbling. Your voice? He said, noting her struggle with the concept of being invisible. As she released her hold on him, Midoriya felt her land beside him, likely after jumping over the couch. He then felt her arms wrap around his neck, her head resting on his shoulder. A faint blush crept onto his face, but he remained composed despite the closeness. Perhaps he was becoming more accustomed to such moments. Midoriya, I never asked before, but can I call you by your first name? You don't mind, right? Since I don't mind at all, he quickly interjected. She pulled him closer, and he could almost sense her smile. Izuku. What? Are you free tonight? Maybe. Then, do you want to spend some time together? You might even like it this time, she whispered playfully, her tone casual as if asking a simple question. Midoriya felt a rush of embarrassment. Hagakure-san. Izuku, you can use my first name too. Teacher-san, we shouldn't be discussing those things. I'm not asking around, I came straight to you, cutie. Anyway, we cannot do that. Why not? Uraraka. That's why. Oh, so you can hang out with Mina, but when I ask, you have Uraraka. Midoriya paled at the implication. Ashido told you. Yes, she did. After I mentioned our little talk, she came back saying a lot of things like how Midoriya was so strong, the cute faces he made when he was flustered, and how impressive he is. Midoriya felt a pinch of embarrassment. HMPF, what does Mina have that I don't? Is it just because you can't see my appeal? True-san, someone could overhear us. If they don't, will you join me in my room? Are you still thinking about, what's all the noise? Oh hey there, Muscles. Ashido entered the room, spotting her favorite green-haired boy and rushing over to him. Ashido-san. She playfully put a hand behind her ear and leaned closer. Did I just hear someone being unnecessarily formal? Mina-san, what are, I didn't catch that. Mina, what brings you here? Midoriya asked with a nervous smile, sensing the tension. I was just heading out for a shopping trip. Gonna call Toru and all, but since I found you here, how about we have some fun together? She nudged him playfully, winking, still unaware of the presence of the other girl until Toru made herself known. Ahem. Excuse me, Mina, but if you want to have some quality time with Izuku, I should remind you that I got here first. Toru. I totally missed you there. Sorry. Well, it's hard to notice me when you have eyes only for Muscles here. Oh, right, you two are close. Can I have him after you're done? Are you really discussing this in front of me? Midoriya exclaimed, feeling flustered. Both girls looked at the embarrassed boy between them and shrugged. You're telling me you don't want to? Yes. Really, Izuku? Yeah, really. But, Mina said, putting her arm around his neck, leaning in closer, and teasingly running her finger along his chest, if it were Uraraka asking, you would jump at the chance, right? Weiss, but she's my... We know that, you've made it very clear. My point is, you want to have fun, but you don't want to do that with us. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Mina threw her arms up dramatically. Oh, what a cruel world. This charming and delightful boy, just waiting to be taken, and we can't because of the mean girlfriend. Mina, are you really suggesting that we could, share? The pink-haired girl turned around with a sly grin, one eyebrow raised and hands on her hips. You don't want to. I know he can handle more than just one of us, so I'm thinking of everyone. Everyone? Who else did he have? That's it. I'm calling Kyoka and Sue. Can you hold him, please? Oh, they too. Toru said, already trying to climb on top of the panicking teen. Oi, who's calling me and for what? Did it? Kyoka entered through the door, her eyes landing on the green-haired teen with a set of floating clothes around him and Mina reaching for her phone. Speaking of the devil, Kyoka. Come on, we're going to have some fun. We are. No, we are not. Let go of me. Hello, Tsuchan. Oh yeah, I'm doing fine. Are you busy now? You're at the pool. Oh, we just found Midoriya and thought about having some fun. Don't stutter, he got me too. Yeah, practically everyone in fact. If you don't mind sharing, you're coming right now. Okay, just give me a sec. Hey guys, do you know a good place to go and, have some fun? My room is soundproof. If we move things a bit, there's plenty of space. Kyoka-chan, are you sure about that? I don't like to brag, but we had a good time right after dinner, and I may have been a bit loud, the purple-haired girl said, scratching her cheek and looking away with a slight blush. Okay, you heard the girls. Don't be late. With that, Mina ended the call and looked at the paralyzed teen on the couch, still under Toru, with the eyes of a tigress hunting its prey. Not only her, but Kyoka and Toru too. Well then, Muscles, shall we get started? She said between giggles. As soon as she heard the pink girl, Tsu felt embarrassed and ashamed, but it soon turned into a strange kind of relief and then a burning excitement. Tsuyu didn't waste time and got out of the pool, jumping from the floating bed she was on and quickly swimming to the edge. She barely dried herself and didn't even bother to change from her bikini. The idea of sharing the green-haired teen among them all seemed overwhelming at first, but on second thought, It was a great opportunity to get another taste of Midoriya. She rushed to the dorms and arrived just in time to see Mina, Toru, and Kyoka holding him by his arms as they dragged him upstairs, the boy desperately trying to break free. In the midst of the chaos, Mina spotted the frog girl and called for her help. "Tsu, glad you showed up. We need an extra pair of hands here." Tsuyu quickly got behind Midoriya, who was standing still with his left foot planted against the wall near the stairs, and in a clever move, started to tickle him. The poor boy couldn't hold on much longer before laughter erupted from him. "Ta, Tsuchan. That's really low. Ta." With that opening, the group of girls quickly reacted, each of them holding him by his arms and legs, effectively lifting Midoriya and carrying him to Kyoka's room. He wriggled around, trying to escape, but they kept tickling him. Amidst laughter and tears, he spotted the door to Kyoka's room, and his eyes widened in desperation. "Wait up, girls. We cannot do something like that." "Nonsense. Of course we can. I trust you can handle us pretty well, Ribbit. It's not like you never did it before anyway." "Kyoka-chan, did you know I'm the only one Izuka didn't share a moment with?" "No way." "I know, right? What is happening here?" The group of girls stopped in their tracks right in front of Kyoka's room. They slowly turned their heads around and found the last person they wanted to meet right now. The brunette had a confused look on her face, her head tilted to the side as she tried to make sense of the scene before her, her friends carrying her boyfriend as if he were a prize. "Ochako-chan." They all suddenly wore wide smiles and let go of Midoriya, who fell onto his back with a thud. Uraraka ignored their forced smiles and focused on her confusion. Girls, why were you carrying Deku-kun like that?" "Oh, girl, you don't know what happened. Midoriya was at the gym and lifted so much weight that he hurt his muscles." "He what?" "Why, Mina saw it and called for help so we could bring him here." Toru found it hard to believe that Midoriya had gotten hurt, especially since he was always so careful with his routines. She asked if he was still in pain, to which he responded that he was feeling better, thanks to the help of the girls. However, she was puzzled about why he was in that part of the building since his room was on the other side. The girls had come to seek help for Momo, who was apparently in the library. Once they realized she hadn't responded to their calls, they decided to leave Midoriya in Uraraka's care, knowing she could use her gravity quirk to assist him. As the girls hurried away, Uraraka turned to Midoriya, her expression filled with genuine concern. She offered to take him to the infirmary, but he insisted that it wasn't necessary and that some rest would suffice. He mentioned that Recovery Girl would be upset with him for exaggerating his condition. Uraraka reminded him not to push himself too hard, knowing how important this was for him, and gently used her quirk to lift him effortlessly, carrying him to his room. Unbeknownst to them, four girls watched from around the corner, some relieved while others regretted missing the chance to be closer to Midoriya. Meanwhile, Yaoyorozu had overheard everything and, having her suspicions, decided it was time to confront the situation. Midoriya made his way through the corridors of UA, eager to reach the dorms after class. However, he had cleaning duty and was paired with Tsuyu, who was playfully teasing him. He also had a close encounter with Toru and Mina, narrowly escaping using his full cowl. The events of lunchtime replayed in his mind, and he recalled Yaoyorozu asking him to meet her after class. Ida, who was with him at the time, assumed she wanted to discuss a new study method for their class, but Midoriya had his doubts, hoping Ida was right. In the past, he would have tried to avoid drawing attention, but after the previous day's events, he felt he needed to address things head-on. Yaoyorozu had made it easier by calling him out, and he resolved to be straightforward with her, leaving no room for misunderstandings. However, all that determination faded as he stood in front of her door. Taking a deep breath, he knocked, and she opened it with a neutral expression. He entered her room, which was nearly full of various items, and took a seat when she gestured for him to do so. She sat across from him, slightly elevated, and began to speak. Yaoyorozu thanked him for coming and explained that she wanted his opinions on a new system they were planning to implement to help their class excel in studies. Midoriya listened attentively, even though it wasn't what he had anticipated. He knew that once she finished, it would be his turn to share his thoughts. She mentioned that his opinion was to focus more on solving questions to reinforce the fundamentals of each problem. Midoriya was taken aback when she stated that they both knew why she had called him there. Her serious tone made him feel more at ease, as she was being straightforward. She clarified that this wasn't a discussion but rather a trial, instructing him to listen while she spoke. Only when she permitted would he be able to respond. Midoriya was taken aback by the seriousness in her eyes but decided to remain composed and engage in the conversation. She inhaled deeply and began, her gaze unwavering. In the past few weeks, not only have you entered a relationship with Uraraka, but you've also crossed boundaries and engaged in inappropriate behavior. While I support your relationship, I cannot overlook that part. The only reason I haven't reported this to any teachers or the principal is that it could lead to your expulsion, not to mention the damage to both of your public images. You should keep that in mind. He felt the weight of her words. He understood the gravity of the situation but struggled to respond. Thanks for that, by the way. I know it's messed up, but I'm not finished yet. Once again, her authoritative tone cut him off, and it was beginning to frustrate him. But it didn't stop there. At one point, the other girls and I witnessed you two behaving inappropriately right in front of us. She knocked us out and tied us up, Midoriya. I know it was extreme, but she just, still talking. After that, you had an incident with Azui and Hagakure. Wait a second, that was an accident. I didn't say you could speak, Midoriya. Why are you trying to act like the judge here? I'm not judging anything yet. I asked the questions. Now you can speak. Have you been involved in any inappropriate acts with other girls? Answer, Midoriya. Yes or no? Well, there's a story behind that, and I shouldn't have to remind you that as a hero, we all need to be truthful, right? Yes, I did. Midoriya lowered his head and ran his hands through his hair, feeling the pressure Yaoyorozu was placing on him. Who were they? The names. Who were the girls that you... He summoned all his courage to say it aloud. Toru, Tsuchan, Kyoka, and Mina, in that order. He waited in silence for her next question, guilt consuming him as he felt her intense gaze piercing through him. After a moment that felt longer than it was, he slowly lifted his head to meet Yaoyorozu's eyes, which were now very close to his, filled with desperation. Her hands gripped his shirt tightly as she shook him back and forth, her voice a mix of anger, fear, and confusion. Why did you do that, Midoriya? Are you insane? Do you want to be expelled, or can you just not control yourself? Yaoyorozu-san, please calm down. Calm down. Do you realize what you just admitted? Don't ever try to order me around. She was practically in a frenzy, and Midoriya knew he had to act. He gently but firmly held her wrists and looked directly into her eyes as he spoke. Yaoyorozu, just let me talk for a minute. Yes, I know what I've done, and I regret it more than anyone. But it wasn't entirely my fault either. Ask any of them. I wanted to sort things out, but suddenly everyone was interested in me and curious about what it was like to be in Uraraka's place. That's what happened. No, they wouldn't do something like that. She was torn between tears and disbelief. I thought so too, but they did. That's a fact. And another fact is that everyone liked it, even me. You can't just go around with every girl that comes your way. Don't you have any sense of shame? I do. For goodness sake, you make it sound like I wanted this all along. Midoriya, did you just swear? Sorry if I'm not in the best mood, but you have me on edge. All the girls have me on edge, to be honest. Yaoyorozu fell silent, staring at her expensive carpet for a moment. I cannot let you keep behaving like this with everyone. I don't plan to do it either, he replied, feeling calmer now, sensing that she had released some of her anger. I also cannot let you continue like this with Uraraka. What? That was the question. Why was she so upset about their relationship? Was it because she was the vice class representative? Or was it because they were still in high school? She couldn't blame him. She knew from the start that he hadn't harmed Uraraka or forced her into anything. In fact, it seemed to be the other way around. Even so, she had valid reasons to want to intervene, but it still didn't explain the depth of her outrage. So why did it bother her so much? Yaoyorozu seemed to be muttering to herself, which was amusing to Midoriya. It appeared she had picked up the same habit he had, making him wonder if he had heard her thoughts. He confirmed that he had heard most of it, causing her to stand up, a light blush spreading across her cheeks. She stammered, trying to explain herself, saying she was just thinking out loud. Despite her flustered state, Midoriya maintained his warm smile, a gesture that always managed to lift her spirits even in the toughest times. He was warm, bright, reliable, and had a unique charm that was undeniably endearing. His determination to fight for others, no matter how daunting the challenges, was inspiring. That smile of his was a constant reminder of his strength. She realized her feelings for him had deepened, perhaps after witnessing his moment with Uraraka. Yet, she had chosen to watch just like everyone else had wanted. Throughout her life, she had been taught to be an exemplary student, a model woman, and now a hero. She took pride in meeting her friends' expectations, but Midoriya impressed her even more. He consistently surpassed his limits and grew stronger, all while wearing that same smile. He aspired to be a hero who saved others with a bright smile, a truly admirable goal. Yet here he was, standing before her, enduring her attempts to play the role of the perfect student. She felt the need to be mature, but in reality she was acting childishly. It was time to face the truth. She apologized to Midoriya, who was confused and insisted he should be the one apologizing. She clarified that he didn't need to apologize, she hadn't been honest with him. Midoriya was puzzled by her words, but she continued, expressing her feelings about not wanting to see him with another girl. As the pieces began to fall into place for him, he realized he had encountered this situation before. She confessed her envy of his relationship with Uraraka, and he appreciated her honesty but suggested they leave the conversation for another time. However, she held his shoulders, causing him to stiffen at her touch. She hesitated, searching for the right words. Midoriya, sensing her struggle, urged her not to say anything further. Confused, she asked why, and he explained that he didn't want to hear something he had heard before, something that had never ended well for him. Determined, Yaoyorozu challenged him, asking if that was how it had gone with the others. He warned her that her next words would likely be a declaration of love, which would complicate everything. She boldly confessed her feelings, stating that she thought she loved him. The silence that followed was heavy, and he was taken aback, questioning if she was serious. She insisted she was not joking, and he lamented having enough girls to deal with already. She urged him to forget about the others, emphasizing her presence in front of him. Midoriya was taken aback by her assertiveness, reminding her of her role as the model student. She countered that she was a woman first, with her own desires and needs, and she hoped he understood, especially since he had been so supportive of the other girls. Yaoyorozu held him close, spinning around and gently pushing the teen onto her king-sized bed. She climbed onto it, loosening the tie at her neck, her eyes sparkling with a familiar yet new intensity. It was a look that had captivated others before him, each encounter unique. Midoriya noticed her lips part slightly as she rested her hands on either side of his head, a playful smile forming on her face. She began to speak, her tone teasing yet serious. She reminded him that his words had been harsh, emphasizing that it was no way to treat a lady. She leaned in closer, her voice dropping to a whisper, suggesting that she needed to teach him a lesson. This sent a shiver down his spine, and he sensed that this would not end well for him. Yaoyorozu let her long black hair cascade over her shoulders, brushing against Midoriya's flushed cheeks. Her onyx eyes scrutinized every detail of his face, from the color of his lips to the freckles dotting his cheeks. She smirked as she began to unbutton her uniform, revealing a hint of lace beneath. Midoriya's gaze flickered involuntarily, catching a glimpse of her choice of attire. She declared the first lesson: always stay focused on the girl you are with, ensuring she knows of your interest. In the next moment, she cupped his chin, drawing him into a deep kiss. Midoriya's eyes widened in surprise, and after a moment, she pulled away, leaving a small trail of connection between them. She had certainly captured his attention. For the second lesson, she emphasized the importance of manners, instructing him not to touch a girl unless permitted. She gently opened his uniform shirt, tracing her fingers down to his waist, where she began to pull his breathes down. Midoriya instinctively reached for her hand, trying to stop her, but she playfully swatted his hand away, reminding him not to touch. With a swift motion, she removed his breathes, leaving him feeling exposed. She looked at him with a mischievous glint in her eyes, causing him to sink deeper into the mattress. Her hand began to move, teasingly, and Midoriya's heart raced in response. She maintained a steady rhythm, turning the moment into a test of endurance for him. Her eyelids fluttered as she grinned, clearly enjoying the effect she had on him. She relished the way he reacted to her touch, feeling empowered by her control over him. The heat of the moment enveloped her, and she found herself lost in his bright green eyes whenever they met. She reminded him of the third lesson: always listen to what a girl says and pay attention to every word. When she noticed his gaze wandering, she playfully redirected his focus, teasing him further. Just as he felt himself nearing his limit, she pulled back, observing his flushed face with delight. There was an unmistakable expectation in his expression, which only fueled her excitement. She leaned in closer, whispering in his ear that he wouldn't reach his peak unless she allowed it. He instinctively nodded, feeling both intrigued and apprehensive by her commanding presence. Continuing with her lessons, she sat up, giving him space to join her. With a sultry smile, she instructed him to take off her shirt. At first, he hesitated, unsure of how to respond. But her playful challenge made it clear what she wanted. He complied, slowly undoing the remaining buttons and revealing her black lace BR. Though he tried to avert his gaze, she gently held his head, guiding him to look at her, ensuring he understood the lesson at hand. What was the first lesson again? Stay focused on the girl I'm with. Correct. You are such a good boy, Midoriya. Let's make it this way. If you do well, I'll give you a very special reward. Answer wrong, and there will be consequences. Consequences? Don't worry, you just have to answer correctly. Was this some kind of game to her? Every part of him was telling him that he didn't want to answer incorrectly. Now, Midoriya, can you describe the vision you are getting? Don't spare the details. Your figure is very appealing. Yes. Very striking, and it seems so smooth. Oh, is that so? Why don't you check for yourself? Huh. Midoriya, unfasten my BR, but Midoriya, she looked at him with a mix of allure and seriousness that made it clear she wasn't accepting a refusal. He had never felt so pressured, not even when he and Kaken faced All Might during hero training. Yaoyorozu had him in her grasp. His hands moved to her back, and as she lifted her hair to assist him, he unclipped her BR, allowing it to fall away. He found himself momentarily captivated by the sight before him. That's quite a stare. Sorry. No, you're acting perfectly, giving your full attention to me. And since you are such a good boy, I'll give you your reward. He barely had time to wonder what it was. In the next moment, Yaoyorozu wrapped her arms around his head and back, pulling him close. His face flushed with embarrassment. You said they looked smooth. Can you feel them? Are they as nice as you imagined? His mind raced with her unexpected and somewhat assertive behavior, battling the urge to let go of his last bit of restraint. She was right. Her figure was not only visually appealing but felt incredibly smooth to the touch. He couldn't help but compare her to Uraraka, though he quickly chastised himself for it. What am I thinking? I shouldn't be making comparisons. He wasn't sure if she could read his thoughts, but she gently pushed him away and guided his hands to her chest, causing him to panic again. I wonder, how do they feel compared to Uraraka? You've had plenty of experience, haven't you? Yes. Can you tell me the differences, then? Yours are bigger and they feel firmer when I touch them like this. Midoriya gently pressed against her, feeling the warmth in his hands. Yaoyorozu closed her eyes and let out a soft sound of approval, but then she removed his hands, looking at him as if she were conflicted about something. Remember the second lesson. Then it dawned on him. Can I touch your figure? Can I touch your figure? Can I please touch your figure, Yaoyorozu? Though he spoke the words, he couldn't bring himself to meet her gaze, missing the smile that spread across her lips. Since you asked so nicely, remember to be gentle. Right. Yaoyorozu placed her hands behind her back and lifted her arms, presenting herself to him. Midoriya, very slowly, reached for her, starting to explore her form with gentle touches, which elicited another soft sound from her as she bit her lip. He seemed entranced by her flawless skin, but he snapped back to reality when Yaoyorozu shifted, pushing him back onto the mattress. She hovered over him, her gaze intense. Midoriya, pull down my skirt. Your skirt? Is this a no? No, I mean, I'll do it. He quickly reached for her skirt but was met with a gentle reminder. Be gentle, remember. Right. Now much more slowly, he grasped the hem of her skirt, sliding his fingers beneath it while his thumb remained outside, pausing as he met her eager eyes. Can I touch your legs, please? He could see her eyes shining with pride. Perhaps she was pleased that he was following her lead, and if that was the way to move forward, he would go along with it. With her encouragement, he carefully slid her skirt down, his hands gliding over her thighs, which trembled slightly. She lifted her legs, allowing him to remove the skirt with ease. He couldn't help but notice that she wore black stockings instead of the standard uniform socks. The elastic at the hem gently pressed against her thighs, and the dark color contrasted beautifully with her smooth skin. He marveled at how lovely she looked in them, wondering if she had planned this all along. She then requested that he caress her. He approached the task gently, running his hands in circles and giving soft squeezes, which elicited soft sounds of enjoyment from her. However, he felt a twinge of concern. The more he followed her directions, the more eager she appeared, and he found himself getting caught up in the moment as well. He mentally chastised himself for that realization. She then asked him to remove her undergarments. After a moment of hesitation, he complied, setting them aside on the mattress. She then positioned herself on his lap, swaying slightly before issuing her next command. She pointed downwards, her eyes sultry as she bit her lip, urging him to continue. He feigned confusion, pretending not to understand her request. He sensed a mix of pleading and demand in her tone. He knew he had to comply if he wanted to escape the situation, though it didn't feel like torture. Rather, it was quite the opposite. He reminded himself to stay focused. Drawing on his previous experiences, he knew how to proceed. He reached for her tights, his thumbs moving in gentle circles, drawing soft sounds of pleasure from her. She closed her eyes, biting her thumb as if trying to resist the sensations. At one point, she rested her hands on the mattress, lifting herself slightly. An idea struck him. He asked for permission to go further, and she eagerly consented. He slowly slid his finger inside, causing her to shiver and let out a soft He could feel her warm breath against his face, and at this point he saw no reason not to give her the same attention he had given others. He prided himself on being fair. He then asked if he could kiss her. She responded with a mix of surprise and eagerness, encouraging him to proceed and to call her by her first name. As she leaned forward, he took the opportunity to reach out, and he began to kiss her gently, which made her react with delight. She felt overwhelmed by the sensations, struggling to maintain her focus as he continued to explore. She encouraged him further, and he complied, feeling her grip tighten as he continued. Her reactions intensified, and he found himself wondering how far her limits would stretch. With each gentle movement, he could sense her excitement building, and he was determined to keep pace with her. Midoriya found himself in a whirlwind of emotions as he looked up at Momo, who was breathing heavily and gazing at him with a look of unrestrained longing. She had her hands tangled in his green hair, and he could feel the intensity of her feelings radiating from her. Momo was undeniably passionate. She encouraged him, expressing her admiration for his efforts and emphasizing that he should focus solely on her. Momo insisted that he needed to learn with her, and she was determined to be the one to teach him. Her enthusiasm was palpable, and she made it clear that she wanted him to be exclusively hers. As Momo reached a peak of excitement, she arched her back and held onto his hair tightly. Midoriya could see the sheer intensity in her eyes, and he felt overwhelmed by the moment. After a brief pause, Momo looked down at him, her breath still heavy as she caressed his cheeks, praising him for being incredible. She playfully called him her good boy, and Midoriya felt a mix of confusion and flattery. Momo then hinted at a reward for his efforts, which made him nervous. He tried to express his hesitation, insisting that he still had much to learn, but Momo reassured him that she was there to guide him. Momo's curiosity about his experiences with other girls surfaced, and she expressed a longing to ensure he received the best treatment. As she moved closer to him, Midoriya felt a rush of anticipation. Momo's playful demeanor made it clear that she was determined to keep his focus on her. In a moment that took him by surprise, Momo began to show him affection in a way that left him breathless. She was eager to please him, and her determination was evident. Midoriya felt a mix of exhilaration and uncertainty as he navigated this new dynamic between them. Momo's confidence grew as she continued to express her longing for him, encouraging him to let go of his reservations. Her gaze was intense, filled with a mix of passion and something deeper that he couldn't quite place. It was a strange combination that left him both intrigued and cautious. As the moment unfolded, Midoriya realized that this side of Momo was unexpected. He wondered if this was a new aspect of her personality, one that had emerged after years of dedication to her studies and responsibilities. The intensity of the situation was overwhelming, and he struggled to process everything happening around him. Despite his internal conflict, he found it hard to ignore Momo's fervent attention. She was relentless in her pursuit of his affection, and he felt himself teetering on the edge of his limits. The atmosphere was charged with emotion, and he knew that he was in uncharted territory with Momo. Momo-san, I'm about to dash. He felt the energy of one for all gathering around his body once again, sparks flying. Every time he reached his limit, whether with Uraraka or the others, his full cowl mode activated, a phenomenon that intrigued him. This time, it allowed him to release an overwhelming amount of energy, which Momo was trying her best to manage. She focused intently on him, her eyes locked onto his flushed face. "You taste so good," she remarked, a hint of excitement in her voice. "Thanks. I guess," he replied, feeling a mix of embarrassment and exhilaration. "Did you like it?" she asked, her curiosity piqued. "Well, don't be shy, Midoriya. You can tell me." With a sigh, he admitted, "Yes, Momo-san. It was awesome. More than your other experiences." "I wouldn't compare it like that." "Oh yeah, care to explain?" "It's complicated." "Midoriya, make it simple. Explain to me." She insisted, her tone firm. "Each of you is different, so I don't know, every single one is unique," he explained. "So it's like that?" A sad look crossed her face. Was it disappointment? "Yeah, it is like that." Both teens flinched when they heard a familiar voice coming from the door. Turning slowly, they saw Uraraka standing there, arms crossed, a neutral expression on her face with a slight pout and an eyebrow raised. "Oh, don't mind me. Please go on. I'm sure Deku-kun can keep going for a long time." Behind her, several heads peeked in, eyes focused on the couple on the king-size bed, their expressions a mix of surprise and curiosity. While Midoriya fell silent, Momo stuttered, shaking in fear. "This is not what WL looks like." "I can explain. Don't worry, Yairose-san. I've been watching for a while. Just a hint for next time, double-check the door lock. Trust me, I have experience." I didn't, we just, okay, relax." Uraraka offered a friendly smile as she approached Momo, resting a hand on her shoulder. "See, I told you he wouldn't harm me." Momo couldn't believe it. Uraraka had caught her with Midoriya, her boyfriend, and instead of being upset, she was acting so casually. Momo had no idea what was going through Uraraka's mind. Finally letting go, she slowly got up, reaching for a blanket to cover herself, her eyes wide with shock and tears threatening to spill over her red cheeks. "Oh my, Uraraka? I'm so sorry. I don't know what came over me, She was interrupted by a warm embrace from Uraraka. "Shoo, it's okay. I know it's hard to resist his charms." "What are you talking about? I tried to take your sir?" "Yeah, you tried, But honestly, you couldn't do it even if you were the most charming person in the world. What? Yaoyorozu? No, Momo-chan. Deku-kun loves me. He really loves me, and that's enough for him to overlook things like appearance and wealth. He loves me for who I am, and I love him for who he is. So I was with him, and I made him act like my... Oh, impressive. You really managed to get him into the game. Actually, it's not that hard, Ochako, Mina chimed in, stepping out from behind the door and trying to avoid staring at the naked boy on Momo's bed. Once he gets flustered, it's kind of easy to bring out his other side. Oh, really? It was pretty much it, Azui added. I have to say, he really surprised me that time. Azui-san. Jiro-san. Momo acknowledged them. Yo. Hi, Momo-chan. Guess even you fell for him, Azui said with a playful rib bit. No, don't feel sad, Momo-chan. We've all been in the same place you are, Hagakure reassured her. Hagakure-san. I feel so ashamed. Momo looked down, but Uraraka lifted her chin, encouraging her to meet their gazes. Hey, it's okay. We won't judge you. As if any of us could, they all nodded in agreement. But, what about what you said earlier, that I couldn't take him from you? I think I love him. In the end, you really felt a bit jealous, Uraraka observed. Momo nodded, realizing the truth in those words. All the girls seemed a little shaken by the reminder that Midoriya was still Uraraka's boyfriend, and that wouldn't change. Surprisingly, Momo was the one to break the silence. Uraraka had thought that if she could capture all of Midoriya's attention, if she could make him focus solely on her, he wouldn't need to look at other girls. That was what she told herself, but deep down, she truly wanted him to look at her the same way he looked at Ochako. She understood that her friends felt the same way, and they all nodded in agreement. Putting her hands together and resting them on the bridge of her nose, Uraraka took a deep breath, appearing to be in deep thought. Slowly releasing her breath, she opened her eyes and wore a calm expression as she made a proposal to her friends. What if I told you that you all can kind of have Deku-kun? Surprise and confusion filled the group. Are you serious? One of her friends exclaimed. Let me finish. I'm still thinking this through. It's clear that you all care for him in a special way, but in the end, I'm still his girlfriend. The excitement that had sparked in the group quickly faded. But I'm also your friend, and I wouldn't want you to feel sad or unfulfilled. I have an idea. I can't believe I'm saying this, but what if we all share him? Everyone looked at Uraraka as if she had just suggested something outrageous. Did she really propose to share Midoriya? Yes, she did, and amidst the confusion and surprise, Momo was the first to speak, hope shining in her. Do you really mean it? Well, I wouldn't want to see you all sad. Plus, since everyone here has had a moment with Deku-kun, I'd rather have you on my side than compete with you. Ochako, you appealing crazy girl. That's the most amazing idea I've heard. Are you really going to agree with this? Another friend asked. Just think about it. A chance to spend time with him. Your own nickname for him. Guess you're already in then. You better. What about you two? Tsuyu, Kyoka. The two of them were taken aback by both the idea and Mina's enthusiastic reaction. However, they realized that spending time with Midoriya was better than none at all. Well, since you put it that way, I have to join this plan. It does make things easier, Tsuyu added. Really, guys? Toru asked, feeling a hand on her shoulder. She turned to see Uraraka with a supportive look. It's okay if you don't feel comfortable, Toru-chan. But remember, there's plenty of Deku-kun for everyone. Toru searched for the last voice of reason, Momo, but found her deep in thought, mumbling something. Suddenly, Momo snapped her head up and turned to Uraraka. Okay, I'm in. Wait, Momo too. After everything that's happened, I can't deny that I like him this way. Plus, I know I'll want to again in the future. Girl, the future is now because I really want to spend time with him. Before Mina could leap onto the bed, Uraraka raised her arm, blocking her way with a serious look in her eyes. Now, wait just a moment, Mina. There's still one person who needs to agree, yes. I'm in. I love Midoriya too. Toru's sudden outburst startled the group, but they quickly recovered. I'm happy for you, Toru, but I was referring to Deku-kun. He has the final say in this. Do you think he'll agree, Ochako? Mina asked. I'm not sure, Uraraka replied. I find it very difficult, Tsuyu added. But you could always convince him, Uraraka. I've never tried to convince him of anything I wasn't sure he would agree to, Kyoka. This time, I really have no idea what he will say. Then we should just ask him already. And how should I say it, Momo? Hey, Deku-kun, since everyone has had a moment with you, we decided to form a HR. What do you think? Well, that's the dream of most boys. You know he's not like most boys, Mina. Yeah, I know, which makes this even harder. Is he still out? I guess the shock paralyzed him, Uraraka said, waving a hand in front of his face. Gently touching his cheeks brought Midoriya back to reality. Deku-kun, are you feeling well? Uraraka asked. Ochako. He replied, still trying to process everything. His head was spinning, and his vision was slightly blurry, the only thing in focus being Ochako's caring eyes and her pretty round face framed by her adorable brown hair. As his mind began to clear, Midoriya tried to piece together the events that had led him here. There was the class, and then Yaoyorozu had called him to talk, and he had gone to her room. Ochako urged him to calm down, assuring him that she understood what had happened. She told him it was no big deal, but he felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. He braced himself for what he feared would be a breakup, certain he would break down in tears once he left the room, though he hoped to do so while dressed. Then, with a nervous smile, she delivered the unexpected news. They had all decided to share him. Everyone loved him, she said, and he had somehow gained a HR. Midoriya was taken aback, confusion washing over him. Was she joking? Or was this a dream? If it was, he wished the past weeks had been a dream too. He imagined confessing his love for her in front of everyone, feeling more confident after all the stress he had endured. But this felt too real, especially with the other girls from his class present, one of whom was only partially covered. It was too much of a coincidence to be a dream. In other words, the love of his life had just told him he had a HR. As he processed this, Ochako noticed he was still frozen in shock. She reassured the others that he was simply overwhelmed by the news and suggested they give him some space to think. She ushered the group outside, telling them they would be just behind the door. Momo, still unclothed, quickly grabbed her clothes before they all exited the room, closing the door behind them. Uraraka slid down the wall to the floor, resting her head in her hands. Oh well, that could have been worse, she sighed. Are you sure? Momo asked as she sat beside her. Yeah, he could have fainted or panicked. Right now, he seems to be mumbling and pacing. He sounds euphoric, Kyoka noted, one of her earphone jacks plugged into the wall. What is he saying? Mina leaned against the door, trying to listen. It's hard to catch everything since he's speaking so fast, but something about a villain attack and mind tricks. He's even considering if this is some kind of prank involving Shinso and Monoma from 1B. It's likely he'll assume the worst, even without any signs of danger, Tsuyu added. Let's just give him some time. Deku-kun tends to overthink, but I'm sure he'll sort things out and come to a positive conclusion, Ochako reassured them. Suddenly, the door swung open, causing Momo and Ochako to fall back onto the floor. An anxious-looking Midoriya stood in the doorway, glancing down the corridor before ushering them back into the room one by one. Once everyone was inside, he closed and locked the door, ensuring it was secure. The girls sat on the bed, worry etched on their faces as they waited for him to speak. Midoriya paced back and forth, deep in thought, his hand on his chin and the other on his elbow. The sight only heightened their concern for him. Then he stopped, took a deep breath, and looked up at them, ready to share what was on his mind. Midoriya felt overwhelmed as he expressed his doubts. He couldn't shake the feeling that he was unworthy of the attention he was receiving from the girls around him. Mina, with her usual enthusiasm, tried to lighten the mood, suggesting that it was a dream come true to have so many appealing girls interested in him. However, Midoriya, with a serious expression, shared his concerns about the complexities of such a situation. He explained that he had thought through various scenarios and realized that if he said no, it would only complicate things further. He worried that the girls would try to separate him from Ochako, which would create tension among them. He acknowledged that agreeing to the HRM idea could lead to even more problems, given the imbalance in their relationships. With 6 girls vying for his attention, he feared that competition would arise, leading to dissatisfaction and potential rifts within the group. Kyoka, noticing his growing anxiety, stepped in to calm him down. She placed her hands on his shoulders, and her reassuring presence helped him regain his composure. As he sat on the floor, he let out a light laugh, realizing how difficult the situation had become. The girls reassured him that they believed this was the best path forward, but ultimately, the decision was his. Midoriya looked at them, especially at Ochako, feeling a mix of gratitude and confusion. He expressed his feelings of inadequacy, questioning why they cared so much about him. The girls responded with warmth, insisting that he deserved their affection and support. As he spoke, he felt tears threatening to spill, but he fought to hold them back. Just then, he felt a familiar warmth envelop him. As Ochako embraced him, other girls joined in, wrapping their arms around him in a comforting group hug. The sensation of their closeness and the sweet scent of Ochako's hair brought back memories of his childhood, reminding him of the times he felt safe and loved. In that moment, surrounded by their affection, Midoriya realized that no matter what challenges lay ahead, he would face them with the strength of their bond. The warmth and care from the girls enveloped him, making him feel invincible once again. Mina, Tsuyu, Toru, Ochako, Momo, and Kyoka all truly loved him. There was no way he could let them down, not after everything. Ochako lifted her head from his chest and looked into his eyes. She expressed her understanding of how important being a hero was to him, assuring him that he would be the best. She promised to support him, and he felt the warmth of her affection. He reciprocated her feelings, acknowledging the love he felt for each of them. The girls embraced him tightly, and they all shared quick pecks on his cheeks, except for Ochako, who aimed for his lips. He playfully protested, but another girl reminded him that Ochako was the official girlfriend. They discussed how to share their time with him fairly, and Ochako had an idea. They decided to split their time throughout the week. Momo would have Mondays, followed by Mina, then Kyoka, Tsuyu, Toru, and Ochako would share Saturdays. There was some light-hearted complaining about Ochako having more time with him, but Midoriya managed to convince them to allow him at least one day to himself, as they wanted Sundays to be a day for everyone to be together. If 2 or more of them agreed, they could spend time in a group without any issues. Midoriya recognized that while he loved all of them, he didn't know the others as well as he knew Ochako. So, during the first week, he made sure to have quality time with each of them. After a study session, he enjoyed tea with Momo. Mina gave him dance lessons after watching his workout routines. Kyoka shared her favorite songs and played guitar for him. He spent a relaxing afternoon at the pool with Tsuyu, chatting and enjoying the water. He went to an arcade with Toru, winning her some plushies from the crane game. On Saturday, he took Ochako to a cafe, realizing he had never taken her out on a proper date. The week flew by, and Midoriya felt happier than ever. He was surrounded by love, and it filled him with confidence about his goal of becoming the #1 hero. However, things became more complicated on Sundays. His previous routine with Ochako now included 5 other girls, each craving their own moments with him. Ochako was increasingly playful, and Toru began to follow her lead, surprising him with kisses. Momo often asked for favors to sneak away from the group, while Kyoko was more reserved during the day but would invite him to her room when they were alone. Mina frequently interrupted his routines for some fun, and Tsuyu insisted on visiting him even when he was in the shower, risking being caught. Midoriya started to feel anxious again. The cultural festival was approaching, and despite facing many challenges, he couldn't shake off his nerves about performing on stage in front of hundreds of unfamiliar students. It was a daunting thought for someone as shy as he was. He worried about the possibility of every girl at U falling for him. He reassured himself that he was overthinking things. Yet, another concern crept into his mind. Although he enjoyed spending time with the girls, his late-night sessions were starting to feel less special. Each encounter seemed to take longer, feeling more like an obligation than a joy. He wondered if he was becoming tired of it all, which seemed impossible given the affection surrounding him. Tired wasn't the word, perhaps he was just falling into a routine. Sitting up in bed, Midoriya grabbed his phone and sent a text to Uraraka, inviting her to go out that evening. Her response was quick and enthusiastic, although she questioned why he wanted to go out on a Sunday, his free day. He simply mentioned wanting to do something different, which was true. After a quick shower, he changed into blue jeans, a white shirt featuring All Might's silhouette on the back, and his usual red sneakers. He then moved to the common room to wait for his girlfriend. After a few minutes on the couch, he spotted Uraraka approaching, dressed in a brown frilled skirt, a light pink shirt without sleeves, and sneakers. As she walked toward him, he stood up, and together they left the dorms. It was much easier now since the room was empty except for a certain pink-haired girl. The pink-haired girl teased them, remarking on the couple going out on a date. Midoriya acknowledged it, explaining he just thought it would be nice to do something that night. Another girl chimed in, playfully suggesting it wasn't fair for Uraraka to have Midoriya all to herself. Uraraka laughed and assured her friend that it was just for the evening, promising that Midoriya would make it up to her later. With a light-hearted farewell, she playfully slapped Midoriya's rear, causing him to squeak in surprise. Choosing a more typical outing, they decided to see a movie followed by a visit to a cafe they had enjoyed before. Uraraka particularly loved the parfait from that place. Although she cherished the time spent with Midoriya, she sensed something was off. He was smiling and laughing, but she could tell there was a deeper reason behind his sudden longing for a date. After contemplating for a moment, she decided to address it directly. Midoriya hesitated, claiming there was nothing important on his mind. However, Uraraka, sensing his unease, reached for his hand on the table, only for him to pull it away. His smile faded as he stared at the table, and after a sigh, he looked back at her, worry evident in his expression. Uraraka smiled back, though her eyes reflected concern for him. He confessed that the past few weeks had been wonderful, especially with her and the other girls, but he felt like he was falling into a routine. He worried that he might be selfish for feeling this way. Uraraka took his hand again, this time holding it firmly and intertwining their fingers as she spoke. She reassured him that he wasn't being selfish. She had noticed something different about him recently and understood that feeling this way was natural after doing something repeatedly for a long time. Despite his feelings, he continued to treat everyone well. Midoriya pondered what to do next, suggesting they might need to take a break. Uraraka, however, advised against that, her voice tinged with nervousness. She proposed gathering everyone to brainstorm solutions together. Agreeing, Midoriya offered to pay the bill while she contacted their friends. He stood up and walked toward the counter, unaware of the sly smile that crept onto Uraraka's lips as she texted her friends. She already had a plan in mind, one that would surely bring something new to her dear Midoriya. Later that night, Midoriya found himself heading to Kyoka's room, muttering to himself about the late hour. Uraraka had mentioned that everyone would be there to discuss what was bothering him. He hoped that with more minds working together, they could find a solution to his feelings. Upon arriving at Kyoka's door, he knocked lightly, and it swung open to reveal her in blue shorts and a white tank top. Behind her, he noticed the other girls from his self-declared HR. Momo wore a light blue semi-transparent nightgown, while Tsuyu donned an oversized green shirt. Mina was in a blue sleeveless shirt and white shorts, and Uraraka was wearing one of his shirts with All Might emblazoned on the front. He noticed she wasn't wearing anything underneath. Another pink tank top floated nearby, accompanied by dark blue shorts. Everyone was present and ready to discuss. As he entered, Kyoka closed the door behind her, checking to see if it was locked, while the greenette headed to the group sitting on the black and white carpet, taking a seat between Tsuyu and Ochako. Midoriya felt nervous, having all eyes focused on him, even knowing they must be concerned about him. Ochako was the one to break the silence. She explained that there was something bothering Deku-kun, prompting everyone to gather. Turning to Midoriya, she encouraged him to share what was on his mind. Midoriya hesitated, feeling a bit ashamed for his feelings. He admitted that the past weeks had been amazing with all of them, but he sensed he was starting to fall into a routine. He quickly clarified that it wasn't their fault, it was just how he felt. Mina was the first to respond, running a hand through her messy hair. She acknowledged that it was bound to happen and suggested they might have pushed things too far too quickly. Midoriya was reassured by Momo, who reminded him that it was normal to feel this way. Few echoed her sentiment, stating that even if it hadn't been him, they would eventually feel the same. Kyoka chimed in, suggesting that perhaps they should make things official so they wouldn't have to sneak around. Midoriya admitted he had considered it but worried about the potential consequences. Toru playfully mentioned that she enjoyed the thrill of sneaking around, while Ochako teased her for not being serious. After a moment of silence, Midoriya expressed his longing to take things further, admitting he had already accepted them all as his girlfriends but was unsure of what to do next. Ochako leaned closer, placing her hands on his shoulders, and suggested they needed to spice things up among them. Midoriya agreed, feeling a sense of relief. The girls exchanged knowing glances and revealed they had a plan in mind. Midoriya felt a wave of warmth wash over him as he looked at Ochako's smiling face, realizing how much they all cared for him. However, his smile quickly turned nervous as Ochako moved back, holding him in place while the others gathered around. With warm smiles, they lifted him from the floor and gently placed him on the bed. As he landed, Ochako climbed on top of him, sitting in his lap and teasingly beginning to remove her shirt, which made Midoriya panic slightly. She explained that it was harder to do things with clothes on, leaving Midoriya confused. As he glanced around, he noticed the other girls standing by the bed with wide smiles, their intentions clear. Turning back to Ochako, he saw she had already removed her shorts. She calmly mentioned the idea of taking their relationship further. Midoriya, feeling flustered, questioned if that was truly the plan. Momo interrupted, revealing that everyone had been thinking along the same lines. Mina encouraged him, expressing confidence in his ability to handle the situation. Tsuyu added that since Ochako was the first, it made sense for her to take the lead in this new step. Ochako, looking shy, asked him to be gentle. She seemed nervous, avoiding direct eye contact with Midoriya, who was left to ponder the significance of the moment unfolding before him. Kyoka suggested that if Midoriya was feeling nervous, he should just stop. She encouraged him to take the plunge, saying it would be easier once he got started. Mina, determined to help, insisted that Midoriya needed to change out of his shorts. With a bit of teamwork, she and Momo quickly assisted him, and in moments, his shorts were gone, leaving him feeling exposed. Mina playfully removed his shirt as well, but Midoriya was too flustered to care about that at the moment. With Ochako so close, he felt a rush of anxiety mixed with excitement. He noticed the eager expressions on the faces of his friends, realizing that they were all caught up in the moment. Midoriya tried to regain his composure, stammering about not being ready for what was happening. He could see the sparkles of excitement in their eyes, a familiar sight when they were alone, but the intensity was heightened now. Ochako teased him about wanting to have children, which nearly made him faint. He quickly shook off the thought as he felt a gentle touch, and she began to explore further. The sensations were overwhelming, and he struggled to keep his thoughts straight. As Ochako moved closer, she leaned over him, their eyes locking in a moment of shared anticipation. The atmosphere was charged, and the others in the room were unable to look away, caught up in their own distractions while keeping their focus on the couple. Taking a deep breath, Midoriya guided Ochako gently, helping her lower herself slowly. As she gasped, he paused, but she encouraged him to continue with a nod. They shared a moment of connection, both feeling the weight of what was happening. With each movement, Ochako experienced a whirlwind of sensations, feeling both eager and nervous. She clung to Midoriya, her heart racing as they ventured into new territory together. When they reached a point of resistance, Midoriya sought her approval once more before proceeding. With a gentle push, they crossed a threshold together, and Ochako gasped, her nails digging into his shoulders as she felt a mix of discomfort and pleasure. The initial pain quickly faded, replaced by a wave of warmth and excitement. She was filled with a longing to explore this new experience with Midoriya, eager to continue their journey together. Izuku felt a rush of emotions as Ochako drew closer to him, their lips meeting in a deep kiss. She was getting accustomed to the new sensations, shifting her hips slightly, which elicited soft sounds from him. As she explored the warmth of his mouth, Izuku's hands glided over her smooth skin, tracing the curves of her body until they found their way to her chest. He gently caressed her, feeling the softness beneath his fingers. The kiss deepened until they both needed to pull away for air. Ochako's gaze was filled with longing as she expressed her longing for him. She edged closer, her body trembling with anticipation. Driven by her overwhelming feelings, she began to move, her hips swaying gently at first, then finding a rhythm that matched the intensity of the moment. Izuku, caught up in the experience, mirrored her movements, discovering a new world of intimacy with her. It felt different from their previous encounters, warm and enveloping, as if they were perfectly in sync. He couldn't help but wonder if this was a sign of her deep feelings for him, but he pushed those thoughts aside, focusing entirely on the appealing girl before him. Suddenly, Izuku's instincts kicked in, and he shifted positions, gently flipping Ochako onto the bed while remaining connected. This unexpected move surprised her, as well as the other girls who were witnessing the moment. They had never seen him so assertive before, and it sparked a new excitement among them. Ochako's expression was a mix of surprise and pleasure as Izuku took charge. The sight of him being so proactive ignited a new level of attraction in the others, hinting at the emergence of a more confident Midoriya Izuku. He resumed his movements, lifting her legs to allow for a deeper connection. The sounds of her delight filled the air as he explored this newfound closeness. Izuku leaned in, his lips finding her skin, and he couldn't help but be captivated by her reactions. The warmth of her body against his, her eyes filled with longing, and the sounds she made all consumed his thoughts. He was determined to bring her happiness, wanting to express the depth of his feelings for her in this moment. As they continued, a familiar energy surged within them, a powerful sensation that mirrored the strength of his quirk. They were nearing a peak, an exhilarating moment that felt both surprising and exhilarating. Ochako wanted to share this experience fully with him. As they reached the CLMX of their connection, they moved faster, their bodies entwined. Ochako wrapped her legs around him, pulling him closer, while Izuku held her securely, their lips meeting in another passionate kiss. The energy around them intensified, and they both felt the moment building to its peak. With one final surge, they broke the kiss, calling out each other's names in a moment of pure bliss. The sensation they shared was unlike anything they had experienced before, leaving them both breathless. Izuku collapsed gently onto Ochako, careful not to overwhelm her, and they lay together, hearts racing as they basked in the warmth of each other's presence. Ochako, still catching her breath, wrapped her arms around him, savoring the closeness they had just shared. Izuku and Ochako shared a tender moment, expressing their affection for one another. They felt a light push, followed by another, and suddenly, Mina appeared, her vibrant pink skin and messy hair drawing attention. She made her way onto the bed, playfully navigating over Ochako to reach Izuku. Without a word, she expressed her feelings through her actions, leaning in to kiss him and running her hands across his body. Mina had made it clear before how much she enjoyed feeling his strength, but now she seemed eager for something more. Ochako, though slightly annoyed, decided to give them some space and watched as Mina playfully rolled around Izuku. Mina's playful nature shone through as she acknowledged Ochako's presence. She offered a sheepish smile, admitting her excitement. Ochako observed her friends, each one appearing eager, their cheeks flushed with anticipation. Momo, with a small pout, voiced her curiosity about Mina's turn. The playful banter continued, with Mina teasing Momo about her speed. Ochako encouraged the group, reminding them that there was enough of Izuku to go around. All eyes turned to Izuku, who felt the pressure of their expectations. He knew he had to make all his friends happy, embracing the role he played in their lives. With newfound confidence, Izuku expressed his willingness to engage with them, earning a playful reaction from Mina. As he moved on the bed, Mina positioned herself playfully, and Izuku couldn't help but tease her, knowing how much she enjoyed his playful side. He aligned himself with her, ensuring to be gentle, aware that it was her first experience. As he teased her, Mina's anticipation grew, and Izuku took his time, wanting to make sure she was comfortable. Mina, eager and excited, encouraged him to continue, her enthusiasm evident. As their playful exchange continued, Izuku matched Mina's pace, ensuring that their connection was enjoyable for both. Mina's laughter filled the room, and the atmosphere was charged with excitement and camaraderie, showcasing the strong bond they shared. Izuku felt a rush of excitement as he and Mina shared an NTMT moment. He remembered a playful detail about her and playfully gave her a light slap on the rear, eliciting a surprised reaction from her. Her smile widened, clearly enjoying his playful side. She responded with enthusiasm, acknowledging his touch, and he continued, playfully slapping her, each time earning a mix of playful yelps and laughter from her. He stopped when he noticed a faint mark on her skin, then climbed onto the bed, gently guiding her head down. Leaning closer, he opened her legs slightly and began to explore their connection further, increasing the pace of their movements. Mina held onto the sheets, her excitement growing with each moment, her reactions becoming more animated as he continued. Izuku felt a surge of energy, knowing they were both nearing their peak. He quickened his pace, and Mina's joy echoed through the room as they reached a thrilling climax together, both feeling the intensity of the moment wash over them. As they caught their breath, Mina felt a warm embrace around her, and she returned the affection, enjoying the closeness they shared. Just then, a playful interruption reminded them of their surroundings. Tsuyu, ever the straightforward friend, jumped onto the bed, playfully engaging with Izuku. He felt her cool touch as they shared a kiss, and he couldn't help but admire her unique charm. When they broke the kiss, he gently turned her, exploring the connection they shared in a tender manner. Tsuyu's reactions were delightful, and he found himself captivated by her every sound. She guided him with confidence, and as they moved together, he focused on making the experience enjoyable for her. The connection they shared felt incredible, and he took his time, ensuring that Tsuyu felt comfortable and cherished. Her responses encouraged him, and he continued to explore their bond, savoring the moment they were creating together. Izuku felt a rush of excitement as he and Tsuyu shared an NTMT moment. Tsuyu expressed her enjoyment, urging him to go deeper and harder. Izuku adjusted his position, lifting her legs slightly and increasing his strength while maintaining a steady rhythm. Tsuyu's eyes closed tightly as she let out soft sounds of pleasure, fully immersed in the experience. The sensation of Izuku's presence was overwhelming, and she cherished every moment. As the intensity built within her, Tsuyu began to feel a wave of excitement. She could sense that something wonderful was about to happen. The anticipation grew, and she felt herself nearing a peak. Izuku, feeling the energy surge, leaned in closer to Tsuyu, sharing a passionate kiss. They reached their climax together, and Tsuyu pulled back, letting out a joyful scream as she experienced the height of pleasure. She took a moment to catch her breath, looking down at Izuku, whose face wore a small, satisfied smile. Curious, she asked him what was amusing him. He replied that it was simply the joy of sharing such a moment with her, and Tsuyu couldn't help but feel a sense of pride in their connection. She playfully teased him about his enjoyment, and they shared a light-hearted exchange, reveling in the affection they had for one another. As they basked in the afterglow, Tsuyu got off the bed, ready for the next adventure. Izuku felt a shift in weight as another presence joined him. Toru had taken her place, sitting comfortably on him, radiating warmth and eagerness. Izuku's mind raced with possibilities, and he instinctively reached for her waist, pulling her closer. Toru playfully questioned his intentions, and he responded with a charming smile, expressing his longing to show her affection in a way that she would appreciate. She giggled, touched by his thoughtfulness, and moved closer to him, her excitement palpable. As Izuku began to explore, he felt Toru's reactions and knew he was on the right track. She responded with delight, her breath quickening as they shared this playful moment. Toru's movements became more animated, and she found herself drawn to Izuku, enjoying the connection they were building. With a playful determination, Toru positioned herself above Izuku, resting her hands near his head. The atmosphere was charged with anticipation, and Izuku leaned in to share a gentle kiss, eliciting a soft laugh from her. Their playful banter continued, filled with affection and excitement, as they prepared to explore the next chapter of their shared journey. Izuku stood before Toru, a sense of anticipation hanging in the air. He moved slowly, gradually deepening their connection, and Toru responded with soft sounds of pleasure. As he crossed a threshold, she felt a rush of emotions, tears forming in her eyes as she adjusted to the new experience. Her hands gripped his shoulders tightly, and soon the initial discomfort transformed into a wave of enjoyment. Toru began to move her hips, swaying gently as they shared a deep kiss. Izuku appreciated her longing to take things at her own pace, which only added to her allure. He wrapped his arms around her, exploring her back and sides, cherishing every moment. Unable to rely on sight, Izuku focused on the sensations Toru brought him. He memorized the feel of her silky skin, the faint scent of vanilla in her hair, and the warmth of her body against his. He discovered her sensitive spots, learning what made her respond with soft gasps and ahs. Toru was a unique blend of charm and mystery, her form disappearing and reappearing with each movement, captivating him further. He wondered about her expressions, imagining her eyes closed, her cheeks flushed, and the playful glint in her gaze as they kissed. Toru felt a rush of excitement as she moved with him, each moment building a new sensation within her. She was overwhelmed by the intensity of it all, breathing heavily as she pushed closer to her limits. The connection they shared felt like nothing she had experienced before, and she clung to him, calling out his name in a mix of pleasure and urgency. As they reached a peak together, Izuku felt a surge of energy, a wave of bliss washing over them both. Toru felt as if she had been swept away, her body trembling as she slowly came down from the high of their experience. With newfound strength, she kissed Izuku softly before stepping back, her heart full. "I really love you," she said with a smile. "I love you too," he replied, still catching his breath. Before Izuku could fully recover, Jiro approached him, her energy palpable. She pulled him into a passionate kiss, her hands exploring his body with fervor. Izuku found himself sitting on the bed, guiding her down as he drew her closer. He began to tease her, igniting a fire within her. Jiro encouraged him to join in, and he leaned closer, savoring the moment as they shared their connection. With a shared understanding, they moved together, each sensation heightening their experience as they explored the depths of their desires. Tears fell as he broke through her barrier, but soon the pain vanished from her expression. He straightened his back and held Jiro at her waist, beginning with slow moves that gradually picked up pace as Jiro encouraged him. She was unable to contain the sounds escaping her, and among them, Jiro was the loudest, often letting out excited cries. Her sensitivity to touch was evident, and it seemed to extend to every part of her. As he moved inside her, Izuku felt a rush of power, aware that her slender frame made her seem delicate, yet she was as fierce as Ochako, only more vocal. Her enthusiastic reactions heightened his arousal, and Jiro was clearly in bliss. Each movement, each time he pressed deeper, brought her immense pleasure. She craved his presence, wanting him completely. Izuku couldn't help but smile at her enthusiasm, feeling a mix of surprise and delight at her fervor. Jiro expressed her excitement, her voice filled with passion as she urged him on, demanding more and more. Izuku was taken aback by her intensity, questioning if she truly enjoyed it that much. She confirmed her feelings, expressing her love for him and the connection they shared, her voice rising with each moment. He felt the tightness around him, overwhelmed by the sensations and unsure how much longer he could hold on. Jiro's body began to tremble, signaling her impending climax. Her feet shook at the edge of the bed as she clutched the sheets, her breath ragged from the exhilaration. Izuku felt himself nearing his limit as the energy of one for all surged within him. He pulled her closer, kissing her passionately while exploring her body. Jiro embraced him, but her cries filled the air, and he found himself kissing along her neck, knowing it was one of her most sensitive spots. Izuku announced his impending release, and Jiro urged him to let go, expressing her longing to share that moment with him. As they reached their peak, Jiro felt a warmth envelop her, a mix of sensations that left her breathless. When the moment passed, Izuku collapsed on top of her, both of them catching their breath. Once she regained her focus, she whispered sweetly in his ear, expressing her love. He reciprocated her feelings, and she playfully added her affection for him in a teasing manner. Jiro then got up, her legs a bit wobbly, and crawled out of bed, giving Momo a playful wink as she passed. Momo, eager to share the bed with Izuku, felt a mix of anticipation and excitement, knowing she would have her own time with him soon. Momo climbed onto the bed, kneeling as she gazed at her green-haired boyfriend. As he reached for her, she playfully stopped him, a mischievous smile on her lips as she crawled closer without making contact. She held his gaze for a moment before speaking. Momo reminded him of their special lessons, hinting at a playful challenge. Izuku realized she wanted to take the lead, and he agreed to follow her guidance. With a teasing tone, she praised him for being a good boy and prepared to start their lesson, instructing him not to move, emphasizing the importance of being attentive to her needs. Izuku lay on the bed, watching as Momo moved gracefully, her eyes locked onto his, taking in every detail. She felt a warm sensation building within her, a mix of excitement and anticipation. Momo expressed her delight in his good behavior, suggesting that he deserved a small reward for being such a good boy. She playfully wrapped her hand around him, moving slowly on his lap, her hair brushing against his face as she leaned closer. She instructed him to follow her lead, and he agreed, eager to please her. Momo mentioned feeling a bit sore and asked for his help, and he sought permission to touch her. She encouraged him to continue, and he gently explored her curves, feeling the softness of her skin. As he moved his hands from her waist to her back and then to her chest, he remembered her preferences, taking his time and being gentle. Momo was sensitive, and he knew how to make her feel good, even without going too far. He asked if he could kiss her, and she consented. He began with tender kisses, alternating between her bearths while his hands continued to caress her. Momo felt herself losing control, overwhelmed by the sensations. When she finally gave him the go-ahead to slide a finger inside her, he did so carefully, feeling her warmth. Momo struggled to contain her reactions, but she was clearly enjoying the moment. She urged him to take things further, her voice a mix of authority and longing. Izuku was attentive to her needs, and as she guided him, he entered her slowly, allowing her to adjust. Felt a rush of emotions as she moved, the initial discomfort fading into pleasure. She began to move her hips, feeling the connection between them deepen. The sensations were overwhelming, and she found herself lost in the moment, realizing how incredible it felt to be with him. Izuku's presence made everything more intense, and she knew that he was the one for her. Momo expressed her pleasure, and Izuku reciprocated, feeling equally amazed by her. The dynamic between them, her commanding nature paired with her vulnerability, captivated him. He was determined to make her happy, ready to follow her lead and cherish every moment they shared. Momo seemed to possess a hidden talent for this, as she was pushing him to his limits quickly. The way she moved her hips in a rhythmic dance drove him wild, alternating between quick bursts and moments of slower movement, all while maintaining her moves. The sounds she made, the gentle caress of her fingers through his hair, everything was designed to heighten his senses. This was her intention. She teased him, asking if he enjoyed their connection, urging him to express his desires. Her smile radiated joy and mischief, reflecting her satisfaction in knowing that Izuku needed her as much as she needed him. Encouraged by her playful challenge, he found himself responding with eagerness, wanting to deepen their bond. The atmosphere was charged with excitement as they moved together, their bodies in sync. Momo's enthusiasm was infectious, and he felt himself getting lost in the moment, overwhelmed by the intensity of their shared experience. As they reached a peak of emotion, Izuku held her waist tightly, moving with urgency and passion. Momo's body responded eagerly, and the connection between them intensified. She encouraged him, her voice filled with exhilaration, urging him to give in to the moment. The energy between them built to a crescendo, and they both felt the rush of pleasure wash over them. In that moment, they were completely absorbed in each other, their hearts racing as they shared an NTMT connection that transcended words. Afterward, they took a moment to catch their breath, still intertwined. Momo leaned against him, her movements slow and gentle as she remained close. Izuku brushed his fingers through her dark hair, bringing her back to the present. She expressed her feelings for him, and he reciprocated, their bond deepening with each shared sentiment. Just then, Ochako nestled against him, adding warmth and affection to the moment. As more friends joined them, the atmosphere became cozy and filled with love. Izuka felt grateful to be surrounded by such wonderful people, each expressing their affection for him in their own way. However, he began to feel a wave of fatigue wash over him. His mind grew hazy, and despite his efforts to stay awake, he found it increasingly difficult. Thoughts of the situation they were in crossed his mind, but the exhaustion overwhelmed him. He felt a sense of comfort in the soft sounds of his friends around him, and as he drifted off, he embraced the warmth of their presence, surrendering to sleep. Bonus chapter, let's make something clear. Midoriya lay on Kyoka's bed, covered by a red blanket, while the girls tidied up the room. They changed the bedsheets, and Hagakure volunteered to wash them, using her ability to move unnoticed. Quietly, one by one, the girls took showers and changed into their sleeping clothes, returning to Kyoka's room afterward. Azui and Uraraka decided to go together to help with Midoriya, who remained asleep during their efforts to clean him up. Thanks to Uraraka's quirk, it was easier, but they had to resist the temptation to do more. Afterward, they carried the green-haired teen to his room and reluctantly returned to their own. Exhausted, the girls quickly fell asleep, as it was past 2 in the morning. However, Yaoyorozu, a light sleeper, suddenly sensed something unusual in her slumber. She felt as if someone was watching her. When she opened her onyx eyes, she was met with the intense gaze of Uraraka, who was hovering above her on hands and knees. The darkness of the room made it difficult to see clearly, and the moonlight streaming through the window added an eerie quality to Uraraka's expression, which seemed devoid of emotion. Startled, Yaoyorozu attempted to initiate a conversation. "Uraraka, is something wrong?" Uraraka maintained her cold, lifeless stare. "Uraraka." This time, Uraraka tilted her head slightly, still holding her unsettling gaze. "I wonder." "Yes. Where did Yamamo learn to act like this? It's not like her at all. Is she talking to herself? Could it be she was pretending all this time?" Yaoyorozu felt a surge of anger at that remark, but Uraraka's monotone DLVI kept her from responding as she wished. Instead, she cautiously continued the conversation. "What do you mean by that, Uraraka?" Uraraka lowered her head, bringing her face closer to Yaoyorozu's. Feeling the invasion of her personal space, Yaoyorozu instinctively leaned back against her pillow. "You know, Yamamo, when I found you with Deku-kun, I couldn't believe it. I thought to myself, what is she doing?" She paused briefly, her eyelids lowering slightly. "I also thought I should make her float away." Yaoyorozu was taken aback, her heart racing. Hadn't they agreed to share Midoriya? They had spent the last week taking turns with him. When I heard Mina suggest that idea, Uraraka's tone shifted to something more serious. "I thought it was a bad idea to share my Deku-kun. But I know he's too much for me to handle alone. Sure, I'd love to be with him every night, but what if he gets tired of me?" "I'm sure he would never get tired of you." "That's right. My Deku-kun is the most wonderful person in the world. He would never leave me." "He is, isn't he? Then why don't you?" "But doesn't that mean he will be kind to every other girl? What if they start to like him too? He wouldn't want to hurt their feelings, would he?" "It's okay, Midoriya would never cheat on us." Yaoyorozu felt increasingly anxious due to Uraraka's proximity and expression. Suddenly, Uraraka's demeanor shifted, her eyes wide and her voice taking on a low, intense tone. "Pathetic. The only reason I allowed this HRM to form was that it would be too much of a hassle to deal with all of you." Yaoyorozu's heart raced. Uraraka moved even closer, placing her knee between Yaoyorozu's legs, causing her to blush as she squirmed. "Let's make something clear, Yamamo. You may have my Deku-kun for now, but only because I allowed it. So don't get too excited claiming him as your good boy. He seems to enjoy it, making you all happy, so I'll let you have your way. But remember this lesson." Uraraka practically glued herself to Yaoyorozu, pressing their chests together, intertwining their legs, and making contact in a way that felt charged with tension. She declared that Deku-kun belonged to her, emphasizing that she wouldn't accept anything different. The cold wave Uraraka sent a shiver down Yaoyorozu's spine, filling her with an unfamiliar fear. The rapid thumping of her heart reminded her that she was still alive, but it was far too fast to be healthy. Frozen in place, she could only nod, brushing against Uraraka's nose and briefly touching her lips. Suddenly, Uraraka backed off, a huge smile forming on her face. Her expression brightened, and Yaoyorozu felt the atmosphere in the room shift, becoming warmer and less oppressive. Uraraka expressed her relief at having the conversation, kneeling and clasping her hands together as she tilted her head. She leaned in again, surprising Yaoyorozu with a quick peck on her forehead before jumping off the bed and skipping to the door. Turning around with her bright smile still in place, she wished Yaoyorozu a good night. Yaoyorozu managed to respond with a soft good night, still processing the encounter. After Uraraka left, she lay awake, her eyes wide and barely blinking, gripping the hem of her blanket tightly. She replayed the encounter for at least 2 more hours, contemplating the intensity of Uraraka's reaction. In fact, she thought, that was more like the response she would expect from Uraraka. It was extreme, yes, but more likely than accepting a HRM with her boyfriend in the middle. This realization made her feel grateful for the time she had spent with Izuku. She reminded herself that while he may love her, he had a fierce protector by his side, and she was fortunate that Uraraka wasn't her enemy. With a sigh, she reflected that she should have noticed him earlier. Finally, she drifted off to sleep, savoring the few hours she had left before morning.